Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
For Cambridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
104 and 114, I have the honour to present the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning membership of committees of the House. Si la Chambre dans...
If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence of the third report later this day. Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day now be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member for Cambridge have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried.
Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of Mr. George Soulis, spelled S-O-U-L-I-S, from Toronto, Ontario, who remembers the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he had promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, particularly seniors. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government first to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Presenting petitions.
Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I want to present a good number of constituents of mine in Trinity Spadina to petition to the House of Commons that would allow tradesperson and indentured apprentice to deduct travel and accommodation expenses from their taxable income so they can secure and maintain employment at a construction site that is more than 80 kilometers from their home. We know that Canada is facing a labor shortage. There's no reason why people, working families, especially those that are in the construction trade, there are many Mexican and Portuguese immigrants in my riding, for example, that would love to have the kind of tax deduction that some of the employers can have so that they could travel a bit of a distance to find work, and that whether it's the travel cost or the hotel cost, they should be tax deductible, and this is what the petition is all about.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition signed by over 500 petitioners requiring the government and calling upon the Government of Canada to abolish the Young Offenders Act, and they would like to see the name of the young offenders published and the parents responsible to pay for the damages caused by their children or child. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honourable Secretary.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q38, Q50, Q60, and Q116. Now, furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if question Q29 could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that question Q29 be made in order for return? Agreed. And so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed that the remaining questions stand? So ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
Bill C6, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, visual identification of voters.
Why is he rising? Is this a point of order?
Mr. Paquette is rising, or Mr. Next speaker is the...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate concerning visual identification of voters. It was thanks to the initiative of the Bloc Québécois that this issue was raised during the 3 by-elections recently held in Quebec. And among the decisions made by the Chief Electoral Officer in Quebec in March of last year in the province of Quebec, when the Chief Electoral Officer for Elections Canada stated that he didn't intend to use his powers to correct a deficiency in the Elections Act relating to the possibility to vote with one's face covered. This gave rise to quite a number of comments in Quebec, because in Quebec, the Chief Electoral Officer, I believe, used his powers under Section 19 to correct a situation which had escaped the attention of parliamentarians. And Quebec public opinion was somewhat outraged by his attitude, and in Quebec, people asked Mr. Méran to review his decision and take the necessary steps so that people would vote with their faces uncovered. He didn't want to do that. He said it was up to Parliament to correct the situation. At that time, I thought it was an argument that was somewhat weak, because, as I said earlier, the precedent did exist, and the Quebec Chief Electoral Officer had decided earlier that for the elections that were held in Quebec, the provincial elections, he would use his discretionary power, which was available to him. And when Mr. Méran said that he was going to decide not to decide, basically, the Bloc Québécois asked the Chief Electoral Officer, through a letter sent by my colleague Frère Jean-Théo Papineau, who is our chief organizer for the Bloc Québécois. As I said, a letter was sent to Mr. Méran asking him to correct the situation to ensure that all electors must identify themselves before voting, and part of that identification would be to show one's face. Now, as memory serves, I believe that all parties in this House demanded the same intervention on the part of the Chief Electoral Officer for Canada. The Prime Minister had said that common sense would mean, and that's our position as well, that when one votes, one has to identify oneself, and this involves not only showing identification papers, but also one has to be able to ensure that the person who has this card with a photograph is the same person as on the photograph by showing one's face. And the Prime Minister, I believe, took a very quick position on this, and the leader of the Liberal Party took the same stand, at least as far as I remember. So I was somewhat surprised to hear our Liberal colleagues yesterday say that they didn't think there was a problem. It's rather strange that before a by-election everyone feels there's a problem, but now, for some reason that I don't quite understand, they revert to the position that they held previously, and the NDP leader felt the same way. even though afterwards the position was not quite as clear. So far, I haven't had an opportunity to hear the NDP's position on this, but I remember full well, Mr. Speaker, that all leaders of the four parties had expressed their position with respect to the veiled vote, and I was at a press conference at the time to announce what the Bloc Québécois would be doing to prepare its Congress for October 2008. And as soon as Mr. Méran said that he wouldn't intervene, we spoke out against this decision. And in the hours following that press conference, the Bloc Québécois whip announced that he would be introducing a bill to that effect, which was done. We did introduce a bill to ensure that there would be no veil, that people would have to show their faces when they vote, and that this should be respected. And the member for Beauport asked for unanimous consent of this House to fast-track his bill at all stages. That was not granted, though. The Conservative Party, for purely partisan reasons, in my opinion, refused to give unanimous consent so that we could proceed with the bill. Now, on the principle of this bill, of course, we can't disagree. In fact, we were the ones who gave rise to this decision. There could have been a quicker, more expedient solution if unanimous consent had been given for my colleague's bill. That was not the case, so now we find ourselves with this bill, and we agree with it in principle. However, the government, through its bill, hasn't really dealt with the basic issue. Yes, electors will have to show their faces to identify themselves in order to vote, but the chief electoral officer is the one who will decide how this obligation will be fulfilled. And even if the Muslim community has never made a specific request to that effect, and that's where the problem lies, in fact, we're dealing with something that has never been expressed as being a problem by a given or a certain community, and this was the problem that we were addressing. The problem with this bill is that the procedures for personal identification will be left in the hands of the chief electoral officer. And we wouldn't want women, Muslim women, have to ask to show their faces only to other women, because gender equality when it comes to election officials would not be respected. It seems to me that religious considerations have no place in public life. We shouldn't consider religions as being unimportant or marginal, but government officials have the responsibility to apply the law equally and fairly to all Canadian citizens. So the request has never been made to allow Muslim women for religious reasons, and I give this example because it's the one that we have heard spoken about most often in the media, but we wouldn't want them to be in a position where they would have to ask to show their faces only to a government official who was a female. For example, if a female police officer tried to arrest a man, and the man might say, well, because of my religious beliefs, I won't get into a police car with a woman officer. It's more or less the same thing. And we will delve into this more closely during the committee meetings, when we will ask that certain provisions be tightened up in order to avoid the occurrence of such cases, so that once again it won't be left to the chief electoral officer to find some means to apply this obligation for visual identification during an election. And this is the signal that he gave us. In fact, it was up to parliamentarians to provide a complete answer to the problems that arose during the 3 by-elections in Quebec. And so when it comes to the principle, we agree, but as to the modalities, we will have to ensure once again that religious considerations don't come into play when it comes to the fundamental need for all electors to identify themselves when they vote. And we want to raise the issue of the mail vote or postal vote, because if an elector must identify himself or herself when he or she goes to vote, there's no such obligation with a mail-in vote. So we will have to amend the Elections Act to take that into account, because logically that is the only option in my mind. And one has to vote with one's face uncovered, or rather, one has to uncover one's face for a passport photo when you go to an airport. The security authorities must be able to identify people and compare them to their ID cards or their passport photos. So for something as important as the right to vote in a democracy, it seems to me that in order to be fair to all electors, we have to ensure that the same methods will apply and that everyone, through the identification process, will be obliged to show his or her face. This is the position that will be defended by the Bloc Québécois, but I repeat, as to the basic issue, we agree with the principle of the bill. And in closing, I would say that in our opinion, what is essential is to ensure that all electors be considered equal under the law. And as I said, these are the principles that we will be defending in committee. So in closing, I would repeat, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of the bill. All electors must be equal under the law. And the Bloc Québécois, as well as other political parties, thought that the Election Act as amended in 2007 was clear enough. However, since the Chief Electoral Officer refused to use his discretionary powers to ensure that everyone vote with their faces uncovered, the Bloc Québécois felt that it was necessary to amend the act as quickly as possible, and the Bloc Québécois feels that this bill introduced by the government does not really meet the principle of equality of everyone before the law, and it opens the door to not respecting the equality of men and women. The 5 first clauses were introduced in section 6 to allow for delegation of powers to another individual. As I said, this was what was missing originally in the bill, and thanks to this, a male scrutineer could accommodate an elector who is female by designating a woman before whom the elector could show her face in order to qualify to vote, and this respects the equality of men and women and equality of all electors.
As I mentioned, C6 will be supported at this point, but there will be amendments. In the sense that I have already mentioned, in that we want everybody to have the same obligations with respect to the law. I, Mr. Speaker, would like to remind the House that the Bloc has acted very quickly in this matter. We will be following the matter with great interest, particularly since this is an extremely important debate that is ongoing in Quebec as well. There is a debate with respect to a similar matter. I can tell you that it centers on the respect for equity, for equality, which is so very important to Quebecers as well as to other Canadians. We would like to see C6 amended, therefore, to meet this goal. The C6 does not fully meet the problem that occurred with respect to the Chief Electoral Officer, but we do not feel in the Bloc Québécois that it goes far enough. In the National Assembly, there is a debate, as I have said there in the past. The National Assembly unanimously, Mario Dumont, the Premier, the new leader of the Parti Québécois, all felt that common sense dictated that one must vote with the face uncovered. I have great difficulty then in seeing how, in so saying, we would be infringing upon the rights of people. Therefore, I can say that the Bloc will support, in principle, C6.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a couple of questions for my colleague. He has spoken about the principle of correcting the situation. What is the situation, is what I would ask him. What is the problem that he wants to solve? I'm asking him to tell us very specifically how many incidents occurred during the election in Quebec, the spring general election, or the September by-elections, the 3 by-elections. How many times was the present act found to be inadequate with respect to voters? And how many times did people who had their face covered, veiled, vote? What is this common sense that he speaks about? When he says that they must vote with their face uncovered, and when he says that there should be a universal card in Canada, that universal card doesn't exist outside of Quebec throughout Canada. There is no obligatory photo ID for people to vote throughout Canada. So where's the link in what he's talking about? Where is this common sense between a photo ID and the need for revealing your face? What is the principle that underlies his statements? The principle of nonsense? Voting with the face uncovered? And the need to have photo ID in Quebec. I can say that two pieces of ID are required because there is no universal photo ID.
Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out to my colleague there, it is the principle of fairness, equity, and equality between all voters and men and women. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, there were 4 women who went to vote veiled, and they used the guidelines of the Chief Electoral Officer to do so. But that was an isolated incident. I'm talking about the responsibilities and the wisdom of the voters in all ridings, and particularly in the 3 ridings where the by-elections were held. Once again, it's not a matter of intensive questions, one after the other. What we're looking at here is if there is a possibility of voting with your face covered for one category of voters. It seems that, of course, if there are medical reasons, as outlined in C6. But other than that, it seems to me that you are contravening the principle of equality between men and women. And in addition to that, what's more, that was never requested by the Muslim community. There was an interview that was given by a woman on a CBC program who said These women have been voting for years. They have never asked for special treatment. They know that they are entitled to under the terms of the present legislation. They feel that it's normal for security reasons to unveil at the passport office, for example, and therefore it is normal for them to unveil when they vote. So when you create an exemption that is going to create two categories of citizens to meet a request that was never made by any group within society in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, we will get into the real debate a little later on. It seems to me that this is a vision of a society that is called multiculturalism, which adds cultures and ethnic groups to a society rather than to find all the members of common ground for all the members of the various groups. It's not the intercultural approach that is taken in Quebec. This harks back to the time of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who want to go back to the approach that was developed by their leader at the time. The Liberal Party of Canada felt that for reasons that are based on common sense and rights of equality, that people had to vote with a visible face, without having your face covered. But now we seem to feel that in the caucus there has been a change in the approach of the party, and they are moving closer to Pierre Elliott Trudeau's approach. That is, that society is composed of individuals and groups that are interrelated. We don't want to, of course, to know that there are incidents. We are happy that there weren't many incidents, but the responsibility of Parliament is to answer the concerns that arise, not to wait until the problem arises. It's the Chief Electoral Officer who called upon the legislators to correct the situation, and once again, this is why we want to go beyond C6, to be sure that the Chief Electoral Officer has the parameters well established to apply the Act, and we in the House should know how that Act will be applied. I think that the Liberals should start thinking seriously about what I have said, and perhaps that explains their problem in Quebec, because they are totally disconnected from the way Quebecers think. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don... Pardon? Oh, was that a question? Okay. I'm sorry. We have another question. The honourable member for Don Valley East has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest at the response given by the honourable member, and he talked about responsibility and wisdom, and I saw no wisdom in his response. I found it a veiled attempt at discrimination. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that currently, as the law stands, there are people who can mail in ballots, who can do special ballots. They do not have to show their faces. There are 80,000 to 1 million voters that way. And, Mr. Speaker, where is the wisdom in trying to target one community? I am very proud of Mr. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the Prime Minister, who brought in the Charter of Rights that protected everyone, that did not discriminate because I did not look like them. So I would like to see where the wisdom is in this discriminatory practices of this member.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, we have a basic principle. That's equality between men and women in the public arena, you cannot get around that. For example, if a man, as I mentioned earlier, does not want to deal with a policewoman, for us that contravenes the law. In the public space, in the public forum, not in terms of religion. That men and women have the same rights but the same obligations and responsibilities before the law. I repeat, that was never requested by the Muslim community. We have evidence to that fact coming from the Canadian Muslim Congress. I think that the conclusion that was drawn by the honourable member is clear. What we're dealing with is a legacy from Pierre Elliott Trudeau, a conception of a society that is obsolete in many ways, because we have debated this issue of citizenship over the years. I think that NC6, even though it is not complete, it is moving towards a more modern approach of integrating the new arrivals to the country rather than multiculturalism. We have, of course, I'm not saying there are no problems in Quebec and Canada, but also in Great Britain. If you look at Great Britain, I think the time has come to wake up and see that there is a differentiation to be made between the public forum, the public place, and the respect of values and rights on an equal footing for all individuals. It is not a religious issue. It is non-religious.
Don Valley.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
I'm so glad that the member from the bloc explained his principles, his good sense, his logic, and his understanding of the problem. The problem is, there is no problem. He just told us that in the general elections of Quebec, there were a grand total of 4 people who showed up wearing a veil, and they were dealt with under the existing law. Where is the problem? He says, we're going to correct the situation. What situation? There is no situation. The problem here is that we're being asked to pass a law which is entirely unnecessary. It makes no sense. It was not a problem during the Ontario general election, which has exactly the same rules. It was not a problem during the Quebec general election. It was not a problem during the Quebec by-elections. We don't have a problem. We have a method of dealing with it. We ask for pieces of identification, which don't have to be with a photo ID. We ask in case of doubt that people swear, take an oath that they are who they are, and they will suffer the penalties if they're not who they're supposed to be. But we're not here to pass unnecessary legislation where there is no problem. Worse than that, Mr. Speaker, we're not here to pass coded legislation. Legislation which singles out only one group. You notice how often people use the word the veiled voting bill as opposed to the visual identification bill or what other Orwellian phrase we're currently using for this. It is singling out a specific group of people, Muslim women, who are not part of a problem, who haven't asked for this, and who are now being asked to say, even though I didn't ask for this, I'll go along because I want to go along. Why should any group in Canadian society of innocent people who are being singled out for a non-problem be asked to swallow themselves whole simply to get along? What we want is everyone to participate in this society as full members of it, and we would certainly want that for newcomers, including Muslim women of all sorts, veiled or unveiled. And meanwhile, there are real problems. There's the real problem which is addressed by C-18, which is leaving 1 million people off the voters list. That strikes me as a bit of a problem. And yet we're investing all of this energy in a non-problem which has this side-swiping effect for a group of innocent women in this country. And I think it is a totally ridiculous bill. It is, of course, completely illogical. You can vote by a postal vote and there's no problem at all. You can vote stark naked. You can vote with a blanket over your head. You can vote underwater, blowing bubbles, as long as you don't get it on the paper. You can do all of that, and there is no connection with visual identification. You cannot insist that every Canadian has to have a photo ID because there is no photo ID which all Canadians have to have. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I want to be splitting my time with the member for Don Valley East, who has much to say on this point.
This is a veiled threat?
This is not a veiled threat. This is a real opportunity because I'm a sharing kind of guy. So, since we can't insist that all Canadian citizens have driver's licenses or any other standard visual identification, there is no connection between showing your face and the forms of ID which are available to people. You might as well say show your left foot or your belly button. None of them make any sense. We're not here to promulgate laws which are unnecessary, and we're not here to deal with illogicality and a lack of principle. And finally, if you wanted to get into the general oddity of this bill, there's what I call the English patient clause. Now, for those of you who saw the film, The English Patient, you remember that guy who's lying in his little villa all covered with bandages? Apparently, we're worried about him. There are 4 references to the English patient in here, bandaged people. And bandaged people are not going to be treated like anybody else. There's going to be a discrimination between bandaged people and unbandaged people. But the bandaged people, mind you, they have to come forward with a piece of ID saying, I really need the bandage. One has a sort of strange image of these guys getting off their deathbeds, crawling out from their Italian villas like the English patient, and casting their vote. But it is not to treat all voters the same. So why have we got the English patient exception, and yet we go on about this other non-problem over here? So all in all, Mr. Speaker, this is a silly bill. Silly and dangerous because it promulgates a false idea that there is somehow a problem, and that problem is somehow associated with Muslim women, the very people we're trying to get to be citizens along with everybody else in this country. So we shouldn't be passing this bill. It's unnecessary, it's silly, and it's illogical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rather enjoyed my honourable colleague's, frankly, silly diatribe. Entertaining diatribe, I should say. He talked about blowing bubbles. Frankly, I think he was blowing smoke, because all parties in this House agreed that something needed to be done quickly. This government has shown leadership. We've tabled this. We would love to move on to C-18, which frankly is a significant problem that this government is also going to deal with, has dealt with already expeditiously, and we would ask for their help in doing this. Let's get C6 behind us. All 4 parties agreed that this needs to be done. So why are they stalling? Why are they not showing leadership on this issue? They talk about leadership. Let's show some in the House together with this government. Get it behind us so we can move on. Quit stalling. Get on with it.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Part of our duty as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, is to reflect on things, to take in additional information, to ask ourselves with a little time whether this makes any sense. And that's what we're doing. We're looking at it. We have the bill before us, and we're saying, now that we've looked at it, this is not logical. There is no problem which is being solved by this, and it has this dark side of discrimination about it. That's why we're opposed to it.
On questions and comments, l'honorable.
The honourable member for
Sherbrooke. Sherbrooke.
For Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my Conservative colleague, I heard things that made the hair rise on the back of my neck a little bit. I have worked with my colleague in committee, and I have a lot of respect for him. But I'm wondering something quite serious here. I'm wondering what lies behind his thinking. I think that it is essential that when we can identify someone, we should identify them. The right to vote exists, and we have to make sure that no one usurps the identity of someone else. Given the history of the party that my colleague represents, and I almost lost the election in my riding in 1998 because there were people who were trying to use other people's identity to vote. I would wonder how this augurs for the next election for the Liberals.
Well,
what lies behind this? Well, 2 things. I'm not a stupid person, so when I see an idiotic bill, then I have to denounce it as such. And I do not have the mythology that surrounds Muslim women, and I represent the people in my riding. My riding has the highest rate of Muslims in the whole country. In any election, whether we're talking about a by-election, a provincial election, or a federal election, this is the case. I know my riding well, and I'm defending it against mythology. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't help myself but to weigh in. Here's the simple facts, Mr. Speaker. At the Procedure and House Affairs, all four parties said we have to do something. We have to bring a bill forward, and including the honourable member's party. They supported it there, they asked for it there, and now all of a sudden, I'm not sure if it's because they know the other three parties are all in favor that they have an opportunity to stand up and vote instead of sitting down, instead of abstaining. I mean, I'm not sure why where they're standing, but Mr. Speaker, the record will show at Procedure and House Affairs, they absolutely asked for the government for this legislation. They were supportive. It was unanimously passed at committee, and now they're not sure where they stand. I mean, it's consistent with what we've seen from the Liberals in the last few weeks. They're not sure when they should vote, what they should vote for. So it's, I guess it's not surprising that we're now seeing that they're somehow miraculously opposed to this when they were calling for it at committee, and the government's given exactly them the bill that they asked for.
Response from the Honourable Member for Don Valley
First
West.
of all, we didn't ask for this bill with its illogicality. Second, what we said in Proceeding in House Affairs that we should consider the matter, that's what we're doing. We're considering it. And having considered it, we'll reject it because we actually take on board new information, Mr. Speaker. That's our job as parliamentarians. We have thought about it, reflected, consulted, and now we realize this is not the way to go.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on this important issue of democratic freedom in our country. As my esteemed colleague from Don Valley West has said, this is a flawed bill. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the rights of individuals to freely practice his or her religion without interference from the state. Regretfully, the Conservatives are proposing legislation that will not only divide Canadians, but also targets a religious minority for no other reason but to pander to politics of fear and ignorance. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are showing their disdain for the rights and freedoms, and Bill C-6, an act to amend the Canadian Election Act, is a flawed legislation. It represents a knee-jerk reaction that would require Muslim women to unveil their niqab or burqa for the purpose of visual identification at the ballot box. Now, Canadians could be forgiven for thinking veiled Muslim women pose an urgent threat to the integrity of our electoral system. And therefore, it appears the Prime Minister has made it one of his priorities that forces voters to show their faces at the polls. But is there any shred of evidence that such a problem existed in the first place? The Conservative government has admitted there was no apparent case of fraud in 3 federal by-elections that were held in September in Quebec, when unjustified hysteria over veiled Muslim women first boiled over. So what is it that the Conservatives are trying to fix? If a problem does not exist, what are they trying to fix? I think what they are trying to fix is, if you don't look like me, if you don't act like me, then you are a problem. And I think that really is unfair to a large population of over 1 million people who have been law-abiding citizens, who have voted, and who have never faced discrimination of the nature that they are seeing at the moment. Right. The legislation was not crafted in response to any incident involving fraud. Rather, it is irrational and hysterical. If the problem did exist, why didn't the Prime Minister not include these provisions when in the electoral bill that was passed by this House less than 6 months ago? Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have tried to dress up this bill as a means to enhance public confidence in the democratic process. But it has nothing to do with electoral integrity and everything to do with the pandering to the narrow-minded fears about minorities, particularly in Quebec, where this troubling debate over reasonable accommodation is now raging. So, if there is a requirement for visual identification, at the moment it is not required in a federal election by law. In fact, Canadians have the option in this country to vote by postal ballot where no identification is required. Yet the Conservative government firmly believes that veiled Muslim women are a threat. I challenge any member of this House to document one single incident that electoral fraud in Canada was committed by a veiled Muslim woman.
I don't have any.
As Canada's chief electoral officer has pointed out, there are over 80,000 Canadians who voted in the last federal election through the postal system, and yet none of them were required to provide photo identification. Why? Because the law does not require it. These people are snowbirds and other Canadians that are out of the country during a federal election. Should we therefore disenfranchise 80,000 Canadians based on irrational fear? It may interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that Muslim women currently serving in the Canadian forces are permitted to wear hijab on duty. Is this government therefore trying to say to the Muslim women, it is okay to serve in the front lines of the Canadian military, but it is not okay for them to wear a veil when they vote? Mr. Speaker, Canadian forces want to recruit more Muslim women because we desperately need them. We are in Afghanistan. We have no idea what the Conservatives really have no idea what they're doing there. They do not even know what pluralism or diversity means. So what is the message that these Conservatives are trying to convey? Is this government trying to uphold only the rights of certain citizens, and it will succumb to fear and sudden whims that pose no threats? As parliamentarians, we are elected to represent our constituency, and I feel obligated to resist policies that are made on irrational impulses. We are elected to consider legislation, look at it. If it is based on reasoning and rational thought, then we approve it. On this occasion, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as it currently reads, it unfairly targets a religious minority. And, Mr. Speaker, it is not only contrary to my beliefs, but more important, it is contrary to the current law as it currently exists. I would strongly urge this government to reconsider this legislation and reflect on its responsibility to uphold democratic rights in the country. Considering how flawed the bill is, and considering that it is targeting only one community, it is important that it be tightened up, the flaws reviewed, the bill not pass, because it will not ever pass the Charter challenge. It is another example of the Conservatives' agenda of divisiveness and discrimination against one group. There are glaring inconsistencies, and it is shamefully playing cheap politics at the expense of Canadian Muslims. It will not achieve anything. It will not achieve its stated goal of improving visual identification, except wanting one group to lift its veil. And it is really, Mr. Speaker, a veiled attempt at discrimination against one group. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Questions and comments of the honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even sure I should make a comment because I wouldn't want to infer any impartiality. I am the chairman of the committee that studied that bill, and I am appalled, absolutely appalled at the member's comments. The member is making this into a race issue. We heard from a number on that committee, Mr. Speaker. We heard from a number of representatives from the Muslim community, and every single member of those that represented those numerous communities across this country were absolutely ashamed of this becoming a race issue. The revealing of faces is not a religious issue, it's a custom. And they were appalled at any insinuation that this had anything to do with race. And to have the members stand in this House and suggest that anyone else besides her own comments are dividing this nation is absolutely rejected and shameful. The Muslim community wants this legislation. This legislation was debated. Witnesses were heard. The members opposite were completely in favor of this legislation at the time. I wish I counted the words in that speech to mention the number of times that member is wrong and should be ashamed of making this into a race issue. It is not a race issue, and I wish you would apologize to the Muslim communities in this country.
Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to respond to the member. It shows the arrogance of the Conservatives. They think they represent the Muslim community. They think they talk to the Muslim community. They have no clue. I, as a Muslim woman, take pride in whatever garb I wear. I do not wear the hijab or the niqab. That's not the issue. The issue is that this government has decided to make veil an issue. They have decided to target a community. They have decided themselves to be discriminating against 1 million Muslims. Mr. Speaker, they should apologize. They should be ashamed of it. There was no issue. Why did they make it an issue? The current law does not require visual identification. There is no photo identification required. You could use a debit card. You could use a bank statement. What sort of nonsense are they spouting, Mr. Speaker? It shows the Conservatives have no idea when they bring in bills. They bring in haphazard legislation and expect people to pass legislation which is so haphazard, so ludicrous, so stupid.
The honourable member for Langley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found with interest, listened with interest the comments of my colleague across, and my question for her is where the Liberal Party stands. Now, she's been quite articulate in her positions, but the Liberal Party has been very clear that at least the leader was very clear. And at committee that they wanted this. They asked for this, Mr. Speaker, and there was unanimous support for this at committee, as we've heard. But we heard from Don Valley East and Don Valley West about their position on this. So my question for her is this her position on this, or is it her leader's position on this? And if it is her leader's position, then a follow-up question is, why has he changed his position on this? Because we've seen consistent flip-flops on this, or is this a tactic to stall? Because Canadians want this dealt with, and it was not very long ago, unanimous in committee, that the committee asked that this be dealt with. And so the government has provided good legislation. So is her position changing, or is it her leader? And so hopefully she can answer those questions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party was the party of the Charter of Rights, and it believes in the Charter of Rights, and it will uphold the Charter of Rights, whether you're a veiled woman or not a veiled woman, whether you're white, purple, pink, or black, because that's what the Charter of Rights states. We do not distinguish, we do not discriminate against gays or sexual orientation, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, by singling out veiled women, the government has seized an opportunity to look at visible signs of differences. So the next they will go after beards or turbans or whatever that is that they will do. The rights of every citizen have to be protected. And Canadian citizens in a pluralistic society, in a society where immigrants are, 1 to 5, we need to be behaving like Canadians, but we do not have to be a monolith. So, Mr. Speaker, in light of this, any absence of security concerns, I do not know why this is such a prejudicial bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With great pleasure, today I'm going to take part in this debate on Bill C-6, which basically relaunches here in the House the debate on veiled voting. We have to realize that in the first hours of the debate that we've had here in the House, we are looking at this bill, but also this whole issue, which is very emotional. My colleague, who is just walking out of the House, talked with a great deal of emotion in his remarks about this issue. So I see that it is very emotional, and I would like to begin by saying that I find a lot of difficulty accepting the beginning of what I heard from the Liberals. I'm not clear about their position. On September 7th, 2007, only 2 months ago, the Liberal Party was calling for amendments, calling for the Chief Electoral Officer to take action to change the decision that he made with respect to the by-elections held September 7th in Quebec. So it is difficult to understand today what has been said in the first speeches by the Liberals. We heard the leader of the Liberal Party say something quite different on September 7th. This debate here in the House is not a new one. It is part of the wider debate in Quebec in the last two elections. We had the by-elections in Quebec, which confirmed the election of Pauline Marois. Veiled voting by women was at the core of that election campaign, and it certainly came up in the by-election. The debate also arose during the by-elections on September 17th in Quebec, where the federal chief electoral officer announced that veiled women could vote in the upcoming federal election, in the by-elections on September 17th, without showing their face. The Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, and the Bloc Québécois intervened right away, calling on the chief electoral officer to change his mind. After some amount of dithering, in particular by the NDP leader did call on the CEO to revise his decision. So here we have Bill C-6, which is intended to amend the Canada Elections Act to force voters to show their face when they register or when they vote.
And this bill includes a certain number of exceptions. One of them would allow an elector, for a medical reason, to keep his or her face covered as long as 2 pieces of ID were presented. There are other exceptions as well, which mean that in some circumstances, and this involves some flexibility within the Act, it will be possible to determine under what conditions a person would have to uncover his or her face. And this was available as of early 2007 when we amended the Elections Act and we dealt with the identity of electors, and we felt that through this legislative amendment in 2007 that the problems that had been raised during 2 previous by-elections, and I would emphasize the one that was held in September, would have been dealt with and solved by amending the Elections Act. But C-31, we must admit, and C-31 was studied in February of 2007, made compulsory the presentation of identification for voting. We felt it was clear enough that electors would have to prove their identity because this is the spirit of the Act. It isn't a racial issue, as some members are trying to paint it today. It's simply in order to ensure that electors are properly identified, and we felt at the time that the amendment to the Elections Act through C-31 would be sufficient to clarify the situation as to the identification of electors. However, we must remember that the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada refused to use his exceptional powers to ensure that all voters would show their faces. And the Bloc Québécois feels, therefore, that it is necessary to amend the Act as quickly as possible, and that is why my colleague for Montmorency Charlevoix Haute-Côte-Nord introduced his private member's bill, Bill C-465, which would amend the Elections Act to ensure that all electors will show their faces when voting. And this type of accommodation, which would allow certain electors to not show their faces when it is time to vote. Well, this is the type of reasonable accommodation that has been requested even by the Muslim community. On Radio-Canada, in an interview on September 10th, 2007, Ms. Asma Ibnuzari herself stated that Muslim women took it upon themselves to show their faces because they felt it was normal for purposes of security, since they already do it at the passport office or when going through the border. So the Montreal Muslim Association, which I believe represents the community in Montreal, felt that for years women had been voting and had never asked for special treatment, even though they knew that they were entitled to do so. So this type of accommodation, which would mean that women would not have to show their faces, was not something that they had asked for or demanded. And that's why we have to act as quickly as possible. Is C6 perfect? No, it is not perfect. But in terms of the principle, it has the advantage of dealing with a situation that the Chief Electoral Officer refuses to do in using the powers that he has by way of the Elections Act. Now, what is not perfect with C6? We feel that the principle of gender equality is not respected in this bill, because when we read the 5 first clauses that were introduced, this would allow the receiving officer or the scrutineer to delegate powers to another individual. A male recruiting officer could designate a woman before whom a female voter could show her face, and this is unacceptable. It's as if in my riding office, if I have citizens who are of Arab or Muslim origin were to come into my office and say, well, I'm sorry, but your assistant can't serve me because she is a woman. And my response would be, this woman is highly competent and she's here to serve our citizens. And there's no possible doubt gender equality is an essential right. And I don't see why within this bill these gender equality principles cannot be respected. So I will close by saying that this debate is, of course, emotional, but it reminds us that we have a responsibility to democracy, and we have to find a fair balance between accommodating citizens and identifying them when it is time to vote, because voting is an important right. There can be exceptions for medical reasons, but as to the rest, I think we have to ensure that when a citizen comes to vote, then that citizen must deal with the returning officer or the scrutineer who is present and identify himself or herself under the provisions of the Act that we have today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
I listened to the member's remarks, and so I understand that he was on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, or had listened to the witnesses. So if I understood him right, and I'd like him just to reiterate that there is no issue with the Muslim women, because we are not. This isn't what it's about, and I wanted him to reiterate that and tell me then why would the Liberals try to make it into such an issue? Because if they agreed at committee once they heard that the Muslim women themselves are not offended, because they certainly know, and I think, can you assure us that this is definitely, can the members assure us that this is definitely not anything to do with them being Muslim? It's about voter identification at the polls. So I'd just like him to remark, please.
L'Honourable Deputy de Rose.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Well, Mr. Speaker, just as my colleague did this morning, I listened to the Liberal Party's speeches, and I'm very surprised by what my opposition colleagues have said, that is the official opposition colleagues, because the Liberal Party leader last September 6th asked the Chief Electoral Officer to revise and change his decision. So it seems to me that there should be some consistency shown this morning in this House. And I'm saying this very humbly. I'm not playing any political games here in saying this. I think there's a way to support the principle of this bill. As I said, it's not perfect. It can be amended in committee, but as to the principle of the bill, it seems to me that we should all be in favor of it, because everyone was, or almost everyone was in agreement, except for the NDP, which changed its position at one point. But it seems to me that all political parties had arrived at a consensus, and the Liberal Party was in agreement as well. And I have a great deal of difficulty in understanding the first speeches that have been made by the Liberal Party on this.
Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few questions for my colleague for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. He says that nothing is irrational in this, but in the next breath, he talks about veiled voting. That isn't the title of the bill, but he talks about the bill on veiled voting. And who would be concerned then? Would it be nuns? I don't think so. I think it's a particular group, and that would be Muslim women. So I'd like him to explain the logical link between visual identification and the fact that in Canada we can't insist that everyone have photo ID. And once we can't insist that everyone have photo ID, then why insist that one should show one's face? If it isn't compulsory to have photo ID in Canada, then why is it compulsory to show one's face? That makes no sense, and that's what I'm asking him about. And finally, or almost finally, I would ask him to think about the situation with a passport which is used to cross a border and the difference between a passport and the right to vote. You have a choice to take your passport and leave the country, but you have no choice when it comes to voting. It's a right when it comes to voting. And what's the problem? How many incidents will be solved through this bill? We talk about principles. What principles? There is no problem, and it's not necessary to have this bill. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence that my colleague is wrong is that it isn't a racial issue. If a citizen, a Canadian citizen, someone from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie who was born and raised there but is wearing a veil and decides to go to vote, that person must be identified, and it doesn't matter what the person's origin is. We have to avoid having citizens going to vote wearing a veil, whether they are Muslim or not. And it seems to me that that's the least we can do, is to ensure that we can identify ourselves. And, well, no photo. I think my colleague is demonstrating that it is perhaps time that we have a voter's card or an elector's card. And it seems to me that we would solve most of the problems if we were to do that. Now, when it comes to passports and crossing the border, I'm not the one who is using that example. It is Présence Musulmane Montréal. In an interview on September 10th, the representative said that these women never asked for special treatment, even though they know that they are entitled to this treatment. They have decided to show their faces because they felt it was normal when it comes to security, as they do when they go to the passport office or when they cross the border. And this is Présence Musulmane that said this. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, we have heard comments about the veiled vote, and that gives a racial characteristic to it. But when I went to see people voting in the by-elections, they were wandering around not only with veils but also with grocery bags on their heads, and people were mocking the process. And I think this is a long way from giving one vote to one person. I did some research, and no country in the world allows women to vote with veils, except perhaps here. So, since we are talking about checking a photo against the face of a person to confirm that person's identity, this is to my colleague, but I'd like to know, what would the Liberal Party have to gain in making sure that people can remain anonymous when they vote? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I answered the question earlier. It's very dangerous, Mr. Speaker, to take C6 and use it to say that this is only racial in nature. It's a very dangerous game that the Liberal Party is playing this morning. And I think that the example that the member gave is an example that I gave earlier. An elector who comes in with a disguise and comes to the polling place to vote must identify himself or herself, just as is the case with someone wearing a veil who is of Muslim origin. It's a simple matter of being able to identify the elector. My colleague is right. I believe there are precedents in Morocco where accommodations are provided, but when a citizen comes to vote, there must be some way to identify that voter. It's a principle It's the simple principle that is sought here in this bill, and this is something that the Liberal Party of Canada should agree to this morning.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite amazing that everyone in this House pretends to be an expert on Islam. Of course, the Muslim member from Don Valley West would know very, very little about it. You know, as Christians, we can stand up here and we say, I'm going to heaven, you're going to hell, because the man who teaches me interprets the Bible better than your preacher does. I think that when we talk about Islam being a custom and not a religious requirement, I've heard the Kirpan referred to in the past as a custom, not a religious requirement. However, this was settled in court, and the court ruled that that was a religious requirement. I'm really wondering, you know, you talk about, you spoke to all these Muslims, 50, 100, 500. That does not make you an expert on Islam. It does not make you an expert on whether this is custom or a religious requirement. And you're saying that the Muslim community asked for this. I'm sure they didn't come up and ask for this because this non-issue became a major issue. Is that not true? Did they come before or after we made this an issue?
Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie will have 30 seconds to respond. Well, the question didn't arise, and the answer is clear. The question arose well before we debated it here. It was raised, if my colleague had followed the Quebec provincial elections, as well as the federal by-elections last September, she would have known that it was based on fact that we have this bill today. It's because citizens tried, and not only were they Muslim citizens, but citizens, full stop. And we have to be careful. We don't want to enter into a racial debate. Citizens went to vote, and they were wearing veils. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First, by stating that I was splitting my time with the member from Brampton West. Mr. Speaker, as we debate various legislation proposals in this House, we are most often dealing with what we would describe as the what question. What is the bill designed to do? What does it change? What does it replace in terms of current law? However, I must confess that like many of my colleagues in this House, I'm asking a why question when it comes to the Conservative government's Bill C6. Why has the government brought forward this particular piece of legislation, and why at this time? First, one could ask whether or not there is a pressing and widespread problem with respect to the integrity of the voting process in regards to women who choose for religious reasons to wear a veil. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, this is simply not the case. If it were not for the fact that some politicians have raised this issue, I am not sure it would have materialized as a major concern for Canadians, their elected representatives, or observers of the political arena in this country. I read with interest a quotation from the head of the Islamic Association of Nova Scotia, who said of this issue, "There was no controversy. The Muslim community never complained. The women would gladly take off their veil for a woman official." I won't dwell too much upon the possible reasons for the government to bring forward Bill C6, but let us consider the normal motivation for legislative initiatives. The primary and appropriate motivation is based upon a sound and pressing policy requirement. In other words, the introduction of a piece of law is based upon sound public policy and the greater good of our society. Second, the less acceptable motivation is for political purposes. In view of the fact this issue is not of concern to Elections Canada and was not clearly in need of urgent remedial action, I can only leave members of this House to draw their own conclusions in regard to what has motivated the government to introduce Bill C-6. I believe a number of my colleagues have already raised the issues of mail-in ballots in regards to Bill C-6. While the government seems to be preoccupied with respect to the issue of veiled women having to remove their veils in voting stations, they seem to be perfectly comfortable with the concept of mail-in ballots. In the 2006 federal elections, there were approximately 80,000 mail-in ballots. Obviously, it is by very definition and practice not possible to visually confirm the identification of a voter using a mail-in ballot. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-6 and current election laws does not even require the representation of a photographic identification for the purpose of casting a ballot in a federal general election. In practical terms, then, Bill C-6 could create a scenario where a veiled voter is required to unveil themselves after having presented several pieces of non-photographic identification. What possible benefits is derived from this unless the polling official personally knows the voter? The practical realities of Bill C-6 are simply absurd. We should also take note of the fact that in nations like the United Kingdom, there has been talk of addressing voter turnout issues by permitting voters over the Internet. Clearly, the future will likely include the use of such tools to facilitate easier voting by citizens in Canada. When and if this comes to Canada, it will only further relegate the insignificant legislation like Bill C-6. The real motivation of the government is clear to many observers. The Globe and Mail editorial page recently expressed the thoughts of many reasonable observers when it stated in regards to Bill C-6 the following: pandering to prejudice is a cheap way to win votes. Prime Minister Stephen Harper is pandering by introducing a bill to force veiled Muslim women to show their faces at polls.
I have to remind the honourable member for Davenport that we don't use our colleagues' proper names, but riding names or titles. You cannot do indirectly what you cannot do directly in the House, so please refrain from using the proper name.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that this is just the latest manifestation of the government's politics of division and discord. We have only to look to the termination of the Courts Challenge program or the government's opposition to the equal treatment of gays and lesbians as examples of their approach to governing. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this is really a non-issue, that the government has whipped up in tempest of their own narrow and limited political objectives. If the government wanted to address real issues facing our country in terms of elections, they could look to ways of addressing various serious concerns, like ever-shrinking voter turnout at election time. In federal elections, in this country, we are averaging only 66% voter turnout. At the provincial and municipal levels of government, it's even worse, where turnout levels in 50% and 25% range, respectively. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, there is need to reform our electoral system to encourage more Canadians to come out to vote, not to find or create situations that discourage voting. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-6 is another example of the government pattern of targeting specific groups of Canadians. It's just not appropriate or fair. Instead of simply aiming laws like Bill C-6 at one particular groups in our country, we should be embarking upon a thorough and comprehensive review of our electoral system. We need to look at broad-based issues. This can include the issues of photographic identification. Is something we should require? Is it practical? The reality is that current laws, as noted before, does not require photographic identification. This is something we can look at in the context of comprehensive review of voting regulations. Similarly, there are other means of voting that we need to look at in order to encourage Canadians to vote. Mr. Speaker, we have an aging population that finds it increasingly more difficult to vote. As the number of older Canadians grow, there is a real challenge to their ability to exercise their rights to vote at polling stations. This is especially true during winter campaigns. Although there are some processes available to allow people in these situations to vote, they are cumbersome and act in reality as a deterrent to voting. Likewise, many Canadians travel during winter months, and during winter elections, many not have the opportunity to exercise the right to vote at polling stations. Again, while there is a mail-in ballots, we should look at the process to determine how it might be made easier for overseas Canadians to vote. Another major and ever-increasing issue is that of apathy found among young Canadians in terms of exercising their right to vote. These Canadians are the future of our country, what we can do to encourage them to vote. We need to address this issue like these because they are issues of substance. They speak to the heart of the issue facing our electoral system. Instead of playing political games with issues like those found in connection with Bill C-6, we should be looking to address these real and pressing concerns. Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is a compelling document. It is not only a document, it is a spirit of our country. It is an expression of values we hold dear to our hearts as citizens of this great country. It is also something this government finds an inconvenience. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms speaks to our equality and the rights of the free expression of our religious beliefs. Bill C-6, in essence, is looking upon the issues as some kind of cultural matter. The issue of veil is not cultural. It is expression for Muslim women of their religious beliefs. In view of the fact that the current election laws does not require photographic identification, in view of the fact that the mail-in ballots are permitted by election laws, in view of the fact this issue has not been raised by the Muslim community who are directly affected, in view of the fact that voters can simply vote using a utility bill or bank statement, why is the government raising this issue? Is it really my original question once again? Why, Mr. Speaker, the government needs to answer this question truthfully. It was the great philosopher Aristotle who said, democracy arises out of the notion that those who are equal in any respect are equal in all respects. This statement is something we should all consider today in this House as we debate this government-proposed law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to suggest to the member, if he's so confused of why we're doing it, this is the time to do it before an election so that the people at the polls that have to use some discretionary measures to give a ballot. This is the time to do it. It was, I believe, the election officer that insisted that this has to be done, and it is about the integrity of the democracy or of the vote. So I don't understand why he wouldn't want to see this go through and be settled. It is not about they're making it into a cultural or religious issue. It's nothing to do with that. It's asking identification, visual identification to get a ballot. That's all it is. And it has not been an issue until they have created an issue out of it. But I'm trying to think of all the things that come up on an election night, and perhaps like the member from Quebec or from the Bloc that tried to stress that these kind of things become an issue on election night when these people don't have a lot of time to seek out some sort of guidance on this. And if you're trying to, or if the member's trying to make a religious issue out of it and saying, then perhaps go back to the people that he's saying are affected. And they've already said to the committee that they are not affected by this legislation. They will be glad to take off their veil. So they're not unhappy about it. It has been already by all parties have agreed at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to have this legislation for the integrity of the voting system. So why not just pass the bill? It doesn't sound like it's going to hurt anyone or cause any problems throughout the Muslim communities, and because this has nothing to do with just religion or culture, it's more to do with showing ID at the polls.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken both in this House and also the Committee of House and Procedures Affairs, the need for the importance of reviewing our electoral laws, and specifically how people vote, and what is the requirements that is needed when people do cast a ballot, because I think it's quite important for the integrity of the system that there is proper identification when people are making ballots. And I have argued for, in fact, for photo identification. The problem is that the government, in its haste, has brought a series of laws into this House without carefully looking at all the ramifications. A case in point was the law that they brought into place that looked at the voter identification and missed out a piece of it, and several other pieces were also missing that are very important. I have raised in my debate the issue of the fact that you can bring a bill, a phone bill, there's no photo ID, and you can cast a ballot. The problem is that with this specific legislation, my deepest fear and concern is that it does come and it is appearing more and more like a targeting of one group and missing out all these other issues that have equally importance to the whole process of voting in this country. So if the government wants to table legislation that reviews the whole system of how we vote, how to get more voter participation, how to look at bringing everybody into a photo ID card for every single Canadian that casts a ballot, I am fine with that. I'm willing to look at that and study that. But no, what the government has decided to do is target, and it is really targeting, one specific group. And it cannot deny the fact it is targeting one group. And that is what I find most offensive about this law.
There's enough time for one more brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, been listening to this debate. We know that this issue has gone before committee. We know that it unanimously passed the committee. We're trying to shore up a small hole. And what the other side is trying to do is trying to make it into a wedge issue. They know very well that this has nothing to do with discrimination. This has nothing to do with singling out a particular minority. This has only to do with the chief electoral officer's concern being addressed. And the other side now is trying to slow down this legislation. It's a ruse. It's a red herring. They're trying to paint a particular political party and group of people with a smear. It's sort of like the reverse smear. Why don't they just get on with it? Why don't they just, come right out and say it? But oh no, they use innuendo. So let's get on with this. The Canadian people expect us to.
The Honourable Member for Davenport has just about 30 seconds left.
The member is factually incorrect when he says the fact that the Chief Electoral Office is calling for this. He's not calling for this at all. The only party that's calling for is your party, the government, who in fact is insisting this has to be. I am saying that there's a series of issues that need to be addressed. Why only focus on one issue? You're focusing single-handedly on one issue because of the fact you do want to create a wedge issue in this country. You do want to create an issue of intolerance and fear within the country. That is what I am offended about this legislation. If the legislation is comprehensive, if it deals with several other issues facing our country, then I am fine to deal with it, but it's not. You are focusing on...
Move on to resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what I normally like to do in this House, I really don't want to be confrontational, but I would like to just explain to the House my concerns about this legislation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had said it's not going to hurt anyone. Well, perhaps she's right. However, I am concerned that we're on a slippery slope here. We do one little thing which, you say it's not targeting. I believe it does target. Catholics don't wear burqas and the Hindus don't wear burqas, and I believe it is. And I'm not sure that it's intentionally targeting. However, since 9/11, the Muslim community has been extremely, extremely patient. They have been targeted. They're targeted at borders. They're targeted by police. I know a company where there was it was food security. They were doing testing for the government. There were 14 members in this that needed RCMP clearance. They were all immigrants. And the Muslim, Dr. Isaac Shishani, took them about 4 months longer to process his security clearance. To me, that was fairly obvious. It was because he was a Muslim. He was the only Muslim in the group. He was stopped by the police one night. They opened the trunk of his car. He had a certificate or papers, documents in there on the radiation of food. Well, that's a process which is a scientific process, which is being done in the lab. Police officers decided, oh, radiation. He was handcuffed, he was thrown in jail, he was strip searched, and no apology, nothing, allowed to wander home the next day. Tell me that's not targeting. You just tell me that's not targeting, Mr. Speaker. I'm just concerned that we continue and continue to go on thoughtlessly without really considering how these people are feeling. You know, we've heard so much debate on burqas and other women saying, oh, you know, they shouldn't be wearing burqas. It's a subjugation of women. Well, I thought being an independent woman was having the choice to be a cookie baker, the choice to be a member of parliament, and the choice to wear a bikini or, well, that one isn't up for me, but, or a burqa, without us all condemning and going after and criticizing each other and telling each other that I'm right, you're wrong. We do too much of that, Mr. Speaker. You know, when the provincial election, there was an issue on separate school, religious school funding. Did they show, who did they target in Ontario? Who did the newspaper show as wanting this religious school funding? It was the Muslim schools, it was non-white schools, were the Sikhs. They would do a little clip of the religious right or the Jewish schools, but the target there was fear. And it was using the Muslim community and their schools as a weapon. The news did that. Okay, we have politicians, and you know, I know that oftentimes we do things because we think we're going to curry the favor of ethnic groups. I agree, I do not believe that Christmas trees should be taken down at Christmas time. I think when I send a Christmas card, I should say, Merry Christmas. As a matter of fact, a Muslim imam once said to me, you know, you're the only politician that I get a Christmas card from that says Merry Christmas. And I said to him, are you offended by that? He said, no. He said, one who cannot respect their own religions and customs, how can I expect them to respect mine? So you see, Mr. Speaker, I have learned much from the Muslim community. Many rumors or jihad. We have now learned jihad is a dirty word. It's a word which means terror. It's a word which means death. It's a word which means vengeance. It isn't. Jihad is a holy war within yourself. And yet we continue to use this word and misuse this word, which is a very precious word to the Muslims. And we use it in such a negative way. I think they have been targeted. Well, I know they've been targeted. And I don't really see what the big deal is about 4 women in Quebec wearing a burqa. If I can go in and not have proof that I'm a Canadian citizen, and I can take an oath, why can't she take an oath to say who she is? I may be wrong, Mr. Speaker, but, you know, this is from my heart and soul. I believe this. I've seen many of these people. I've watched them stand there with dignity while they're being put down. And I'm just afraid that this is just another example of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Human Resources.
I actually believe the member, does really feel that this is a targeted measure. But I would say that the party as a whole, or her party and her, are going places that are really unnecessary, because it's really about the integrity of the voter, of the vote, of democracy. The persons, if they were allowed to vote with covered faces, then how do we ensure the integrity of the identifying the voters? And that's all it's about. It's about identifying voters. And these are really good stories about going through airports and being targeted and that. But that's another issue in another debate. This is just to have this little glitch in the Elections Act fixed, and that's it. It has nothing to do with targeting voters or whatever. If we were going there, then we have a lot of bigger issues if that's her issue, because it certainly has nothing to do with that. And I'm sorry that that's what it's being made into, because I can't imagine people listening to this today. And, even about listening about the schools and the religious, the way the media, as she says, handled it, that issue is with the media. And I would quickly take her debate out there and talk to the media, because I think that was very good for them to hear that should never have gone there. They have done a disservice to probably, to something as well, or had done a disservice. So I would wish, I think she, in all good intent, what she said, perhaps she really does believe it, but I think she has to look out at the big picture. This is about voting from coast to coast across Canada. It's about showing your identification. It's about ID. We need it to fix it. There must have been a reason that the elections officer has asked for it to be fixed. And it's not just to be put on hold. Let's do it now before it does become an issue, before voters do decide that they will show up in any sort of disguise and vote in the voters' booths. And those things aren't easy on election night, as I try to express. These are what we're trying to do, is avoid all of these problems. We just went through an election in Saskatchewan, so we know what it's like to have to, my daughter had to find 2 pieces of ID when she's a university student. She had to find a place to vote. It wasn't easy. She needed the ID. So I think what we're trying to do is prevent a lot of problems for election night, and we don't want to make it into a cultural issue or a targeted group issue.
Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you. I did say that the religious schooling funding was a media report, so I had no intention of debating that in the House. And I don't really believe that the intention, I don't believe that anyone there believes that they're targeting another group. I sincerely do not believe that. However, when you talk about the integrity of voter identity, are we going to stop proxy voting? We all know that proxy voting doesn't have a great deal of voter identity involved with it. Are we going to stop mail-in votes? I just don't see how, this applies to so few people. And the problems that we have on voting day with lists, with duplicate names at same addresses, I think that presents more of a likelihood of fraud, and fraud in large numbers, than something like a burqa or having a bandaged face.
There's enough time for a brief question for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Trade. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity just for a quick question. I'm just a little concerned with the members' comments, in the sense that in linking legitimate concerns about preserving the integrity of a voting system for the country with the allegations of targeting, which were essentially the focus of the member's rant today, I'm afraid that the member is doing a disservice to other members of the House, as well as to those who expressed legitimate concerns about the issue of burqas in voting booths, including her own leader, who expressed support for the concept of addressing this issue to the Canadian people. So I'd like her to assure this House that she's not attempting to impugn the intentions of her own leader today in her remarks.
Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that was a really, really silly question. And I don't think that I have accused anyone in this House of deliberately targeting anyone else. I've made that very, very clear from the outset. I've made that very clear from the outset of this speech. I have not singled out any Conservative member. I have not singled out any Bloc member. I have not singled out any one of you. I am just expressing the way I feel I'm not even saying I'm right and you're wrong, which is highly unusual in this House.
Resuming debate, veuillez prise de débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this debate this morning, I have felt a little bit of hysteria on the right-hand side of me here. We have had a number of interventions, and I'm pleased to speak to this debate. We, the politicians, have to go to the people. We know that the right to vote is a right, but there are obligations attached to it as well. And because of that, people must be able to be identified when they come to vote and express their democratic choices. I have heard many things said here, and everything turns on the idea that a certain group is under attack and therefore that this could be a discriminatory measure to a certain extent, and this is not the case. If someone wants to vote, then he or she must be able to be identified. It might be useful to look at the background and the chronology of the right to vote. We have had a similar situation in Quebec. If we go back to March 22nd, 2007, the Quebec Chief Electoral Officer affirmed that veiled women could vote even if they refused to show their faces. At the time, radio anchors called on the public to protest this decision by the Chief Electoral Officer. On March 23rd, given the complaints and fearful that the election was going to turn into a circus, the Chief Electoral Officer changed his mind and said all the voters would have to reveal their faces. Then Bill C-31 was passed here to amend the Canada Elections Act. On September 6th, the federal Chief Electoral Officer indicated that women wearing the veil could vote in the by-elections on September 17th in Quebec and in the upcoming federal elections. Then the Bloc Québécois and others called on the CEO to reverse his decision. The Muslim Association of Montreal agreed with that decision. The next day, the New Democratic Party called for the Chief Electoral Officer's decision to be reviewed. We then had an indication that the CEO would not change the decision before the September 17th by-elections. In that by-election, there were at least 4 women in Outremont who voted with the burqa on to protest the proposed measure. And someone even voted with a ski mask on. The government indicated that there would be legislation on veiled voting brought in on October 23rd. As announced, the Bloc Québécois introduced a bill to ban veiled voting. And on the 26th of October, the Conservative government brought in a bill that would prevent veiled voting. The Bloc Québécois obviously supports the principle of this bill. But there are some aspects of it that we find somewhat troubling. We will have to come back to them and perhaps amend them. In the bill, which is introduced by the government, there is no mention of the equality of everyone before the law. The bill opens the possibility of having gender discrimination. Bill C6 would enable deputy returning officers and poll clerks to have their power delegated, and this would enable a woman voter to allow a veiled voter to reveal her identity. We find this difficult to accept. We will support the principle of the bill, but we would like these aspects of it repealed. The bill also introduces some exemptions. Someone who has his or her face covered because of medical needs then will have to present 2 pieces of ID with a photo. Someone can also have, there's also the possibility of having additional people at the poll that can be delegated to perform the tasks of identification. We find some of the reactions a bit bizarre, especially on the part of certain liberals that talked about this being a witch hunt, that said that we do not have the ability to deal with this issue. This concerns democracy, the right to vote, and that it is almost impossible to usurp someone's identity because in the past, certainly in the far past, it would not be possible for someone to cover his or her face in a way that the person's identity would be hidden. And now things have changed, and there is a reflex to the effect that some people use any excuse to have people who wear a mask or a veil, and as you know, someone did come with a mask that was not burqa in any way. So this shows that there are people, probably to make fun of the situation to a certain extent, but they were showing that it was possible to vote without being properly identified. The Liberal reaction is surprising to me, I must say, because the Liberal leader had taken a different position. On September 9th, I have an article here from La Presse. The Liberal leader said that we disagree with the chief electoral officer and we would ask him to review his decision. People must be able to identify themselves when they go to vote. This was the Liberal leader that made this statement. The Liberal leader also said that he disagreed with Elections Canada not to come back to this issue of veiled voting, but he could go along with the current legislation. We have all of the leaders of the House here that were on the same wavelength at one point, that there was a need for changes so that people could be identified when they went to vote. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of principles underlying the Bloc Québécois' position on this bill. As you know, the Bloc Québécois supports the bill because all voters must be equal before the law. I also mentioned that in 2007, legislators changed the Chief Elections Act so that people can be identified. We had Bill C-31 that was adopted in the spring that made it mandatory for people to produce photo ID in order to be able to vote. The Bloc Québécois and the other political parties felt that the Elections Act was clear enough, because if people were required to have the identification, then implicitly they would have to reveal their face. But the chief elections officer refused to use his exceptional powers to force people to show their faces. The Bloc Québécois felt, therefore, that the Elections Act had to be amended as quickly as possible. This is why we introduced our own bill. Groups representing Muslim women indicated that they have never called for special accommodation in this area. I quote, "For years, these women have been voting. They have never asked for special treatment, even though they knew they could ask for it. They took the initiative themselves to show their faces because they felt that it was perfectly appropriate for security reasons, like they do at customs and for a passport. So they felt that it was quite appropriate to show their faces." Ms. Afir, in an interview with Radio-Canada and quoted in La Presse, who said that. So this quote, I think, shows in itself that we do not need to say any more about the need for people to show their faces when they vote. So I would call on the Liberal Party to change its position, to realize that it is obviously democratically necessary to show one's face when one goes to vote.
Sans a commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
I would just like to commend the member for those words, because I think that he's brought the debate to where it should be, and that is just talking about the integrity of the voting of the process. And I guess I am, as he is, confused about the official opposition, and I'm wondering if it's because those of Quebec understand it a little more because they can see how easily it can get out of hand. He gave some examples of why, and so he can understand. I think that perhaps election, if this kind of thing is allowed, this is what does cause sometimes more problems with, with racial remarks or remarks against groups that really don't deserve to have these remarks. So I'm thinking, I just would like for him. I was pleased that he called upon the Liberals to rethink this, and if we did it quickly, we could get this through, and then we could get the real problem solved on the next issue that was a clear oversight and has to also be resolved. So I just wanted to commend him on his remarks and suggest would like to if he can perhaps tell us why he thinks that the party next to him is so against this, when in fact it's so much the right thing to do. It's so proper.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. But she's opening a door in asking me that question, and it brings me a number of elections back in time, because this was something that we never really wanted to admit, but at one time there were people who were specialists in taking on other people's identities in order to vote more than once. And it only makes sense that if you can vote with your face covered and if you don't need to prove your identity, then a number of things can happen. And in a democracy, This is the type of thing that we must seek to avoid whenever possible and ensure that all conditions are brought together so that people who aren't entitled to vote will not vote and could perhaps cover their faces and possibly vote on behalf of someone else. So at no time or in no way did the Muslim community, whether it be for religious considerations, at no time did this come to my mind. It was simply for democratic reasons. I feel that one has to show one's face when voting so that the officials who are there can properly identify the person who is voting, who is coming to exercise the right to vote, and the duty as a responsible citizen who wants to vote properly with his or her face showing.
Resuming debate. May please do débat.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Mr. Cannon moved that Bill C6, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, visual identification of voters, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
C18, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, verification of residence.
Mr. Blackburn for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves that Bill C18, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, verification of residence, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to stand here today to speak to Bill C18, verification of residence. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for me to put things in context as to how this bill came about and why we're debating it here today. It all started, Mr. Speaker, in the last session with Bill C31, the integrity of voters, in which we debated at committee and in this place on the plans for the government to introduce legislation that would require voters to produce identification before voting at a polling station in their riding. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something that was unique. Prior to this bill being passed, there was no requirements for visual identification or, in fact, identification of other sorts prior to voting. But we wanted to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we took proper steps, appropriate steps, to ensure that there would be no voter fraud at any election in the future. Because, Mr. Speaker, we had heard many times from many sources information suggesting that there had been perhaps isolated incidents, but incidents nonetheless, of individuals who were fraudulently casting ballots in federal elections. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at committee, we'd heard several examples of how this could occur. Very simply, Mr. Speaker, it could occur because someone who wished to impersonate or fraudulently vote in an election could pick up a voter identification card. And you know, Mr. Speaker, and I think most Canadians understand, these are the cards that are sent out to Canadians via Canada Post indicating that they are to vote their name and address and they are to vote at a certain polling station at a certain location in the riding. But, Mr. Speaker, what would happen in some cases, these voter cards would be sent to apartments, as an example. And many apartment residents might see that in their post office box, pick it up, and just discard it in the garbage bin located in their foyer or their post office box, mailbox location within their apartment complex. Some individual then, Mr. Speaker, could go and literally take one of these voter cards, walk to the appropriate station on voting day, identify themselves as the person whose name appeared on the voting card, get a ballot, and vote. Mr. Speaker, of course, that is fraud. We wanted to prevent that. We had other identified cases in committee where one voter might get actually 3 or 4 voting cards. How would that happen? Well, quite simply, somebody may be named John Doe, on another, say, on a business address or a business identification. It might be Jonathan Doe. It may be J.D. Doe. So there are cases in which one individual might be listed. The same individual, Mr. Speaker, might have been listed multiple times, and that individual, should he or she wish to do so, would have the ability then to go to different polling stations within his or her riding with these various voting cards and say, I am this person, and then vote multiple times. So, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to take steps to ensure the integrity of the voting system, and that was the genesis behind Bill C-31. So when the legislation was drafted, it contained two provisions in terms of identification. One was that in order to be eligible to receive a ballot and cast a ballot, an individual would have to either show one government-issued, photo-identified piece of identification, such as a driver's license, or provide two pieces of legislation or two pieces of identification that Elections Canada had prescribed, one of which would have the residential address on it, and both of which would have the voter's name on it. Those two then would suffice, and the individual would be able to receive a ballot. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inform all members of this House and all Canadians who may be watching that if you didn't have proper identification, you still had the ability to get a ballot and cast a ballot by way of vouching. And what this was, quite simply, Mr. Speaker, is that if someone came to a polling station and said, I live here, I'm a resident of this riding, I want to vote, and I'd like a ballot, but they didn't have proper identification in one of the two prescribed forms that I've just identified, they could get someone to vouch for them. In other words, someone who was eligible to vote, who had proper identification, and who lived in the same polling division would be able to say to the returning officer, yes, I know this person. This is the person who is who he says he is, and he lives in this riding. And in that fashion, Mr. Speaker, that individual without identification would be able to cast a ballot. So, Mr. Speaker, we thought that this was an appropriate piece of legislation. It would sort of cover off all of the bases. It would ensure that there was integrity in the voting system, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it would place some requirements on voters to actually produce identification, ensuring that that integrity within the voting system was paramount. And, Mr. Speaker, we debated this. We brought in witnesses. All committee members examined this bill very, very rigorously. We had officials from Elections Canada come in, and we eventually passed this through committee on, I believe it was June 20th, 2006. It was later given rapid royal assent, which is unusual with some pieces of legislation in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it received royal assent on June 22nd, 2007. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to get this bill passed as quickly as we could, even though we gave it due diligence, we also wanted to make it as expeditious as possible, is because, as everyone knows, in a minority government situation, an election could occur at any time. Also, there were several by-elections that were pending. We wanted to make sure that this bill was passed into law before any election, whether it be a general election or a by-election, take place. Well, Mr. Speaker, we saw in the fall, just recently of 2007, there were 3 by-elections in Quebec. This bill was in effect. People were required to produce identification. And after the election of the 3 new members of Parliament, Elections Canada then took a look at how this identification requirement worked and whether it was sufficient. And lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, Elections Canada found a glitch in the system. Because, Mr. Speaker, the bill contained the phrase residential address. In other words, proper identification required someone to produce ID that gave the name and residential address of the voter. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are many Canadians, approximately 1 million across Canada, who reside primarily in rural ridings, or rural portions of a riding at least, that don't have a quote-unquote residential address. They have addresses that are contained in the form of a post office box number or a rural route number or even perhaps a land description. So technically, the way the Bill C-31, was worded, those people would be ineligible to vote because although they had an address, it wasn't considered to be a residential address. Well, as soon as we discovered that as a government, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to take rapid action to correct that because once again, we could be on the cusp of a general election. Once again, there are several by-elections pending. And we wanted to make sure that there was no disenfranchised voter in Canada because of this glitch in the legislation that we had passed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we started a very rapid consultation process. I know I personally met with my Democratic Reform critics from the other parties with a suggested wording and a suggested change to correct this glitch in Bill C-31. We also consulted with Elections Canada. And basically, Mr. Speaker, what we came up with was a very simple but yet very effective fix to the problem at hand. And that is quite simply this, that anyone who can produce identification at a polling station, name and identification, of course, and whose address on their identification was the same as the address on the voters list, regardless whether it was a residential address or a non-residential address, then that individual would be eligible to vote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, and I'll use myself as an example because I would have been, or I am currently, I suppose, because this legislation has not yet passed this House, I am one of those disenfranchised voters. I live in a small community in Saskatchewan called Regina Beach. Beautiful. We all have civic addresses. I mean, I live at 308 Sunset Drive, yet no one has at-home mail delivery. We have post office boxes. So on my identification, it says P.O. Box 458, Regina Beach, Saskatchewan. Every single resident of Regina Beach has the same non-residential address, a P.O. Box of some fashion, and some number. By terms of Bill C-31, since I don't have a residential address, I wouldn't be allowed to vote. But by introducing Bill C-18, which we are doing today, and speaking of it today, the address I have on my identification is the same that appears on a voter's list, therefore I'd be able to get a ballot, I'd be able to vote. A very simple, a very effective fix. And it's something that we feel, Mr. Speaker, that if all members in this Assembly agree, we can get this passed quickly. And I think we should, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me for one moment. Now, Mr. Speaker, some have argued that that still doesn't deal with the entire problem. There still may be the odd person here or there that is disenfranchised or potentially could be disenfranchised if, for an example, they just move into a community and they haven't got proper identification because the election was held within days of them moving to a new location. So they haven't got a new driver's license. They haven't got any other identification that shows their new residential address or non-residential address. Well, Mr. Speaker, we still have the ability, as in Bill C-31, to vouch for individuals. So if someone was able to provide someone else who was an eligible voter to vouch for them, they would be able to get a ballot and cast that ballot. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, in rural Canada, that would be probably something that would be easier to do than it would be in urban Canada. Let me explain. In urban Canada or larger cities, people come and go, houses are sold, new residents move in, but it's been my experience that a lot of people in the larger cities don't really know their neighbors that well. Some do, but, in many cases they're very insulated. They have a cocoon-like mentality where they go home at night, lock their doors, and they don't really notice what's happening around them. So if there was a voter in urban Canada or in a larger city that just moved into a neighborhood, didn't have proper identification showing their new residential address, they might find it somewhat difficult to get someone to vouch for them because their neighbors may not know who this person is. That's usually not the case in rural Canada. In small towns, and I can give you again my town as an example, if someone new moves into our community, it seems within hours, everyone in the community knows it. They know who the person is, where they came from, how many kids they've got, what they do for a living, what their favorite dessert is. That's right, Mr. Speaker. And that happens in rural Saskatchewan. It happens in rural Canada. So the argument that this bill still doesn't quite capture all of the potential problems or glitches, I think is something, well, we've captured by this vouching system. Now, will there ever be a system, Mr. Speaker, where absolutely, without question, 100% of individuals who live in this country and who are eligible to vote will be able to cast a ballot unimpeded? I don't think so. But I think the chances are very, very remote, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of people will be in that situation. I think Bill C-31 and his new Bill C-18 will have captured the vast majority of people who have the eligibility to vote and who wish to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I would strongly suggest and strongly urge all of my colleagues to be able to stand in this place and give the speedy passage. We do not, I know none of us in this Assembly want to disenfranchise anyone in Canada who lives in rural Canada because of something that was an error and was missed in the first piece of legislation, Bill C-31. And Mr. Speaker, just for a moment to speak of that, because Canadians may be watching this debate and say, well, how did this happen? I mean, you know, how could this bill sort of contain such an obvious error, an omission, and still get passed into law? Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a shared responsibility, quite frankly. It was just something that was missed. When we were first discussing Bill C-31, which ended up, Mr. Speaker, from the Proc Committee having unanimous consent to come forward to present as a piece of legislation, we just simply missed it. We also had officials from Elections Canada come before the committee on 2 occasions, Mr. Speaker, to examine Bill C-31. They missed it. No one picked up on the fact that the term residential address might cause some problems for Canadians who had a non-residential address. So it went through the whole legislative system, passed this place, passed through the Senate, was granted royal assent, and became law. And it was only after the fact that we found out that there was a gap in that legislation, and that's why we're taking swift action, Mr. Speaker, to rectify that. And Mr. Speaker, I would certainly hope that individuals in this place would recognize that and pass this bill speedily and get it to the Senate, where, again, I hope the other place treats it in a similar fashion and gives it speedy passage so that we can get royal assent for Bill C-18 prior to any impending election. Now, Mr. Speaker, one last point that I should probably touch upon, and that deals with the non-government-issued photo ID requirements that I spoke of earlier. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-31 contains 2 provisions for identification. One is you can produce a government-issued photo ID stating your name and address, such as a driver's license, or if you don't have a photo ID, you can also give 2 other pieces of identification, both of which must have your name on it, but only one of which needs to have an address on it. And those pieces of identification come from a list approved by Elections Canada. Now, some would say, well, what kind of identification would be approved by Elections Canada? Well, there are many pieces of identification that would suffice. Student cards, student ID cards, hospital cards, library cards. There would be even, Mr. Speaker, if you had a government-issued check stub with your name on it, an address. Those are the type of things that would be eligible. And also, Mr. Speaker, because I know the NDP has questions about this and have problems with the fact that we're even asking Canadians to produce identification. They're saying, well, what about people who are in homeless shelters? Homeless don't have identification. Well, we have attestation, Mr. Speaker, where a manager, for an example, or a supervisor in a homeless center could attest to the fact that, yes, this person is who he or she says she is, and she resides in this homeless shelter, which is part of this riding. So we've even gone to those lengths, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that not only homeless, but senior citizens who may reside in senior centers, again, they can get attested by the supervisors or the managers of those senior centres if they don't have proper identification. So what we've done, Mr. Speaker, I think, as much as we possibly could to ensure that there are no individuals disenfranchised, but also to respect the spirit of the original Bill C-31, and that is voter integrity, to try and prevent voter fraud. So the only way, in our estimation and the estimation of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to ensure that voter fraud was eliminated, or at least curtailed as much as possible, was to have identification presented at the time the individual goes to a polling station. Mr. Speaker, in other words, this, I believe, Bill C-31 and now Bill C-18 strike the proper balance between the ability of individuals to exercise their franchise and vote in federal elections, and on the other hand, it's balanced by the fact that we want to respect the integrity of the voting procedures and the voting system by ensuring that there is no fraud in the voting system. Mr. Speaker, that in a nutshell is the genesis of C-31, why we introduced C-18 to try and correct that gap contained in C-31. And again, I would strongly encourage all of my colleagues in this place to support C-18, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we can see swift passage through this place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for bringing forward these well-needed improvements. I had a question from a constituent. I just wonder if he could elaborate if these, if the street address of residence had any effect on either military voting, people that are not in the riding at the time, or on people that have students that have moved away, that are away for at the particular time of voting, or people that are, say, in the States that go down for the winter, elderly people, if the street residence item affects them at all, and if that is corrected in this in the amendments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. It really, his question is that, you know, if someone is a snowbird, for example, is vacationing in the wintertime down in Phoenix, where half of Saskatchewan, I suppose, go down there in the wintertime, and an election is called in the winter, would these provisions capture any inequities of the ability of those individuals to vote? No, I mean, this really, the regular rules and regulations for special ballots still remain in effect. In other words, if you're away at the time of a vote, you can still get a ballot. You can have a mail-in ballot or a special ballot of some sort. You'll still have to produce some form of identification to get that ballot, but you will not be required to do anything beyond the norm. So this bill basically, C-18, basically is here to address an inequity, a gap that we found in C-31, and that is to ensure that people with non-residential addresses have the ability to vote at a voting station at the time they show up.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for presenting this bill to attempt to fix a bill that the NDP, of course, voted against Bill C-31 when it originally came forward. We raised some very serious concerns at the time about the number of voters that would be disenfranchised, yet all three parties in this House, Liberals, Conservatives and Bloc, supported the bill, and now you know, we see the problems that are emerging. On June the 18th, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and Minister for Democratic Reform said, "What we are trying to do by presenting a bill that will give increased and expanding voter opportunities for all Canada is an attempt to raise the level of voter turnout." And yet what we saw with Bill C-31 is, in fact, it disenfranchised at least 1 million people in terms of rural Canada. And what we were also raised as an issue is people who are transient or live in homeless shelters. And I wonder if the member could specifically comment on how homeless people and people living in transient shelters will actually benefit from this attempt to fix a flawed bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first I should probably correct my honourable colleague here, who seems to be confusing two different bills. When she quoted me correctly, I might add, in Hansard, on my comments, it was not to deal with Bill C-31. It was about another bill, expanded voting opportunities. Mr. Speaker, that's a bill in which we want to increase the number of days in which voters can cast ballots in advance polls. all right, to give opportunity, and we're debating that right now, Mr. Speaker, in committee, my committee, which I am missing to be here to share my comments with you, and it's now called Bill C6. It used to be called Bill C55, expanding voter opportunity. So it's really not anything to do with C31. However, Mr. Speaker, I would point out one other flaw, or at least one other, I think, misimpression that the member is trying to hoist upon members of this place, and that is when she said quite correctly that the NDP in committee voted against Bill C31, but it was not because they identified a flaw of the residential address. They voted against it strictly on the basis that they felt the homeless would be disenfranchised. So I'll speak to that. But it's not because, as some of their members have tried to suggest, they voted against Bill C31 because they discovered before the bill was passed that there was this flaw on residential addresses. Nothing of that sort occurred in conversations in Procedure and House Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker. Every single member missed this one gap, this one little glitch that eliminated or disenfranchised rural voters who did not have a residential address. So I want to correct the record on that. Specifically on our question with the homeless, Mr. Speaker, I've addressed that in my main address. We have taken great pains to try and make it as fair and equitable as possible. Yes, many homeless, perhaps the vast majority of homeless, do not have proper identification. However, Mr. Speaker, if they are members of or frequent attendees of a homeless center, they can get this attestation where the manager can say, I verify this person's name and the fact that they reside in the center. Secondly, they do have the ability of someone to vouch for their identity, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would say, as I again mentioned in my main address, is there any legislation in this place that will ensure that absolutely, without question, 100% of eligible voters will be able to cast a ballot? Probably not, probably never will be. But we have taken great steps to make sure that we ensure a balance between the ability to ensure voter integrity as well as the ability for everyone who possibly can vote has the ability to do so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Speaker, I'd obviously like to commend the House Leader for taking immediate steps because it affects rural voters in my constituency. But there's probably a fair share of blame and hypocrisy in this House, and I know the member just referred to the comments previously made, but the member from Regina Wascana said this is a glaring mistake, and he referred to it as a conservative government screw-up, a massive screw-up, and yet at the same time, when we look at the voting record at the Canada Elections Act Bill C31 amendment, the member from Wascana rose on both feet and voted in support of it, notwithstanding the error. And perhaps he could comment on the fact that my rural residents now will have, even with the Bucks number, have the right to vote with this amendment correction, and perhaps he could comment on the hypocrisy exhibited by the member from Regina Wascana.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Democratic Reform.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague from Souris Moose Mountain for bringing this forward, particularly the Hippocratic stance of the member from Regina Wascana, who, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, has made several of these comments before. He says one thing, but when you examine the record closely, as my colleague has done, you find out that the reverse is true in terms of his voting patterns. It is quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that not only did the member from Regina Wascana vote in favour of Bill C31, all Liberal members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee during examination missed the fact that there was this gap. It is a shared responsibility, and for anyone, whether it be the member from Regina Wascana or any other member, to say this was the blame of the Conservative government is absolutely incorrect and hypocritical, since this bill passed this House, with the exception of the New Democratic Party, who voted because of the homeless issue, not because of the fact that residential addresses were contained in the bill, and we should have addressed that gap. But with respect to my colleague's question about, correcting this quickly so that residential, non-residential address voters in his riding can vote, yes, we wanted to deal with this expeditiously. But I should also state, Mr. Speaker, that we have got assurances from the Chief Electoral Officer that, number one, this bill does correct the gaps contained in C31, and in the opinion of the Chief Electoral Officer, Bill C18 fixes that problem, completely corrects it, in fact, and we will have a letter to that effect to bring to the committee when we start examining Bill C18. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer has also stated that should there be an election prior to Bill C-18 receiving royal assent, he would be prepared to use his powers of adaptation to ensure that no rural voter was disenfranchised because they did not have the correct residential address on their identification. Mr. Speaker, between the powers of the electoral officer and the powers contained within Bill C-18, we should have this problem fixed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Not so fast, Mr. Speaker. The member suggests that this problem was discovered after C-31 was passed with almost everyone's consent and hard work, and I appreciate the honourable member's hard work on attempting to rectify it by introducing this bill. What I understand is that although this bill received royal assent in June of 07, that in fact the problems had been detected before then. So I'm a little confused because the first notice that I would have had, I think, was when my honourable colleague, quite in a genteel fashion, suggested we have an all-party meeting on this in the fall of this year. When then, to be precise? When? What did it come to the government's attention? And you are the government. You're not even the new government anymore. Mr. Speaker, they're not even the new government anymore. They're the government now. When precisely did it come to the attention of the government that there was this problem with respect to addresses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, and I congratulate him now on becoming the new Democratic Reform critic for the official opposition party. I look forward to working with him on these issues and many more in committee. As I mentioned in my main address, and I know that the honourable member from Moncton normally pays rapt attention when I speak in this place, so this is quite unusual, and he didn't quite get all of my comments in my main address. But I did make mention of the fact that it was after the 3 September by-elections held in Quebec, September of 2007, that the Chief Electoral Office conducted a review to see whether the new provisions contained in C-31 were appropriate. In other words, were the identification requirements proper? Were the list of alternative identifications required by or identified by the Chief Electoral Office sufficient? And it was only at that time, Mr. Speaker, that the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Méran, had discovered that there was this gap. And it was upon that discovery, Mr. Speaker, that we decided to take decisive action. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague and my friend that I received, the first time I heard about it personally, was a phone call when I was back in my home riding, that they had just heard, just received information from the Chief Electoral Office that there was this gap that occurred. They'd identified it, and within days, Mr. Speaker, I had then contacted my honourable colleague, the other Democratic Reform critics from the other opposition parties, asking them to get together for a meeting to see if we could come up with a proper wording. And, Mr. Speaker, literally within days of that, we had introduced the legislation we see before us today.
Good. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I almost rose in a point of privilege when my friend just recently referred to me as the new Democratic Reform critic. And I think what he meant is the new Democratic Reform critic for the party. So it's almost in the way things are said, you know, Mr. Speaker, not what is actually said. And with that in mind, I do want to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary. I would have had many questions for him, but I'll pose those questions hypothetically to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the public who may be listening. If this is a housekeeping bill and will cure the problem of rural voters in the vast numbers being able to vote now because of a gap in the legislation, and if it is that non-contentious, and if it means so much to enfranchise over 1 million voters in this country, both Liberal, Conservative, and other party ridings, then why wasn't it given higher priority than C6, which we just debated, for instance, which by and large seems to affect an extremely small number of people, which seems to reply to a problem that doesn't exist? Why wasn't it given priority over a number of other bills that have achieved far and wide headlines across the country? Perhaps the answer's in my question itself, Mr. Speaker, because it's better politics to get more press than to do
what is right for over 1 million voters in this country. Now, just briefly speaking of C-18, it is true that the Parliamentary Secretary has worked very hard in trying to get all parties together to bridge the gap that exists with respect to so many voters. It is true that discussions were held. It is true that a number of people have been consulted with respect to drafting this bill, but it is also and equally true that the government has misrepresented the facts which underlie the reason why we're here today, Mr. Speaker. It would seem, if everybody listened intently to the Parliamentary Secretary and to the Minister of Democratic Reform himself, that the Conservative Party is riding forth like the knight on the white horse and curing this problem, when the truth is that they sat on it, that they ignored advice that came to their attention, or I guess in a legal standard should have come to their attention as government earlier on, and I'll get to that in a minute. In announcing that the bill would be introduced, the Minister of Democratic Reform said, "Once again, our government is showing real leadership by taking quick, decisive action to strengthen our voting system by addressing the problem of verifying the residence of voters." I agree with everything there except real leadership and taking quick, decisive action. The legislative solution introduced today will ensure that legitimate voters will be able to exercise their fundamental democratic right to vote. And I might remind, Mr. Speaker, all members of this House, and some of whom I think on the other side, by the lack of fanfare or even notice of the fact that we have a Charter of Rights, that the Charter of Rights is celebrating its 25th anniversary, that I, as a relatively young member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, am a child of the Charter, and that the Charter in Section 3, I bet if I put it up to a quiz, people couldn't pick the section that guarantees this right, and it's the basis upon which this debate should begin and end. The democratic rights of citizens. Every citizen of Canada has the right to vote in an election of members of the House of Commons or of a legislative assembly and to be qualified for membership therein. It's a very short section. I've actually counted the words. It's the shortest, fewest words, that is, section of in the Charter of Rights, but it's so succinct. And how that has been interpreted by the courts, Mr. Speaker, and I find it is a bit of a segue, kind of interesting when you look at the democratic reform ethos of this government, how it's been interpreted by the courts has largely been with respect to the rights of inmates and judges to vote. Now, who would have thought that those two groups would be put together in terms of rights? But there have been significant court cases on whether inmates have the right to vote. People convicted of serious crimes are now determined by courts to have the right to vote. So fundamental is this right. And yet, it would seem that the government, in its wisdom by forging ahead with C6, might in effect deprive a few unconvicted, uncharged citizens of this country who profess their religious beliefs, might deprive them of the right to vote, but inmates have the right to vote. I find that a curious turn of events given this government's very strong and strident support of an anti-crime agenda. The irony, of course, Mr. Speaker, is quite delicious. The other irony in the theme of my discussion, and how it isn't a case where once again the government is showing real leadership on that white horse, is that in fact the Senate of Canada, one of those institutions that this government doesn't seem to really support, the Senate of Canada, in its deliberations on C-31, did in fact during its deliberations raise questions with respect to the qualification of voters, which, as I indicated, is guaranteed in the Charter of Rights. So a group of senators, in giving it the legislation a review, which, let's remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that other place has a duty to review legislation passed by the Commons. You heard the Parliamentary Secretary for Democratic Reform in this House stand up and say that everybody missed it. Everybody in the Commons, all parties missed it. It's just a big old mistake, Mr. Speaker, and 1 million people might not be able to vote. We're sorry. And we put a whole bunch of bills ahead of it before this one because we care so much about those 1 million voters in rural Canada who can't vote. But we're going to put a whole bunch of other bills ahead of this one. and we're going to blame everybody equally. Not so fast, Mr. Speaker, not so fast. On June 27th, let's work backwards, the bill itself, C-31, received royal assent. Prior to that, in the month of May, and before that time, the Senate of Canada was wrapping up its hearings. A number of questions were had of the Chief Electoral Officer at that time, and those questions went to identifying individuals who did not have addresses. And the Chief Electoral Officer, and that's another person who seems to be on this government's hit list in general. So now if we add it up, there are Muslim women and minority communities, the Senate of Canada, and now the Chief Electoral Officer. These are targets of the new government. And as parliamentary secretaries who wield such great power, my friend who introduced and spoke to this bill today should be very mindful that the Chief Electoral Officer offered solutions himself, which came up as a result of Senate verification and review of legislation before it. And he wrote, in light of comments that I have already received as a result of Senate hearings, I am considering broadening the list, and he refers to identification, to include attestation letters that could be signed by a person of authority in homeless shelters and student residences. Such letters would establish the residence of the individual and constitute one of the two pieces of identification required under Section 143, he goes on. You had also suggested there were problems, generally speaking, in ethnic communities with respect to voter turnout and verification. You had also suggested, he writes to the questioner, that Elections Canada should advertise in ethnic media to communicate the requirements for voter identification to the electorate, and in particular ethno-cultural communities. As part of its commitment to communicate clearly with a variety of groups within the electorate, Elections Canada has sought to tailor the information provided to ethno-cultural communities. He goes on to describe what Elections Canada, in fact, has done in the ethno-cultural communities, and he talks about the attestation letters. The attestation letters, and this proves the point that the Elections Canada's officials are doing their job, the attestation letters were an afterthought as a result of Senate hearings. So what we have is the Chief Electoral Officer, mindful that this is the act under which he is empowered, attempting to accommodate the law as written as a result of verification and review from the other place. And as a result, attestation letters are now, in practice, what prevails for homeless people and people in student dorms and other such facilities. The question might be, in its thorough review of this legislation, the government ought to, don't you think, Mr. Speaker, have addressed the issue of attestation letters and made it, rather than a practice, the law? And don't you think, Mr. Speaker, and we may get to this when we send this to committee and correct it, but don't you think that in a thorough review, having had the experience of the by-elections, that this government would make it a priority to fix whatever flaws they have seen in C-31? And in effect, don't you think, Mr. Speaker, that the minister responsible, who wanted quick and decisive action, and the parliamentary secretary, who himself lives in a semi-rural riding from his own speech, might have thought it very important to review what was already on the books in terms of committee work? Or does the world for the Conservative government and the officers of democratic reform for the government over there, does it end when the bill is presented to the Senate? I suggest not. I suggest that whatever happens in the Senate in a review of a bill is very much within the purview of the Minister of Democratic Reform. If he wasn't so busy taking questions for the Prime Minister and other people who are ducking issues, he would probably have time to do that. But it also falls within the purview of the Parliamentary Secretary. He should have reviewed the work done by the Senate. But I'm not here to defend the Senate on this item. I'm here to defend the Chief Electoral Officer, who himself, in responding to a Senate inquiry, it's almost as if the Democratic Reform team over there didn't exist, because the real work was being done in the trenches by the Chief Electoral Officer and by serious senators who were involved in the review of the legislation. In summary, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for us to remember that this bill will, when taken to committee and fixed in a number of ways, with the leadership that other members of the committee will offer to the bill, attempt to fix a problem that was actually created when it was decided that we all must have forms of identification to vote. And I think we all, if I could just have a nonpartisan moment just for a minute, Mr. Speaker, and only for a minute, I promise, only for a minute. We have to realize that we made a sea change when, through C-31, we decided that everybody has to show identification to vote. I think we owe it upon ourselves to understand that in the world, in some countries, this is the case, and in some countries, it isn't the case. Clearly, with respect to rural voters, over 1 million of them, it effectively disenfranchised them. And one has to ask the question which we asked throughout the C6 debate, what was the problem before? Was there widespread abuse or fraud or concealment of identity or multiple voting in the rural ridings of Canada? I don't recall such election complaints made to Elections Canada. It's like C6 where we don't have a single complaint to Elections Canada about voter fraud. We have the hums and haws of the Minister of Transport who may have been driving by and saw people with pumpkins on their head, and somehow this became a very large issue. And what we have in this case is probably what will be the rub of the discussion, the serious rub of the discussion for members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is whether we are going to go to full identification, meaning photo identification, which countries, I submit in a democratic reform capacity, not as sophisticated and not as developed as us, have gone to. There are countries in West Africa who require photo identification to vote. You require photo identification, Mr. Speaker, and a comparison against it, as said in legislation, to have a passport which will allow you to enter other countries and to re-enter into Canada. We have photo identification required by law by many provinces in order to have a driver's license. We have photo identification requirements, Mr. Speaker, in many administrative and quasi-administrative instances in this country where government agencies are involved. Do we want to take that bold, grand leap towards photo identification for voting? It's a question we all must come to terms with and be mature about and decide whether we want that. But if we don't go there, if we don't jump in that large ocean, then we have to stay on the shore, Mr. Speaker. There's no half wet on this. And it seems to me that whatever happened at C-31, whatever happened in the Commons during the debate and in the Senate during its purview, and the poor Chief Electoral Officer trying to keep the middle ground, what we have is a situation where we're half wet. We have a situation where the first means of voting is to show your picture ID, but the law doesn't say that the DRO or the returning officer in charge has to compare one's face to the photo ID. It seems to be assumed that they would do that, but after all, we're here to make law. We're not here just to recount our personal experiences. We're not here to talk about pumpkins at polling stations. We're not here to talk about multiple votes without proof. We're not here to talk about the anecdotes. This is a serious place where laws are made. And if we're going to have a debate, the debate should be, if you say that photo ID is one way of proving your ability to exercise your charter right to vote, then it should also say that the photo ID should be compared to the person's face, which requires a person to show their face. The law doesn't say that. And worse, the law goes on to say that you only have to produce, as a second means of voting, 2 pieces of ID, which have an address on it. As interpreted, those addresses have to concur with the list of electors. That's yet again a situation where no person's face is required to be shown to show the 2 pieces of ID. We're half wet on this issue, and it's incongruous and very difficult for the Chief Electoral Officer to be sure that everybody who votes is voting. But then you have to ask the question in our history, and I would think that this particularly applies to rural Canada. In our history, do we have such widespread voter fraud and multiple voting situations that we have to go that far? I would think not. I would think that what we have to rely on are the principles of trust, that when someone, a Canadian citizen, comes to the voting box, in our heads, as lawmakers, as government officials, and as the delegated responsible persons from Elections Canada, we should be thinking of Section 3 of the Charter. Every citizen in Canada has the right to vote. It should be written large in both official languages at every polling station. And we should do our utmost as parliamentarians to ensure that is being put into effect. What happened here is, in our rush to be sort of half modern and half photohygienic, we have to say, well, those IDs, one has to fit with the other. On the positive side, Mr. Speaker, this bill will go some way to cure a problem that exists because of our zealous pursuit of attempting to get rural people in this country, a large rural population, to conform maybe to a metropolitan view of how we identify ourselves. I think it's an identity issue. I think it's an issue that defines us as a nation. And if I may close on this, Mr. Speaker, I would say that in this country we have had periods, in some cases, of rapid urbanization, and we have had periods of slow urbanization. I would submit to you, in the history of this country, and what better place to do this than in this place, to say that in the history of this country, parts of Western Canada were rapidly deruralized, and that rural Canada lost a lot of its character in the period which we now know is the Dust Bowl period. We know that in periods of economic recession, parts of Eastern Canada were denuded of its people. One only has to look at the outport situation in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to know that people were pulled away from their rural roots. The process of deruralization is occurring much slower in my province and in the rest of the Maritimes, but it's happening. And we are becoming, as the last census showed, an urban nation. What C31 did, Mr. Speaker, is added insult to injury to rural Canadians by saying, we are going to apply a city standard to you, we are going to apply a metropolitan standard to you, you shall be like us. And what C18, the good part of C18, suggests that we are apologizing as parliamentarians, all sides, to rural Canadians, and we are saying we were a little too hasty, we were a little too urban in our thought, and we apologize. And you, rural Canadians, have the same rights as we do, as guaranteed by Section 3 of the Charter of Rights, which I add is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. So I say, Mr. Speaker, kudos to rural Canada, kudos to C18. We'll fix and add to it as we will at committee, and it will make good legislation, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we hear a lot of things in this House, and I'm glad to see the member finished off the way he did, but we hear a lot of things in this House that are specious and disingenuous and condescending. And both being new members in this House, I congratulate my colleague on being such a fast learner. He talked about the Charter rights, which everybody upholds. You know, there's also an obligation that the government has, including opposition parties, to make sure that those rights aren't abused, which is not suggesting for a second that any rural voter has abused those rights. But I came from a riding where there was significant evidence of significant voter fraud during the last two elections. So it is important that we uphold the rights of the Charter. It's also important that we make sure those rights are not abused. I want to thank the honourable member for his support for C6, which was an important thing that needed to be cleared up by all parties, because all parties wanted it. All parties wanted this. My colleague, the parliamentary secretary, did point out that all parties cooperated on covering up, or not covering up, but recovering from an error that was made as an honest mistake by members of all parties. So there's lots of blame to share for missing it. There's lots of credit to share, and the parliamentary secretary did attempt to share that credit with all members of the House. So, you know, it was 20 minutes. He wound up. The last minute was terrific. The first 19, I think, qualified as those characteristics of some parliamentary debate that sometimes don't sound good in this place. So I just want to ask him a very simple question. Is he going to support this? Yes or no, because it is important. We all want it. So let's not hold it up. Let's just get on with it, support it, and correct what's been done.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I almost rose on the second point of privilege on the point that I might have been covering up something. It's not something we do. And I'm not the New Democratic Reform Port Parole, but, look, we're supporting this bill. It will be sent to committee. Some of the real-life situations that have been learned will be melded into the bill. But I urge my friend, who is doing a spectacular job as Parliamentary Secretary, no doubt because he had good experience in Chatham, New Brunswick in his life. I can see that in his work daily, the New Brunswick influence. But I urge him to take his Parliamentary Secretary job very seriously and realize that there is a process in this House which is bicameral for the moment. It's bicameral. And there are an awful lot of committee reports and verification questions through committees that take place in other places. There are an awful lot of officials at Elections Canada who have been involved in this issue. And we need to, I think, realize, all of us as parliamentarians, that our work doesn't stop when when a bill leaves this House. It really only begins, because we have to see how our laws are actually working out there. I thank the member for his question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we want to raise the level of voter turnout. Well, there's one practice that would raise the voter turnout, which is to do door-to-door enumeration, which we used to do for many, many years. And I tell you, since we gotten rid, I shouldn't say we, I think it started with the Liberal Party when they were in government. They got rid of door-to-door enumeration. So now tenants, students, young people that just turned 18, new immigrants just become citizens are no longer on the list because they have not been enumerated. And often, because they're not on the list, they scramble to try to get to the polling station if, in fact, they even know where the polling station is. So the key element that would help to increase the voter turnout is not in this bill, not in C-18, not in C-31 before. The Liberal Party, I remember even just a few months ago in the spring, said, oh, there are all sorts of voters fraud, and let's ask Election Canada to examine a few ridings in Toronto, for example. So lots of money and lots of time been spent to check whether there's fraud. In fact, Election Canada said, no, there's no massive voter fraud. There wasn't any fraud at all. There were a few people that were making mistakes. So we all agree there's no voter fraud. Then why? Why are we piling? Why are the different parties piling on and first pass the C-31? We said that it wouldn't fix anything. We saw that the case. It created other problems. Now we have another bill. I have no confidence that it will fix all the problems, that in fact the voter turnout rate will go up. And I know there will be people that would be disenfranchised because of the problems that is still inherent in this whole debate, which is the lack of door-to-door enumeration in the first place. So I can't see how, after a lot of time and energy and money spent on these papers and this study, this bill and that bill, and causing embarrassment, that all these people from rural Canada have been left off the list. I can't see how this bill will fix that problem, but I will guarantee you there will be other problems we will encounter. So I just hope that let's get out of this whole box and let's return to door-to-door enumeration so that people that needs to be on the list will be on the list and they can then have a chance to vote.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Isn't it typical, Mr. Speaker, that the urban MP representing the New Democratic Party would talk for some time about this specific bill, which is attempting to talk about rectifying 1 million primarily rural voters getting back on the list? Isn't it typical that in that 1.5-minute non-question, there wasn't a mention once of rural Canada? Isn't that the problem in this instance that this bill is attempting to address? Isn't it typical that the NDP would bring up all kinds of problems and have no solutions? Isn't it typical that their legislative agenda has very little in it with respect to democratic reform? And, Mr. Speaker, finally, isn't it typical that the NDP, who in effect are responsible for a conservative government, would somehow attempt to blame the Liberals for not having a solution to the problem she now, some 2 years later, is suggesting is an urgent problem. If democratic reform and the identification of voters was a large and huge problem for the NDP, they should have found their panacea in the Conservative government. They didn't. They should be having an aggressive democratic reform agenda. They don't. And as far as I'm concerned, they may be in their place a long time far away from you, Mr. Speaker, in this House.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on Bill C-18, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act for verification of residence. And first and foremost, I would like to say that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of the principle of the bill. In February 2007, the House of Commons adopted Bill C-31, and this bill amended the Elections Act in order to reduce any possibility of fraud or mistakes by strengthening the requirements for voter identification. And at the time, the Chief Electoral Officer had expressed some reservations as to the obligation of residency. And on December 7, 2006, when appearing before the committee that was studying C-31, he said, and I quote, "The obligation to prove one's residential address is quite a challenge. In Quebec, it is the only province where a voter has to show a card before voting, and in that case, only proof of identity is required and not proof of residential address. Moreover, Chief Electoral Officers in other provinces and territories with whom I consulted stated that in many northern or rural parts of the country, particularly in Western Canada, it isn't the residential address that is on a permit, but rather the post office address or postal address." And he had seen very clearly at the time, because according to Elections Canada, 1,012,989 electors, or 4.4% of eligible voters, don't have a residential address which would meet the requirements of the Elections Act as it was amended by C-31. And when I was preparing for this debate, I wondered, Mr. Speaker, how many voters in my own riding could be affected by this problem. We communicated with the electoral officer's office, but for the time being, all I've managed to get is an acknowledgement that my message has been sent to the appropriate office. Now, Elections Canada sees that there's a problem, but can't tell an elected member of the House of Commons how many electors in her own riding might be affected. If elections were to be held today, almost 1 million Canadian voters, or 15,000, including 15,000 in Quebec, could not go to vote. Tens, in fact, hundreds of thousands of electors in each province do not meet the new requirements of the Elections Act. A journalist from La Presse also tried, without success, to obtain information from Elections Canada. At various stages in the election process, the voter must prove without doubt his or her identity, particularly when voting. And one can also use identification systems when electors are registered, or to grant access to staff members to their workplace or to some type of computer system. Some countries depend upon the honesty of electors without requiring them to prove their identity, whereas other countries do require proof of identity, which is why we need personal identification systems. Some countries have a widespread use of identification cards, whereas others only use it in their everyday lives. And the public reaction when it comes to this type of practice will determine whether or not it's appropriate to use it. In order to run elections, And for the purposes of elections, electors can use ID cards when they register or when they go to vote. And these can also be useful for the elections staff at the workplace or when they work at the polling stations. And they can also help the staff to register electors or check their name against the list. Most ID cards can reduce the possibility of fraud, and the ones that contain a photograph, a signature, or fingerprints would add an extra layer of security, but we have to approach this very carefully. Some printing processes with holograms make it harder to forge cards, as is the case with any type of biological identification. Canada's Election Act requires all electors at this time to establish their identity and their place of residence before being able to vote. The new requirements relating to the identification of electors were based on a unanimous recommendation made by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. In order to establish one's identity and one's address, the elector must present an ID card that is government issued, a card with his photograph, name, and address. That's the case for the driver's license in Quebec. Or present 2 pieces of ID that are authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer, and both must have the elector's name, and one must have the residential address, or ask another elector on the list of electors for the same polling station to vouch for him or her after having provided the pieces of ID that are required. That said, the Chief Electoral Officer's concern, and something that we share, is the fact that certain electors will not be able to provide identification to establish their residential address as is required by law because they live in a place where there is no municipal address or in an area where that type of address is not on the driver's license or on other pieces of ID. And that is why we are debating this issue today, and we must address and solve this problem. It is necessary to correct the Act to avoid having 1 million citizens be deprived of their right to vote. Bill C-18, which is before us today, will allow electors in areas where identification does not contain a municipal address and instead has a post office box or a rural route number to present a piece of ID that contains an address other than a residential address to prove their place of residence, as long as this meets with the requirements that are to be found on the National Register of Electors. And the same rule will apply to people who vouch for another elector if the address on the person's ID is the same as the information on the list of electors. It will be enough to prove the place of residence. Now let's take a closer look at the bill. The bill would allow voters to show a piece of ID containing an address other than a municipal address to verify their place of residence, as long as it meets with the information that can be found on the National Registry of Electors. And this would involve people who live on rural routes, for example. The bill would allow an elections official, a candidate, or a candidate's representative to require that the elector or the person vouching for that elector take an oath to attest to the place of residence, and in such a case, the residence of the elector or that person vouching for the elector would only be established if the person takes an oath. And we believe it is reasonable to require a piece of ID with a photograph, if available, in order to ensure that the electors can be identified and in order to guarantee the integrity of the electoral system. As to people whose names are not on the voters list and who would like to register on the day of the vote or at an advance poll, they would have to establish their place of residence by providing ID with a residential address, since the list of electors would not contain any information related to an incomplete postal or municipal address. So the aim of this bill is to correct our sites, and this bill would make certain requirements more flexible for voters who don't have ID establishing their address, and in order for these people to be allowed to vote. What was sought with C31 was not to restrict the criteria for eligibility or qualification of an elector. It was intended to change the modalities through which an elector exercises his or her right to vote. And an extra piece of identification concerning a place of residence through ID cards would corroborate the stated identification or identity of the elector. As legislators, we feel it is necessary to do our utmost to ensure that any type of problems with the theft of an identity during an election will no longer happen, and we feel it is better to ensure the integrity of the democratic process, that is, an election, because this is essential to the effective recognition of one's political rights, and we feel that any bill should not have a direct or indirect effect of depriving a person from exercising his or her right to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, I want to look at the changes here in C18. If a voter, let's assume the voter is a senior who doesn't drive. So right off, they don't have a driver license with a photo. And then perhaps the person has a very old health card. If that person happens to be in Ontario, the health card doesn't have the person's photo. Okay, that doesn't work. Then perhaps this person would then pull out a credit card. Well, there's no address on the credit card. It may belong to a local art gallery or a museum. Well, there's no address in those. Maybe a local store, and it could be the Bay or Sears or the Shoppers Drug Mart. Well, there isn't an address on that card either. What about the citizenship card? You pull out the citizenship card. Well, there's no address on the citizenship card either. In those cases, how does this bill actually help this poor senior who have been in Canada for maybe 30, 40 years or even longer? It might even been born here. That doesn't have an address because they don't drive, and we do know that 20% of Canadians do not drive. If that person's happened to move not too long ago, their name is not even on the voters list. So how would this bill actually help someone that is of that nature? Yes, this bill does fix the rural problem, that if you have a P.O. box, yes, the 1 million voters that have been left off the list are now back on, but how would this actually help those kind of seniors that really don't have a lot of IDs that have an address on it?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill, just as was the case with C31, asks one to appear at the polling place with a piece of ID that has a photo. We have no problem with that in Quebec because there's a photo on the driver's license, there's a photo on the health card as well. But the Chief Electoral Officer also allows two pieces of original ID to identify a name in one case and the civic address in the other case. And the ID card can be the health card, the SIN card, birth certificate, Canadian passport, driver's permit, credit card. That's to identify the name. A Canadian Armed Forces ID card, a health card, an employer's ID card, an old age security card, a transit pass or card, and there are documents that can prove one's name and address. For example, your credit card statement, your bank statement, a public service or public utility bill, such as your hydro bill, gas bill, for students, a report card, a lease, and there's a whole number of pieces of ID. So an older person, a senior, would not have any difficulty with this and could even come in with someone to vouch for her if that voter has all of the necessary ID. That person could vouch for the other one. This is all provided for in the Act to make things easier, as well as in the bill, and this is to facilitate or to correct the mistake that had been made in C31, where there was a requirement and people with post office boxes couldn't prove their civic address. And this bill would correct that mistake, which affected 1 million people in Canada. I don't see any problem. The problems raised by my colleague from the NDP, I don't see that there are those problems. Now, we know that they don't agree with this. We heard this in committee, particularly with bills that require individuals' identification, because the homeless, for example, should be able to exercise their right to vote. And we have all of this in C18. All of this is in C18 to help these people, because the right to vote is also a responsibility incumbent upon each and every citizen. And citizens should be made aware of how they can exercise the right to vote. I've just come from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where the Chief Electoral Officer appeared as a witness at the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and we were told that Elections Canada is preparing a huge awareness campaign that will run throughout Canada to inform people of the right that they have and to explain the means that people have to avail themselves of this right, which is the right to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague for Drummondville talk about the millions of people who won't be able to vote, particularly people living in rural areas. My region is mostly rural, and I'm very much concerned. And I'd like to know how my colleague feels about a system which would be called the voters card system. I'd like to know what she thinks about having everyone have a voter's card. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I think a voter's card could help to solve many of the problems that we find here. The system will never be perfect. Whenever the Chief Electoral Officer, and of course this is his role, whenever there's a general election or a by-election, he sees that there are shortcomings and he strives to correct them. And of course, there will no doubt always be risks of fraud or mistakes. And I think that a voter's card, if the government were to decide to go that way, might be a good idea. There should be some type of ID that would allow us to reduce any possibility of fraud or mistake.
Commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's speech has led me to intervene in the debate, but also the NDP, the speech has led me to intervene as well, just for a minute. With respect to the comments made about the integrity of our electoral system, when I look at the NDP's position that a voter that doesn't have an ID, is it not irresponsible to say that that person should be able to vote anyway? It seems to me that to ensure that the system is integrous, there has to be an ID, a photo ID if possible, but not necessarily a photo ID. I see in the legislation that in this legislation where there is an ID that specifies the place of residence, that can be a problem for some people. But if we had a card, a voter's card, it would be some way of ensuring that there would be an integrous system. There should at least be an ID. The member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP proposal, which deals with allowing all voters to vote, is unacceptable whether or not they have ID. It seems to me that C31 in the last session, it did not lead to that. It seems reasonable to require an ID card of some sort, a photo ID if possible, to ensure that the system is protected. I can tell you that there were major frauds where people were put in buses and one voter has identified one after the other all the people in the bus. That's over.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to stand and speak to Bill C-18. And of course, if all members of this House had have done their job when Bill C-31 was before the committee, we actually wouldn't be in this position. And I think it's important to talk about the fact that the Parliamentary Secretary, when he was up speaking, talked about the fact that that the NDP opposed Bill C-31 simply because they were concerned about homeless people. Now, I guess there's a couple of things I'd like to say about that. One is, I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary couldn't possibly be suggesting that homeless people shouldn't vote, because
it just means they don't count.
You know, we know that homelessness is a rising crisis in this country. And we know that there are increasing numbers of homeless people in Canada. And I think I would be very surprised to hear members of this House say that homeless people should be disenfranchised. And I want to point to the UN Special Rapporteur's report, Malone Koteri's report, his preliminary report that he released on October the 22nd, that talked about the fact that Canada has a crisis in housing. It has a national crisis, and that it is an emergency situation. So we know that independent sources are talking about the increasing homelessness. And of course, we know homeless people often have difficulty having identification that would allow them to vote. Now, the members of the Bloc are suggesting that somehow the New Democrats are not in favor of integrity in the voting system, and that's absolute nonsense. The member from Vancouver East had a very concrete suggestion, one that has been used in Vancouver East, and it was the use of statutory declarations for people who showed up with no identification and weren't on the voters list. So we are certainly very conscious of maintaining the integrity of the voters, the voting system. We're very conscious of wanting to make sure that there isn't fraud. But I'm also very aware that the Chief Electoral Officer also indicated that fraud is by no means rampant in this country. And one wonders, when we attempt to use a sledgehammer on a small, isolated problem, what the overall intent is. Now, as well, the Parliamentary Secretary indicated in a question I asked him about what this particular bill before us was going to do around people who were going to be disenfranchised, people who were living in transit shelters, homeless. and he indicated that the quote I was making was actually not a quote of his from Bill C-18, when in fact it was actually his response to C-18 amendments proposed by the Senate. And so again, I want to indicate that Conservative members, when Bill C-30, the former Bill C-31 was before the House, when it came back to the House for further review and consideration, and I must point out to members that New Democrats not only identified problems with that bill, and I'm going to talk about some of them, but they also proposed solutions. And we certainly were concerned about rural voters and small communities. We talked about them being small, isolated communities, and in many cases, not all rural communities are small and isolated, but certainly we were conscious of the fact that other community members could be disenfranchised. So again, back to the parliamentary secretary. On June the 18th, in response to the Bill C-31 amendments proposed by the Senate, the parliamentary secretary said, "What we are trying to do, presenting a bill that will give increased and expanded voting opportunities for all Canada, is attempt to raise the level of voter turnout." Now, Mr. Speaker, what we actually saw with Bill C-31 is, in effect, we disenfranchised nearly 1 million rural voters. And when those kinds of comments are made, one wonders if homelessness was considered as well. And he went on to say, again, on June the 18th, 2007, Bill C-31 amendments of the Senate, from the Senate, "I think there is no greater fraud that could be perpetrated on Canadians than that of an individual voting at a federal or provincial election who pretends to be someone that he or she is not." Well, surely, Mr. Speaker, there is also a fraud in disenfranchising voters. And people have talked about Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when we pass legislation that says Canadians will not be allowed to vote because of where they live in rural Canada, surely that is perpetrating a fraud. Now, on that very same day of June the 18th, in response to Bill C-31 amendments from the Senate, the minister responsible for democratic reform said, "As I have mentioned on other occasions, this bill makes a number of changes to the electoral process that will reduce the opportunity for electoral fraud, improve the accuracy of the National Register and the lists of electors, facilitate communication with the electorate, and improve the administration of all elections. These are changes that will be of benefit to all parties, to all candidates, and to all Canadians, because it will make our electoral system and, in turn, our democracy stronger." So, here we have a minister responsible for democratic reform supporting a piece of legislation that's actually going to make sure that some Canadians can't vote. Now, how does that possibly in keeping with provisions of making our democracy stronger? In fact, in their rush to reduce a virtually non-existent fraud problem, they have actually made sure that well over 1 million Canadians will not be able to vote. Now, this bill attempts to correct that. And again, if we are going to correct a piece of flawed legislation, I would argue that we need to correct all of the issues that were identified when Bill C-31 came forward initially. And often in this House, Mr. Speaker, you will hear people talking about accountability, transparency, fiscal responsibility. And here we have a case where we had Bill C-31 before the House, and everybody, the Conservatives, the Liberals, the Bloc, pushed that bill through despite some very strong reservations that the New Democrats identified, and solutions suggested, I might add. They pushed that bill through, and now we are in the process of having to fix a flawed piece of legislation at what cost to taxpayers. So we have a responsibility when legislation comes before the House, and I've heard members here say, well, you know, not every piece of legislation is perfect, and we have to do what we can do to get things, through the House. But when we do things hastily and without the adequate consideration for broad-ranging impacts, we end up not only delaying processes, but we end up spending far more money than we needed to spend in the first place. And so when they bring Bill C-18 to fix the problem with disenfranchising rural voters, but we're not fixing the problems with disenfranchising people who perhaps are homeless or low income, does that mean we're then going to have to bring another bill back before the House at great expense to the taxpayer in order to fix a problem that we should have fixed when Bill C-31 was originally before the House? Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard, again, the Parliamentary Secretary talk about the fact that the primary reason that New Democrats opposed that original bill was because of our great concern for people who are homeless. And we are absolutely concerned for people who are homeless, whether it's their right to vote or their right to adequate shelter and everything in between, health care, livable wages, adequate education. And those are things that I am very proud as a New Democrat to stand up and speak about in this House. But when we're dealing with the issues directly affecting voters, New Democrats identified a number of issues in Bill C-31 which are not being addressed in Bill C-18 and are still going to continue to be a problem. So we talked about the fact that this bill will result in thousands of individuals who lack proper identification due to poverty, illness, disability, or having no stable address, not being able to exercise their right to vote. And that included people who are homeless, temporarily housed in transition shelters. And we put forward a recommendation around a statutory declaration as an alternate means of identification for that elector to prove their identity. We also talked about the fact that there were some serious problems with the vouching system. And in the vouching system, it means that one person can vouch only for one voter. And sometimes, for example, you may have somebody who lives in a riding and works a lot with people who are homeless, some of the street workers who have often daily contact with people who are homeless. That person would only be able to vouch for one of those people that he or she works with on a regular basis. And we were arguing that, again, using that vouching system is a legitimate way to say that somebody should or should be able to prove who they are. But we were arguing that you should be able to vouch for more than one person. And that seems perfectly reasonable. Surely if your credentials are good enough to vouch for one person, they should be good enough to vouch for 5 or 6 or 10 people. What difference does it make? Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member from Vancouver East, and I want to highlight the fact, again, that when New Democrats were speaking about the problems with Bill C-31, which have not been fixed in Bill C-18, that they were identifying more than homelessness as an issue. And the member from Vancouver East, in a very good speech that outlined a number of the problems and potential solutions, talked about, this is a quote from her speech. She says, "What is being offered as the main solution to this problem is a voter identification system. At looking at the bill and knowing where this came from at committee, we want to express some of our concerns about what may be the unintended consequences of the ID system on voters. In particular, we are concerned about how this would impact on low-income people, people who live in small remote communities, and Aboriginal people who do not have the necessary ID outlined in the bill." Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the member from Vancouver East, who is a very experienced member of this House, has been a tireless advocate for homeless people, was also talking about people who were not only homeless but lived in small and remote communities and Aboriginal people. So I think that's a very good example of how New Democrats talked about issues that included homeless and others. Further on in her speech, she talks about the fact, again, about a solution. She says she's talked to lawyers in my community who have been involved in providing assistance around statutory declaration for voters with no ID, and they are very concerned, as I am, about what this provision will mean. At present, it is acceptable for a voter to make a statutory declaration along with a person in the community who can identify the voter. In the downtown east side, it has often been a street worker, someone who knows many of the people in the community who vouches for the individual. Under this bill, this new bill, that's Bill C-31, Mr. Speaker, this would no longer be allowed. And Bill C-18, which is before the House, does not take into account that provision that would have prevented the disenfranchisement of a number of people in our communities. She goes on to say, we are prepared to see this bill go to committee, which was a procedural thing, the government has said that it's willing to look at amendments. Now, Mr. Speaker, what of course we know happened is neither the government nor the Liberals or the Bloc supported some of the amendments that the NDP put forward. And she goes on, and this is the important part. She says, to ensure that by dealing with voter fraud, we are not at the same time unintentionally disenfranchising people who have a right to vote, who want to vote, and who are voting legitimately, but would be precluded from doing so with these new provisions. So, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the first round of people who will be disenfranchised by Bill C-31 coming before this House. I talked a bit about the vouching system and how extremely complicated it is in terms of the fact that you have one person who can vouch only for one person. The member from Ottawa Centre, again, a tireless defender of democratic reform and people's rights to vote, in his speech against Bill C-31, and this is prescient, he identified some problems that could occur. And what he said was, I would hate to see unintended consequences that would do the same here. And in this context, he was referring to problems that happened in the civil rights movement in the United States, where people were, some would argue, intentionally disenfranchised, and the court challenges that resulted from that. He says, we have seen laws in this country that have done that. I refer to BC and its so-called Section 80, whereby people were not able to get on the voters list until the actual day of the election simply because of a flawed enumeration system. It is important to acknowledge with the way this bill is presently written that a charter challenge could happen. So, Mr. Speaker, the member from Ottawa Centre talked about the fact there could be unintended consequences of this bill, and what do we see but over 1 million voters in Canada not able to vote because of this very deeply flawed bill. And again, he goes on to talk about solutions, and people in this House have said, well, New Democrats only oppose things, they actually don't propose things. Well, that's actually wrong. We actually talked about the fact that enumeration, which has been cancelled, would have been a very good way to make sure that we had the best possible electoral list, so that people would be accurately reflected on that voters list. And it would certainly ease voting when it comes to voting day. And that would have been one solution, along with the use of statutory declarations. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the members also referred to the fact that New Democrats aren't doing anything on democratic reform. And again, that is absolute utter nonsense, because we know the previous member, Ed Broadbent, when he was, I was very proud to serve with him as a member of the New Democrat caucus, presented a very detailed plan on democratic reform. And part of that plan talked about lobbyists, corporate lobbyists. And when we talk about democratic reform, we had the member from Winnipeg Centre yesterday pointing out the fact that corporate lobbyists, under the measures to deal with corporate lobbyists under the Accountability Act still have not been put in place. And, that's the member from Winnipeg Centre has been tireless on talking about ethics and accountability in this House. And we have a government who ran on a platform of accountability and so-called clean government. And now we've got a situation of conservative corporate lobbyists who are not, because of conservative failure to enact certain provisions of Bill C-2, the Accountability Act, they pretty well have pretty much a free license these days. An infestation, as the member from Winnipeg Centre points out. And around democratic reform, and this is all about democratic reform and accountability in our voting system, we also had an opportunity in this House to put forward proportional representation. And members of this House folded like a stack of cards. And we had an opportunity there to make sure that every vote in this country counted, so that we didn't end up with governments who sometimes ended up with a majority where they only had 35% of the vote. Now, that truly is a democratic reform initiative. And New Democrats, the member from Vancouver Island North, brought forward a motion proposing democratic reform, electoral reform in this country that would have substantially impacted on the way this House operates. And instead, members chose to disregard that very good motion. And Canada is one of the few Western democracies left that does not have some form of proportional representation. So Mr. Speaker, I think New Democrats have a very proud history of fighting for democratic reform, electoral reform, of standing up for working class and middle class families to make sure that their votes actually count for something in this House. And we are proud to be on the forefront in that area. So just back to Bill C-18, Mr. Speaker, in the CTV news story on November the 2nd, they talked about the fact, I want to emphasize how broad the scope of this problem is. It says Elections Canada last week disclosed that 1 million rural Canadians do not have a proper residential or civic address, complete with street, name, and number, as envisaged by the original legislation. That's Bill C-31. Rural addresses are most often post office boxes or rural route numbers, and on native reserves, a resident's address is sometimes simply the name of the reserve. The problem is particularly acute in northern Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador. And so under this bill, many communities in our province simply will not have the right to have their vote registered. And our member from Timmins James Bay, of course, is one of those people. And the member from Timmins James Bay has very clearly called on this House to not only look at the disenfranchisement of rural voters, but also to look at the disenfranchisement of homeless people, transients, students, other rural people, Aboriginal people. The list is very long. And when the Elections Canada released this report, they also talked about the fact that they also gave some specific numbers, and I think these numbers are important. They released a report on the issue to Parliament saying that 4.4% of eligible voters do not have the proper address required by law. In Nunavut, that's 80.75% of voters can't offer a street name or address, 27.3% in Saskatchewan, and 23% in Newfoundland and Labrador. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's a very, very serious problem. And I am hoping that this House certainly looks at C-18 and its impact on rural voters, but I also hope this House expands its view and looks at all the other people that are disenfranchised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo Couching for giving such a good overview of the current legislation before us, C-18, as well as its predecessor, Bill C-31, that was approved by this House. And I want to emphasize, I think, the points that she makes, that the original bill, C-31, was actually a bill that did not need to come forward. It was a bill that was manufactured by the government based on alleged voter fraud that really does not exist. There are isolated cases from time to time, and the Chief Electoral Officer in Elections Canada have a very good system for following that up and actually zeroing in where there may be potential fraud. So this bill, in its previous form, was never required in the first place. What it did, though, was it disenfranchised, we now know millions of people, rural voters, as well as those who live in an urban environment who maybe don't have the necessary ID. People in my riding in Vancouver East who have voted, there's nothing wrong with the way they're voting. They were suddenly disenfranchised by Bill C-31, and they will be by this new bill. So it's really quite astounding that a problem that never existed has now become a problem because of legislation that's being created by the government. And I'd like to ask the member from the Nanaimo Cowichan the question in terms of, we know about the rural voters and the fact that that's why this new version of the bill has come forward, but is it also not the case that there are other voters who will be disenfranchised? And unfortunately, there's nothing in this bill that will correct the situation for those people. Mostly people in inner cities, people who are homeless, people who are without ID, who have every right to vote, and as a result of this legislation will still find it difficult, if not impossible. They will, in effect, be disenfranchised. And I know that I and my colleagues have pressed very, very hard to get this message through, and it's quite alarming that not only did the government not listen, but the Liberal Party, the Bloc Québécois, they rejected those arguments as well and went along with this bill. And so now we have the second version back. It's still a flawed bill. So I would ask the member if she would comment on how this impacts people in the urban environment as well.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Vancouver East, and of course many people who live in urban environments are transient. And I spoke earlier about the UN Special Rapporteur's report on housing and homelessness in Canada, and it's no wonder. People are facing a crisis. And so many people who live in cities simply don't have the ID or the residence address, but they can be vouched for under a statutory declaration. And it's a fairly widespread problem. Here's a quote from a blog on the CTV website. And it's from somebody on the Gulf Islands, and she says, well, I guess I won't be voting in the next election. I live on a small Gulf island off the BC coast. We were recently assigned house numbers for this island, but pick up mail on a different island, and our voting station is on a third island. A few years ago, I was turned away at the polls because my driver's license address, the place where I live, didn't match my voter's card address, which is my mailing address. And she says, here we go again. And Mr. Speaker, that kind of thing happens all over Canada. On the West Coast, on Vancouver Island, in one of the advanced polls in the last election, a person lived on one Gulf Island, had to travel to Vancouver Island to cross over to another Gulf Island to vote in the advanced poll. So if we're going to talk about how we actually make sure voters legitimately vote in this country, we need to fix some of the problems that are in the system that have been clearly identified, instead of doing the kinds of things in Bill C-31 which actually made sure voters could not vote.
I'm going to mark Sean Murphy's here. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to able to rise and speak to my colleague who's put forward many good arguments here, and over the past while in Parliament before the summer break, we worked very diligently on this issue, trying to understand what was driving the government agenda in actually developing C-31 in the first place. Is it a question of voter fraud? We've had 4 cases of voter fraud in the last 4 elections. That's not sufficient to bring forward an act into this Parliament. Is it a question that somehow our system of voting is under scrutiny? It's being, the elaborate system of returning officers and scrutineers and the complete system of Canadian voting, which is probably one of the best in the world, is somehow under suspicion here, that we're letting too many people through the gate? Is it because they're not able, that a person walking into the polls is unable to identify themselves in many, many instances? Yes, there are some problems, but did it require this kind of authoritarian hammer that came down in terms of C-31? Or is this, to my honourable colleague, is this, through the Speaker, is this really something else? Is this really about social conditioning? Is this bill about one of the steps that's leading us after towards a more authoritarian state where everything that we do has to be qualified with some form of identification, where we're moving towards government identity cards, where we're taking the steps that are going to lead us to a society that Canadians are not going to like, but the steps that are taken are small ones so that they condition Canadians to accept this kind of burden. To my honourable colleague, what do you think was the motives behind this government in moving ahead with this piece of legislation, wasting our time in Parliament, creating a situation where the next election we're going to have massive confusion at the polls, where we're going to turn many people off of voting? What was their purpose in all of this?
Good question.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question, and I think it remains somewhat of a mystery when the Chief Electoral Officer himself talked about the fact that fraud in our electoral system was a rare and unusual case. And instead of dealing with the circumstances when they arose, instead what the response was, and of course it makes great political rhetoric, right? I'm out here protecting the integrity of the voting system. Well, the integrity of the voting system, by and large, is just fine, thank you very much. But instead what we had was a response that far outweighed the problem. And we can see what happens when we develop responses that far outweigh the problems identified, is there are mistakes made. And instead, we've created a far greater problem with this flawed piece of legislation. And there is this notion, this creeping notion that, well, we're seeing it in any number of ways. We've got this no-fly list that's now come about. Right? So what is happening in this day and age in our country in terms of protecting integrity of certain systems when we have this kind of legislation creeping in?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to ask the Honourable Member a question on this. Mr. Speaker, I think, there's probably nothing more important in a democracy than integrity in the voting system, integrity in results. It's critically important that everybody that wants their voice heard in an election, that they have that opportunity to have that voice heard. But it's also critically important that the results of an election, the results in every riding, all 308 ridings, are beyond question, that they are above any sort of suspicion that there may be a problem in the voting system. And I think that it's right for members of Parliament to take a look at this system from time to time and make sure that we have a system where the integrity of the system is beyond reproach. And I'd just like to ask the member if she feels that the previous system was perfect, or whether or not it's right for Parliament from time to time to look at the systems and make sure that the integrity is there and that the results of an election in any riding cannot be questioned.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan should know there's 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, New Democrats are absolutely concerned with the integrity of a system, and that's why we're really concerned with a bill that actually disenfranchised 1 million voters. And so when you talk about integrity of a system, surely a bill that actually has people not vote when they legitimately should be able to vote speaks to lack of integrity in that bill. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats again have suggested ways to make sure people could vote legitimately.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. He has 20 minutes for his remarks, but we will be interrupting them at 2 o'clock. Thank you. There will be a very important question period, so I understand the situation very well. However, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the debate on the bill amending the Canada Elections Act, amending the aspect dealing with the verification of resident, Bill C-18. My colleague for Drummond spoke to this bill a few minutes ago, and we do support the principle of the bill. The purpose of the bill is to correct flaws in Bill C-31, and I believe that all colleagues here have spoken about the problems that arose from the adoption of Bill C-31. People didn't adopt the legislation to cause problems, but often after the fact, certain problems are perceived, and this was the case with Bill C-31, which was aimed at reducing possibilities of fraud and errors regarding the identification of voters. So the idea was to make sure that people use their residential address on identification. Elections Canada showed later that nearly 1 million Canadians did not have a residential address, that is, with a street address, which is required in Bill C-31. Some people live in cities, of course, and they have always had a street address, so it may seem a little strange to them that nearly 1 million people do not have a civic address of that kind. It does not mean that they do not have a place to live, and we do know there are homeless people, but rather people do not necessarily have a residential address. For example, you could have a rural route address, or in the case of many Aboriginal people, the name of the reserve is the sole address given. But in an urban area, we don't have that kind of address. This problem is one that affects 4.4% of voters. We have people with post office boxes, general delivery, rural routes, and in the case of some Aboriginal people, just a reserved name. Clearly, we want, in a democratic country, to have the most people possible be able to vote. There are also people that would have vouchers, people vouching for them at the poll division. And similarly, the person vouching for a neighbor would have to have that kind of address. And if they don't, then they would not have the type of identification required under the Act, and they would be told that the address is similar because they're neighbors, and therefore neither of them qualify. So this is a problem that has been found to exist in Bill C-31. So nearly 1 million people in Canada have this problem, a lot fewer in Quebec. 15,238 people in Quebec, so 0.27% of voters in Quebec have a civic address, therefore one that would be considered complete. And this was explained earlier. They do not have a street address as such. So we need to correct the situation to enable as many people as possible to be able to exercise their right to vote. And this is an inalienable right, Mr. Speaker. This is why we have Bill C-18. However, this democratic exercise has to be carried out in a way that avoids fraud. Clearly, we don't want to have people who are deceased voting. This might seem funny, but in fact, this has been raised as a possibility. Dishonest people will do all sorts of different things to be able to vote fraudulently and dishonestly in an election, and it has happened that someone has gone to a cemetery and used the name of someone to be able to vote fraudulently. There have been more recent situations recently, not in the distant past, who have stolen the identity of another voter. I think it happened in the riding of Anjou recently. There was evidence that this fraudulent activity took place. There were people that voted on behalf of someone else. In fact, they were paid to do so, and they were usurping the identity of other voters. And this is something we want to avoid, Mr. Speaker. This is why the suggestion made by the NDP, that is the idea of having people swear an oath, is problematic. This is not sufficient. The Canada Elections Act would be amended to be more flexible, to be able to take into account civic addresses where people use a post office box, general delivery, or a rural route as their address. It indicates that if the ID does not indicate the residence, but there is a match with the voters list, then the residence would be presumed to have been established. If the person has a rural route address, then if that same rural route address is on the voters list, the ID would be accepted. The bill would require that someone vouching for another voter have an address on the ID, and if that ID address matches what is on the voters list, then it would be presumed to establish the identity. And I will conclude on this. In doubt, the deputy returning officer or the poll clerk would have to have the person swear an oath. So these are the proposals in the legislation. As I said, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of the bill. Thank you.
And the honourable member from Malpeque has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to one of PEI's finest sons, Sinclair Cutcliffe, who passed away Saturday. Sinclair spent his lifetime helping others and was strongly committed to family, to his community, and to Canada. He was active in many capacities, key among them, past owner and director of Cutcliffe Funeral Home, provincial MLA and deputy speaker, stalwart Liberal activist, founding member of Hillsborough Rotary Club, provider of ambulance services and training first aid to nurses and firefighters. For his years in first aid, he won the highest honour, the Order of the Red Cross. Although he never sat in this chamber, having made one attempt to do so, he still had an influence on this place and federal policy through his active connections with Prime Minister Trudeau and the Liberal Party. The stories he could tell. Mr. Speaker, Canada and Prince Edward Island are a better place because of Sinclair Cutcliffe. We thank his family and we wish them well.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, as our government took office almost 22 months ago, there was little doubt that Canadians had grown tired of the scandals and entitlement that had become the watchwords of the former Liberal government. They looked to us to clean up the mess and get government back on track. We've kept that commitment. We've honoured that promise, and our work continues, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a government that just this week introduced new legislation that goes right to the heart of more democratic, accountable government, giving Canadians a say as to who will represent them in the Senate, limiting Senate terms to 8 years, and fairness in representation in the House. But we know from experience that the Liberals will flip and flop, obstruct and delay these reforms just as they did in the last session. So it's up to Liberal members and senators to put their romance with the days of privilege behind them, do what Canadians want and expect, stand up and pass these measures without delay here and in the other place, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides de la Belle. Mr. Speaker, November 16th of each year is International Tolerance Day, which is intended to improve human well-being, freedom and progress in all walks of life. It is also intended to encourage tolerance, respect, dialogue and cooperation among different cultures, civilizations and peoples. In Darfur, in Burma, in Colombia, the concept of tolerance is thwarted and challenged. Closer to home, the tolerance shown to this country's minorities by the Conservative government leaves a great deal to be desired, be it their intolerance towards groups of women who dare to fight to have their rights respected and for equal wages, their intolerance towards workers from whom they have been taking billions of dollars for years now, or their intolerance towards Quebecers whom they recognize as a nation, but which is something that means nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mackenzie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, Rendezvous Jeunesse will bring together 150 young people to discuss the future of the Acadian Peninsula. Will take place on November 16th and 17th at Moncton University on the Shippagan campus. This is an initiative of the Comité Avenir Jeunesse, and it will create a space for discussion and sharing all points of view relating to the social, economic, and educational conditions on the Acadian Peninsula. There will be workshops and the sharing of stories, success stories among young people from here and elsewhere. This is an ambitious and innovative project designed for and by youth that will help the Acadian Peninsula and will serve to prepare a meeting of young people for the Acadian World Congress in 2009. The NDP wish them the best of luck.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, November the 14th, marked the celebration of World Diabetes Day. On that same day, Canada's largest diabetes institute opened at the University of Alberta. The Alberta Diabetes Institute will bring together top researchers in type 1 and type 2 diabetes to work towards prevention, better treatment, and eventual cure of the disease. The disease affects 150,000 Albertans, with 1,000 new patients being diagnosed each month. The opening of this remarkable institute will certainly have a positive effect on their prognosis and management of their disease. This is the largest freestanding building dedicated to diabetes work in Canada and will house more than 200 researchers. The new building will hold 35 investigator labs for people in physical education, medicine, nutrition, pharmacy, and public health. The lives of Albertans and Canadians living with diabetes will be dramatically improved with the opening of this institute, and as a resident and member of Parliament of Edmonton Strathcona, I'm proud to congratulate Dr. Ray Rajat and his team for working very hard for making this a reality.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hold in my hands a petition from 4,000 Canadians who want to remind the Prime Minister that he once said, and I quote, "There is no greater fraud than a promise not kept," unquote. They are among the million-plus victims of the Prime Minister's broken promise on income trusts. Their names were compiled by David Marshall, a retired man from the Cornwall area who worked hard all his life only to see his retirement savings go up in smoke. He delivered these names to me on the first anniversary of the income trust announcement. What he and millions of Canadians want now is simple. They want the government to uncover the 18 pages of blacked-out documents used to justify destroying their billions of dollars of savings. But most of all, they want an apology. Absolutely. Because the only thing they did wrong was to take this Prime Minister at his word.
Shame. Honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Project Red Ribbon officially started on Parliament Hill today. This national campaign asks Canadians to display a red ribbon on their vehicle or their car keys, purse, backpack, or other personal item. This red ribbon is a tribute to honour those killed or injured in impaired driving crashes. It also serves as a constant message to people on the roads to drive safe and sober. MAD Canada hopes the red ribbon will also serve as a reminder to call 911 and take action in ensuring our roads are safe. We can all agree that impaired driving is not to be tolerated, and that is why this government has introduced within the Tackling Violent Crime Act impaired driving measures. I urge this House to support this important legislation, and I urge Canadians to support MAD's valiant efforts by displaying a red ribbon. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Verchères Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, today in Madrid, will open the Third World Doping Conference with the objective of reviewing the National Anti-Doping Code, and I'd like to express the importance of this exercise for the sports world. Every day, thousands of athletes give of their time, money, energy, sometimes to the detriment of their health, to achieve a history-making performance, and they must deal with the requirements of sponsors and public opinion. At no time are they allowed to disappoint. And under the influence of all of this pressure, it is understandable that doping would be an attractive option. However, the athletes, as well as their family, their doctor, and their coaches must understand that doping is illegal and it cannot be condoned. Moreover, this third conference should also remove the threat of relocation of the agency's head office, which is located in Montreal. The Secretary of State, who is currently in Madrid, must accept nothing less.
For Prince Edward Hastings.
Impaired driving is a crime that is 100% preventable, and that is why on November the 13th, volunteers for Mothers Against Drunk Driving from my riding of Prince Edward Hastings launched their 2007 Red Ribbon campaign. Last year, this Conservative government introduced Bill C-32, which provided police with the tools to detect drug-impaired driving. This bill, now part of Bill C-2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, a legislative committee of which I am proud to be a part of, authorized police officers to conduct a series of tests to determine if a driver is impaired by a drug or a combination of alcohol and drugs. Mr. Speaker, there is general agreement in this House and in this country that drug-impaired driving represents a serious criminal justice, health, and traffic safety issue in Canada. Drug users are disproportionately involved in fatal accidents, and impaired driving is still the #1 criminal cause of death in Canada. So this Christmas season, Mr. Speaker, and throughout the year, I urge all Canadians to display a red ribbon in an effort to stop impaired driving.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, November is Family Violence Prevention Month. family violence is about power and control, not just conflict or anger. En 1980,
In 1998, Statistics Canada report family violence in Canada. A statistical profile states that 9 times more women than men are victims of spousal violence or partner violence, and 3 times more women than men are killed by their spouse.
to acknowledge Crossroads for Women, a transition house in my riding, which has assisted more than 7,500 women and their children living with family violence over the past 26 years. Crossroads for Women, Mr. Speaker, also offers Second Stage, a facility of 8 safe and affordable units with services for women and their children who want to break the cycle of family violence and live in a violent-free environment. So let us pause, Mr. Speaker, and reflect on concrete actions we can take in all of our communities to prevent and eliminate domestic violence affecting women and their children.
Honourable Member for Robert-Val-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with the Conservatives in power, the Bloc is trying to justify their presence in Ottawa through every means possible. Today, the Bloc leader and his successor are accusing the Conservative Party of reducing Quebec's weight in this House. This member is concerned about the representation of Quebec in Canadian institutions, and the member for Joliette has already said we are not here to reform Canada's institutions, we want to leave Canada, whereas the member for Saint-Jean said that the future is at the National Assembly and not in Ottawa. So in view of the rationale of this party, they are simply being inconsistent and hypocritical in this area. And they should recognize the fact that if it were nothing than a laboratory of ideas, the representation of the Bloc would go from their present number to 0. Our government protects the number of Quebec seats in the House of Commons that will never be reduced from the current number of 75. Thank you.
Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been calling for full review of the use of tasers since 2004, shortly after their implication in the death of 2 people who lived in my riding of Vancouver East. We learned yesterday that after only 30 seconds on the scene at the Vancouver airport, the RCMP tasered Mr. Duchansky at least twice with charges of 50,000 volts. Moments later, he was dead. In too many instances, tasers are being used on the homeless, people with mental health problems or drug use problems, and essentially the most marginalized people in our communities. There are no clear national standards for the use of tasers and little understanding of their impact. 2 more men died in Quebec after being tasered earlier this year. We cannot wait for one more victim before action is taken. Until strict standards are in place, until we can know that tasers are safe, until we can be sure that tasers are being used properly, they should not be in use. And we call for a full and comprehensive review of the use of tasers.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As parliamentary committees attempted to resume their work yesterday, evidence of the Conservatives' 200-page obstruction manual surfaced in full force, stacking procedural committees with government members, reducing quorums to require only 1 opposition member, allowing political staff from parties to attend in-camera meetings, destroying transcripts after only 1 year instead of the traditional 30-year period. These are just a few of the proposals put forward by the government in an attempt to delay and destroy the work of parliamentary committees. I urge my parliamentary colleagues to remain vigilant to ensure that the essential work of committees can proceed. Colleagues, stand warned.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, something troubling has been taking place within the Procedure and House Affairs Committee since September. Conservative members are systematically paralysing the work of the committee since the introduction of a motion requiring that the shady PC party financial practices during the last election be submitted to a review committee before the TV cameras so that Quebecers and Canadians can see for themselves that the lovely Conservative promises of transparency and honesty were only window dressing. The situation continues meeting after meeting, while the Bloc Québécois tries to understand why the Conservative Party is the only party represented in this House that is being investigated by Elections Canada over election expenses refunds. if Conservative members think that they are beyond reproach, they should stop obstructing the work of the committee so that light can be shed on this troubling situation.
Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I, as too many Canadians, ask the Prime Minister to provide the public the full details of the cash the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney received from Karl-Heinz Schreiber in 1993-94. The public, Mr. Speaker, are demanding answers. What was the money paid for? Why was it paid in cash? Why was it paid in hotel rooms? Why didn't Mr. Mulroney pay taxes until it was disclosed in the public later on? What was the purpose of the meeting in Zurich? Why didn't our Prime Minister do anything when his office was notified in March of this year? Until these answers are provided, Mr. Speaker, there's a dark cloud over this government and over all government agencies and departments. For example, Mr. Speaker, Revenue Canada will have difficulty auditing other Canadians. How can they charge other Canadians? How can they penalize other Canadians? These Canadians they will use the excuse, give me the same deal as we gave Mulroney. Mr. Speaker, I hope this Prime Minister, for the sake of this government and for the sake of this institution of Parliament, will ensure that Canadians are given these answers as soon as absolutely possible.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years, a growing number of Canadians have come to realize that the Liberal Party doesn't actually stand for anything. But who would have guessed that this fall they would turn not standing into their defining characteristic?
Shame on them.
First, they abstained on the speech from the throne.
Shame.
Next, they abstained from a Ways and Means motion to reduce the GST to 5%.
Shame.
Yesterday, they extended their abstention strategy beyond just confidence votes to abstain on a block opposition day motion.
Shame on them.
Mr. Speaker, where I come from, there's a commonly shared principle that if you don't vote, you can't complain. Now, I know the whole concept of principles is not really high on the Liberal Party's priority list, and that the whole priorities thing doesn't come easy to the Liberal leader. But until the Liberals develop a list of priorities that they can stand up for, one way or another, perhaps they should offer up their official opposition status to a party that actually knows what it believes.
Exactly. Order. Oral questions orales. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wants to limit the political fallout from the Mulroney-Schreiber affair, so he prevents Dr. Johnston from investigating the behaviour of this Conservative government over the last 22 months. The terms of reference for Dr. Johnston include only specific financial dealings between Mr. Mulroney and Mr. Schreiber. They do not include any negligence, willful blindness, interference, evasion, or concealment by this Prime Minister, his office, his ministers, or Conservative insiders. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister exempt himself from this investigation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we did no such thing. Mr. Johnson is free to propose any terms of reference that are in any way connected, with the events in question. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the events in question occurred between 10 and 20 years ago, and these are rather pathetic attempts by the opposition to link them to this government.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it is not Dr. Johnston's credibility that's at stake here, it's the Prime Minister's. Dr. Johnston has been hired to look only at Mulroney-Schreiber financial dealings, nothing more. He cannot examine Privy Council officials or political staff about the paper trail into this Prime Minister's office. That would be beyond his mandate. He cannot find out who ordered the Justice Department to stop a fresh investigation which the department began last year, because that would be beyond his mandate. What is this government so afraid that he will find?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I say, Mr. Speaker, Professor Johnston can recommend any terms of reference that are in any way related to the affairs at hand. Mr. Speaker, the only person's, I wouldn't say the only person's credibility, but one of the people's credibility who's very much in question this week is, frankly, the member for Wascana, who actually suggested that the government would break the law and release private tax records. Mr. Speaker, when you hear that kind of recommendation, you understand why the previous government had to pay out $2.1 million of taxpayers' money.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the question was whether Mr. Mulroney complied with the law. The Mulroney-Schreiber issue reignited in the media only days after this government came into power. There are damning letters in the Prime Minister's office, but the paper trail is hidden. Ministers deliberately refused to be briefed. A Justice Department review was started and then suddenly stopped. Some ministers consult Mr. Mulroney daily. He has numerous personal encounters with the Prime Minister. Was Mr. Schreiber ever discussed? Will the Prime Minister change the mandate to include specifically whether this government was involved in a...
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all of the allegations made by the member for Wascana are completely baseless. They are complete fabrications. All they are, Mr. Speaker, is designed to try and prove that other people are just as corrupt as the Liberal Party of Canada. Well, I'm afraid the Liberal Party of Canada has the trademark on corruption.
Order, please. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that in omitting to ask Mr. Johnson to proceed fully, the Prime Minister is trying to limit the damage. The Prime Minister admitted that he met with Brian Mulroney in 2006, as was indicated by Mr. Schreiber. But we still don't know whether or not they talked about Mr. Schreiber. And the terms of reference given to Mr. Johnson do not cover this. What is the Prime Minister trying to hide from Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Security. Mr. Speaker, the process is very clear. Immediately after Mr. Schreiber indicated in his testimony that there were allegations, immediately the Prime Minister put in place a process that will lead to the answers that we would like to have to this and that Canadians would like to have. We have started the process. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. Dr. Johnston is to inquire whether or not the letters that Mr. Schreiber wrote got to Cabinet, to the Prime Minister's office. But why does the Minister of Justice refuse to receive any information whatsoever about the $2.1 million paid to Brian Mulroney and what was done? Will the Prime Minister allow Dr. Johnston to establish whether or not there was political interference to hide facts? The Minister of Public Security. Mr. Speaker, once again, the process is very clear. Mr. Johnson can ask questions. He can describe the lines of the inquiry, the questions that are important for him, for Canadians, and also for us, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Karl-Heinz Schreiber is suspected of fraud, charged with fraud in Germany, and also we are very aware of his involvement with Brian Mulroney under Section 40. The minister is refusing to use his discretionary power to proceed with the extradition of Mr. Schreiber, the Prime Minister. The process, Mr. Speaker, the judicial process is continuing, and indeed it is the decision of the Minister of Justice. The government cannot comment on a judicial process like that. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, in their ruling this morning, the judges said that the decision of the Minister of Justice was a political one, Mr. Speaker. I refer to their ruling, and in an attempt to delay his extradition, Mr. Schreiber has made very explosive allegations with respect to Mr. Mulroney. But in Germany, where he is suspected of fraud, he is trying to hold up the inquiry as well. the government has the power to even hold off the extradition until we hear what Mr. Schreiber has to say. Mr. Speaker, I cannot make a comment on a decision which is the exclusive responsibility of the Minister of Justice. But, Mr. Speaker, we recognize, each and every one of us, there are two public interests here. Clearly, one is this government's commitment to have a complete and full public inquiry, and the other is to ensure that Mr. Schreiber faces justice for the criminal accusations and charges of fraud in his country. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. With respect to the mandate of Mr. Johnson, at the time, the government, 9 days after the appointment of Judge Gomery in his inquiry, they acted 9 days after. But now Mr. Johnston has 56 days, which brings us to January the 11th, 2008, which is quite a long time just to establish terms of reference. Should the Prime Minister not require light to be shed on this matter as quickly as possible? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Johnston is free to make his report earlier than that, if it's possible. It is his decision. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Since there are allegations to the effect that other Liberal and Conservative individuals participated in Schreiber's activities, it's important to establish the framework of the Commission and to make it as broad as possible. If the Prime Minister wants to shed as much light as possible, I think it would be in the interest of everyone to have as broad an approach with respect to Schreiber's activity with Canadian politicians in general. Is the Prime Minister trying to hide something? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Johnston can recommend any type of terms of reference for the Commission. It is his decision. We have given that a power to Mr. Johnston, who is an eminent and impartial person. The government cannot write the mandate for its own public inquiry, its own commission. Mr. Johnston is not going necessarily to set out the rules for Canadian federalism, as some of the Bloc Québécois would like to see.
Merci.
Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, in the light of what appeared in the newspapers today, we learn that Mr. Schreiber was linked to all kinds of people. Elmer MacKay and his son, the Minister of Defense, already had worked for a German company for Mr. Schreiber, and Mr. MacKay, the father, paid bail, $100,000 bail for Mr. Schreiber. When this matter came up, did the Minister withdraw from the Cabinet meetings at that time, the Minister of Public Safety? I think that, unfortunately, we are hearing fabrications when we hear accusations like that. We have a process now, and Mr. Johnston is going to establish the terms of reference. We are going to find the answers, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to wait for Mr. Johnston's work to be done. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, sustainable development is about taking care of future generations. Sustainable corruption is producing the same effect. Mark Lalonde, Liberal Minister. Elmer MacKay, Conservative Minister. Alan McEachen, Liberal Minister. Brian Mulroney, Conservative Prime Minister. Decades of shady dealings with Karl-Heinz Schreiber, the summum of which was a $2.1 million Liberal payment to Mulroney for hurting his feelings. Will the Prime Minister take a first concrete step and inform Canadians that we're at least going to get our $2.1 million back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, it is Professor Johnston who will draft the terms of reference for the full public inquiry, and that is one matter in which he will obviously make recommendations.
The honourable member for West Nova.
In March, the Prime Minister's office received serious allegations about the Mulroney-Schreiber affair, and now he blames the Privy Council office for the cover-up. Does it make sense that a few weeks later, the Privy Council would send the Prime Minister to deliver a tribute to an embassy dinner to honour the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney? PCO put out a media advisory, a press release, even published a speech on the government website. Are Canadians supposed to believe the Privy Council would send the Prime Minister off to praise Brian Mulroney and not warn him about the serious allegations of abuse?
Good point.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the office of the Prime Minister does not engage in letter-writing campaigns with individuals who are facing a variety of charges. I will say, and it's now a matter of public record, that as soon as there was, immediately upon receiving, signed affidavit by Mr. Schreiber of certain allegations, immediately upon that, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and this government took action. We're going to see a process in place leading to a full public inquiry to explore all of the questions that need to be answered, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Government member celebrating Mr. Mulroney. There were 14 cabinet ministers, including the Minister of Transport. The current Defence Minister regaled all with a toast. The Prime Minister's speech that night said, and I quote, "Effective leaders in due time are recognized and rewarded." So it is with Mr. Mulroney, $300,000 worth. How are Canadians supposed to believe PCO would approve the speech but not brief the Prime Minister on his staff about the very serious allegations?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, immediately upon receiving signed affidavit from Mr. Schreiber about certain allegations, it was the Prime Minister and it was this government that has launched what will lead to a full public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite should exercise some caution. I understand he may have received some letters already about certain things he has said, and he should be careful.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, in February 1998, when Brian Mulroney met Karl-Heinz Schreiber in a hotel room in Zurich, Switzerland, who accompanied him? The Chief of Staff of the Minister of Transport, Paul Terrien. Now that we know that, can the government guarantee that it's not going to restrict the terms of reference of the Commission of Inquiry just to prevent the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Transport's having to testify under oath about what really happened that day? The Honourable the Minister of Public Security.
Knows and has seen the record of Professor Johnson, knows that he is not the type of individual who will be restricted, nor have restrictions been put on him, Mr. Speaker. What we're going to see is a very full and public inquiry along the guidelines that he is going to suggest. And we fully expect that all the way along, Mr. Speaker, we will hear ridiculous and bizarre assertions from across the way. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking for this full public inquiry, and we'll be looking for the answers it brings forward.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier.
Answers, Mr. Speaker. Can Monsieur Schreiber...
When Mr. Schreiber indicated to the Prime Minister's office that he had concluded an agreement with Brian Mulroney before he left public life, the government tried to stifle the matter for months. The question now is, the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Transport, Paul Terrien, did he play a role in that cover-up? What was the role played by Mr. Terrien in this matter that the government is trying in every way possible to restrict the mandate of the Commission of Inquiry? Minister. In my view, it is very clear. There is a process that is in place now, a process that will provide for a public inquiry. This is why we want to have the answers. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize it's the Prime Minister, the Government of Canada, that has asked for a public inquiry, and that's precisely what we are going to do with Mr. Johnston. Honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated in the House, and I quote, "We don't have any proof of systematic torture." of prisoners in Afghan prisons. But it's systemic. If it's not systemic, it's not as serious. But under the Geneva Convention, it states very clearly that you cannot torture prisoners that are transferred. And it doesn't matter if it is systemic or not. Does the minister not realize that his government is systematically violating the Geneva Minister? Mr. Speaker, I recently wrote to my counterpart in Afghanistan, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, to formally ask him to have formal and exhaustive and serious inquiries carried out with respect to this process. I can tell the House this morning I had a telephone conversation with my counterpart, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Afghanistan, and he assured me that an inquiry is currently underway with respect to these allegations, and the government will cooperate with the inquiry if necessary. Mr. Speaker, the government of Canada was stating that it was Taliban propaganda. They were inventing things. There were no problems in the prisons. But President Karzai says, yes, there are problems, and it was admitted yesterday by the minister. What is he waiting for now? We don't need inquiries. We need action from the minister to immediately suspend the transfer of prisoners. He can no longer deny reality. There are seven cases of allegations of torture. He must act now, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. We've never said that there was no challenge. There are always challenges. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that my colleague from Saint-Jean is rising to ask such a question, because he said for us it's sure that it's a promotion of the National Assembly. I would ask my colleague from Saint-Jean to go and do like his colleague, seek a promotion with the Parti Québécois if he doesn't want to be here in Ottawa. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. In the 80s, Mr. Speaker, the monetary policy of the Bank of Canada was such that there were catastrophic effects on the province of Quebec. We see the same situation benefiting the West and problems for the manufacturing sector. Even the Bank of Canada is worried about the devastating effects of the high dollar on the manufacturing sector. Will the Minister of Finance try to intervene with the Governor of Canada, as the law allows him to do something about this very important sector that is suffering in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It would not be the habit of this government to interfere with the Bank of Canada. It's completely separate from this government, and we're never going to suggest that we would do that. We need to remember that jobs are very important to the economy in this country, and we all understand the seriousness when people are losing jobs. There are many other factors, such as the value of the Canadian dollar vis-a-vis the American dollar. There's a lot of other factors involved besides Bank of Canada money rates.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency. Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. But to have a debate on this monetary policy, you have to be able to continue to control our monetary policy. They are speaking out of both sides of their mouth, Mr. Speaker, and I find this paradoxical. The Minister of Finance has the tools at hand to help the manufacturing sector. When is he going to implement the recommendations that were made by the Standing Committee on Industry with respect to research and development and loan guarantees that are necessary to provide for the continuation of the sectors in Quebec and elsewhere? The Minister.
If the Honourable Member had actually read the budget as well as reading the economic statement, there were a number of measures put in both of those pieces that will stimulate the economy, that will stimulate industry. We've reduced income tax rates for corporate. We've reduced personal income tax rates. We've put in accelerated capital cost allowance for corporations to invest in machinery
to help stimulate their business to increase the job opportunities for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister worked for Mr. Schreiber at Thiessen on the Bear Hill project in Cape Breton. That's the project Mr. Mulroney allegedly offered to lobby to move to Quebec for a $300,000 stash of cash. Former Mulroney staffer Fred Doucette is also a key broker in this affair. He set up the Harrington Lake Tea Time and tried to create a paper trail to cover the tracks. The same Fred Doucette is now registered to lobby the Defence Minister on 7 major procurement projects. Can the Minister tell us when and if his staff had contact with Mr. Schreiber's friend, Fred Doucette?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear what's happening here. From the very first day when the Prime Minister announced the process of a full public inquiry leading up to that, in that very first moment, the Leader of the Opposition didn't understand it, didn't get it, didn't even hear it. And really what it comes down to, Mr. Speaker, members opposite are very disappointed that they're about to see the unrolling of a full public inquiry, and they're trying to take on the role themselves. We understand that politically, but Canadians are assured, Mr. Speaker, a full public inquiry is what is needed, and Mr. Johnson, Professor Johnson, is looking at the rules that will govern that.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, Fred Doucette and the Defence Minister do go way back. They worked on the same contract at Schreiber's company. Mr. Doucette was even in the room when the Minister signed his broken pact with David Orchard. The government is considering a $45 million space project in Cape Breton. Who is the lobbyist on the file? Fred Doucette. If the Minister's bite is as good as his bark, and if he truly believes in accountability, would the Defence and the COA Minister please table all records related to lobbying Mr. Doucette has done at either of his ministries?
Where's that bark?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the full public inquiry is going to answer the questions related to the situation with Mr. Mulroney. That's very clear. That's going to be unfolding. I have to say, certainly we understand opposition raising questions on this. We have questions. The Prime Minister has questions. Canadians have questions. But, you know, their credibility of the Liberals would be a little bit fortress, Mr. Speaker, if while they're asking these questions, if they would also help us in some other investigations that are going on. For instance, the $40 million that somebody over there is still hiding, or some of their friends are still hiding, related to the Gomery inquiry. I wish they'd help us with that.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
20 of the standard operating procedures that Canada used for inspections, it says explicitly that Canadians may request the return of detainees if there is a danger to them. We know now that since June 2007, the Canadian forces have transferred more than 83 detainees to the Afghan authorities. Now that we know that there is abuse and torture and that the Conservative can't hide or cover up anymore, will the Defence Minister order to put an end to these transfers, request that the detainees be returned to Kandahar airfield, and show a clear intention this time to respect the Geneva Convention?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we are very confident of the measures that have been put in place in the May Agreement, which was a supplementary agreement which improved upon the lackluster agreement that was in place previous to that, Mr. Speaker. So clearly, the measures that are taken now do ensure that we have greater access. They do ensure that we have greater ability to track detainees, Mr. Speaker, Taliban prisoners. And I'm sure that the honourable member opposite has more questions that he'll want to pose about the well-being of the Taliban prisoners.
Bravo, bravo. Honourable member for Bourassa.
I have another question about Mr. Schreiber. What is really upsetting in this file is that the Conservative government knew for a long time that torture was going on and it did nothing. President Karzai admits that there is torture, but the Conservatives were talking about Taliban propaganda. Prisoners have to stand up for 10 days at a time. They're tied to trees with chains. They were even transferred to the Sarposa prison, where the warden was an acknowledged teen rapist and pedophile. All that is known, but the transfers continue. That is unacceptable. Does the Prime Minister intend to end this and respect the Geneva Convention? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, since we established an agreement with the Afghan government in May 2007, we have had a clear process, and because of this agreement, unlike the previous government. We've had 22 interviews with the prisoners. We have made sure that this agreement has been respected. I spoke with my counterpart today about the investigation underway. There will be clear answers from the investigators. And we have offered the Afghan government help if they need it.
Honorable Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the media is reporting today that money is being transferred between departments in the Department of Human Resources and Social Development. The article implies that certain initiatives, particularly residential school payments, are being dipped in to finance other programs. Mr. Speaker, First Nations have fought very hard for this compensation and deserve these payments. So could I ask the Minister, can he assure this House that money set aside to compensate all eligible residential school students will get to them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the implication that money's been taken from residential schools programming to fund another program is completely false. In fact, the $82 million in the newspaper article has already been sent out to elderly residential school students in a special advance payment. The total $1.9 billion that was set aside for the common experience payment for residential school students is available to them. It is being processed, and the money is being delivered as we speak. Eligible students are getting their money. Mr. Speaker, First Nations did work very hard for this agreement. I'm very proud to say that this government signed that agreement with them, and Mr. Speaker, that's good news for Aboriginal people who have cited this as a historic day forward, and we're happy to work with.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been forced to release thousands of pages of reports that detail abuse and torture in Afghanistan. Despite being obligated under the detainee agreement to track all prisoners captured by Canadian forces, the documents clearly show they don't have the resources to do the job. The Afghan Human Rights Commission has said again that they don't have the resources to do the job either. Mr. Speaker, will this government admit it has failed to live up to the agreement, and what steps will it take to ensure that it does?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Like I said, Mr. Speaker, what we did and what I did personally this morning, I called my counterpart in Afghanistan, and he assured me that this government, in his government, will do an investigation, a full, complete investigation, and he's going to keep inform our government on that, Mr. Speaker. So that means, Mr. Speaker, the agreement that we signed is it's working, and we deal with the Afghan government, and we want to be sure that they respect their obligation, and we want to help them to respect their obligation if they need to.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Well, Mr. Speaker, somehow I don't think a phone call is going to cut it. The government shouldn't be proud of the fact that it's reporting cases of abuse and torture. It should be ashamed that we aren't doing the job that we are obligated to do under international agreements we have signed. Right now, Canadian policy is to hand over detainees to the Afghan authorities and hope they do their best they can. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm truly sorry, but the men and women of the Canadian forces deserve better from this government. Why does this government continue to place ours?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing our work. We did 32 interviews with Taliban prisoner, Mr. Speaker. And what we have here, it's a full and complete process, open process. We did a release yesterday, all of the detail about what we are doing right now and what we are doing, what we did in the past. So it's very clear, it's very transparent, and we're working with the Afghan government on this.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned once again about another specific case of torture among the prisoners in Afghanistan. We have to be clear, this is torture. Canada has a responsibility to take its obligations seriously. Will the government show leadership? When will it stop transferring these prisoners to Afghan authorities? Will it be clear once and for all that torture is simply unacceptable? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, what we did was to sign an agreement
to improve on the previous agreement signed by the Liberal government. This agreement is the best of all the NATO countries. Our agreement meets the highest standards, and we are working with the Afghan government to make sure that when we do transfer Taliban prisoners, the agreement is followed. There is an investigation underway, as I mentioned, into the prisoners' treatment.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to take a leadership role on this issue, not take a page out of the Republican handbook when it comes to the use of torture. These are specific allegations that this government is specifically choosing to ignore. The Prime Minister likes to cite the existence of an agreement, but he surely cannot be satisfied that the matter is therefore closed. Allegations of torture continue. Despite the agreement, is the Minister not concerned about the mounting specific cases of torture, or is he content to sit idly by as more detainees are tortured?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, what the Global Mail said about our agreement that we signed, the improved agreement, the New Deal transformed Canada into the standard bearers for all foreign countries in the monitoring and transfer prisoner in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. We have a good agreement, we're following on that, we have a process, and we are in discussion with the Afghan government, and they're doing an investigation there, and they will keep us informed.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, extremely disturbing video footage has been released in the case of the man tragically killed by a taser in the Vancouver International Airport last month. Canadians want answers now before more lives are lost. Is it standard operating procedure for the RCMP to use tasers when there is no obvious physical threat?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, any of us who watched that video footage can certainly understand the shock and the grief, especially experienced by the mother of the deceased individual. And our hearts go out to her, Mr. Speaker. I can also say that the RCMP is doing an investigation of this, and the Commissioner for Complaints Against the RCMP is also doing an investigation. There's a coroner's inquest, and I have asked for a review in terms of the use of tasers also. We want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that things are maintained and public safety is maintained and answers are found on this particular issue.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, today the Liberal critic of public safety called for public hearings into the overall use of taser weapons. We on this side of the House are taking action on this case. In the public interest, will the Minister support this Liberal call for public hearings on taser use?
Public safety.
Before any Liberal call on this, I had asked for a review related to the use of tasers. In terms of this particular very tragic incident, we have the RCMP doing their investigation, but also the Commissioner of Complaints for the RCMP is looking into the matter with an investigation. There's a coroner's inquest going on. There are other reviews going on related to the use of tasers. The province of Quebec just completed one that has valuable and helpful information, and this will continue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, in a study by the World Economic Forum, we learned that there is an increasing gender gap in many countries. The higher that gap is, the lower the competitivity. Canada has fallen from 14th to 18th rank. Does the government intend to take action and help women, in particular by taking proactive action on wage parity? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Of course, the bloc member has forgotten to mention the following information. We have read the report and we are continuing to study it. But Canada has not lost ground. Other countries have taken action more proactively. The same report mentioned that Canada has good practices with respect to ensuring equality between men and women. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, the former Heritage Minister did not listen to her own officials that told her not to change the criteria for the women's program, and the results have been disastrous. She should listen not only to the officials but also to women's groups and all the opposition parties that have been telling her to take action. The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Well, I would simply say to my Bloc colleague that we are taking action. Since August, I have been meeting with many groups. Our government has done what needs to be done for women. It has increased by 42% the funding for Status of Women Canada because we want to achieve results. The reality is that the Bloc member can yell all she wants, but she will get nothing for women in Canada.
The member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that a government with a $14 billion surplus is pilfering the money set aside to compensate victims of Indian residential schools so that it can cover the costs of other programs. This is an insult to the survivors, as this government has already missed the deadline for the payment.
Shameful.
The government claimed that the funds came from a reduced operating cost from the Indian Residential Schools Trust.
Horrible.
How can the government claim that the operating cost requirements have been reduced when there is a backlog of survivors waiting for compensation?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
I'm assuming, Mr. Speaker, the member just came in the House. The standing ovation is for listening hard. Mr. Speaker, we answered this question earlier. The $82 million that was in question in the newspaper article is already been spent as an advance payment to seniors, former residential school students. That money has already been sent out. The full $1.9 billion that this government has negotiated with Aboriginal people will be sent out, Mr. Speaker. There has been no cutbacks whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. Aboriginal people deserve this settlement. Our government has settled with them. It's time to get on with making the payments to these students.
Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last spring, the Leader of the Opposition displayed just how out of touch his economic policy is for the 21st century. The policies that the short-sighted Leader is proposing have not been in vogue since bell-bottoms and shag carpet. He's playing politics with Canada's economy by calling for a moratorium on foreign investment. Could the Minister of Industry share with this House what this government is doing on foreign investment, state-owned enterprises, and what are the findings of a 10-year-old study done by the Statistics Canada?
Good question.
Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, foreign investment, as we know, is very important to Canada. This government appreciates that, and that is why we are continuing to ensure that Canada remains an attractive place to invest. Foreign investment brings many benefits, Mr. Speaker. In particular, the Statistics Canada report shows that foreign companies operating in Canada are more productive. They pay higher wages, they create more jobs. All of this contributes, Mr. Speaker, to research and development. It's all good news for Canada. The recently appointed Competition Policy Review Panel, the so-called Red Wilson Panel, will be further examining ways that we can increase our competitiveness in the global economy, and I look forward to receiving their work, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Surrey North.
A man about to begin a new life in Canada died after a taser gun was used on him by the RCMP in the Vancouver International Airport. Graphic video of the incident now haunts Canadians, and the screams of a dying man echo throughout the country. It's time for answers. Mr. Speaker, what directives have been issued to the RCMP relating to the operational use of tasers in the aftermath of this horrible death? And what is the status of the officers involved in this case?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this tragic incident is being pursued on a number of levels. The RCMP, of course, is doing an investigation, and that's with members of other police forces, not just the RCMP. There's also the Complaints Commissioner, who is looking into the matter in terms of complaints against the RCMP. There's a coroner's inquest that is ongoing. I've asked for a review related to the use of tasers. Mr. Speaker, this is a tragic and grievous incident. We want to find out answers that can prevent these things from happening in the future.
Member for Surrey North.
It makes no sense that the RCMP is investigating itself, which it really is in this incident. Has this government not learned lessons from the RCMP pension scandal, the Aurora affair, or the Ian Bush case? It's simple. The RCMP is also in a conflict of interest in this case, and therefore they should immediately be removed from the investigation, hand over all relevant materials to Vancouver Police, and let this investigation be run by another police force. Will the minister order that?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, there are a number of investigations that are ongoing in this particular matter. The policy of a police force investigating something that's happened internally is fairly common. As a matter of fact, it's not just RCMP that are involved in that, but a number of other police jurisdictions. There's the coroner's inquest. There's also my request related to the taser use and the Commissioner for Complaints against the RCMP. I might add, Mr. Speaker, we also have the Brown Task Force in place, due to report by the end of this year, and we believe there's going to be recommendations there in terms of new approaches to how police do investigations.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer that he read twice from his blue sheet as to why he took millions of dollars from residential school survivors just doesn't wash. Many payments are late. The minister should be cleaning up this mess. If the government was serious about compensation for residential school survivors, he would not be touching that money before all the survivors would pay. This is an appalling and an insult to the survivors who are still waiting for their compensation. Will the minister put the money back where it belongs and apologize to the survivors today?
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member kind of listens like his leader. I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, these payments are late. They're about 10 years late, Mr. Speaker. That's why this government, as soon as we could, Mr. Speaker, we made an arrangement with First Nations. We worked closely with the Assembly of First Nations. We've come to an agreement. We've come to the $1.9 billion figure, working with the AFN and the courts, Mr. Speaker. The full $1.9 billion will be sent to residential school students. Mr. Speaker, the $82 million in question has already got out before all the rest because we wanted to get that money out to seniors quickly as we could. Mr. Speaker, all of that money is for those students.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister of the Environment returned to Hamilton Harbour, Burlington Bay, and demonstrated our government's commitment to action on cleaning up environmental hotspots in the Great Lakes by announcing $30 million for the Hamilton Harbour. The Mayor of Hamilton was eternally grateful to the Minister of Environment, and I quote, "You have made a fundamental and significant difference in the way this city is going to develop." Can the Minister of the Environment tell this House how this $30 million will help Hamilton and Burlington area?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say I'm surprised at this question. There were two problems, two things that helped clean up the Hamilton Harbour Randall Reef, and those are the member for Burlington and the member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale. These two members fought hard to get the money to clean up Randall Reef, one of the most contaminated sites in this country, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals had their chance to help Hamilton, Mr. Speaker, but this government is cleaning up Randall Reef. This will lead to a better quality of life for people in Hamilton, a redevelopment of the Hamilton shoreline, and expanded port facilities. It's one more example where this government's getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few months ago, I asked the Minister of Public Safety about ongoing investigations about the leaks and false information that resulted in Marar Harar being imprisoned for a year. Could the Minister advise us, is there any progress in any of these investigations, and does he think that anybody will be held accountable in the end?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as one of many examples of how this government moves quickly in situations like this, all of the recommendations of the O'Connor report were put into place. And an apology was given, compensation also, which was satisfying to Mr. Harar. None of that was done by the people opposite, even though that entire situation took place under their watch, Mr. Speaker. We continue, as a matter of fact, to appeal on behalf of Mr. Harar with our counterparts in the United States regarding his removal of the name from their cautionary list in the United States.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the Ladies' Gallery of the recipients of the 2008 National Aboriginal Achievement Awards. They are as follows: Norval Morisseau, Boyd Wesley Benjamin, Shirley Chichu, Jim Boucher, Hubert Skye, Marie Baptiste, Elizabeth Penashu, Jeff Redding, David Hawegabo, Paul Andrew, Joe Handley, Sylvia Maracle, Reggie Leach, and Bernard McHugh. I invite all honourable members to meet the recipients at a reception at 3:15 p.m. in room 216. It being Thursday, I believe the opposition House Leader, the member for Wascana, has a question.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the government House Leader would indicate his proposed work program through to the end of next week. He has indicated informally to House Leaders what he intends to pursue on Monday and Tuesday of next week, but he has not provided any further detail beyond that. I wonder if he could inform the House of his intentions.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, this week is Strengthening the Federation through Democratic Reform Week. We've
started the week by debating the Visual Identification of Voters Bill, and we hope to start debate shortly on the bill regarding rural voters without civic addresses. Today, we hope to conclude debate at second reading on these bills, and we will hope that we can begin the debate on the second bill that will strengthen the electoral process.
To say that we will begin debate on our bills to make the Senate more democratic and accountable. We will begin by beginning with the debate on the future of the Senate by discussing our bill to limit the terms of senators. Our bill will put an end to the comfortable 45-year terms for senators, limiting those terms to 8 years. I hope the Liberals in this House don't follow the lead of their colleagues in the Senate who did everything they could to block this bill, especially since the Liberal leader is on the record numerous times as supporting term limits for senators. After concluding debate on our term limits bill, we will start debate on our bill to ask Canadians who should represent them in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, Canadians across Canada will have a direct say in who should represent them in the Senate. In a serious effort to work with the opposition, we will be seeking to send this bill to committee before second reading. This will allow a wider consideration of the bill and amendments at committee. Next week, Mr. Speaker, will be Safer Communities Through Tackling Crime Week. We will start on Monday by debating our security certificates bill. While we expect vigorous debate on this bill, we hope that all parties will act in a responsible, reasonable way, mindful of the advice that the Supreme Court has given in this matter. In addition, we will also be welcoming back to the House our bill to make our streets and communities safer by tackling violent crime. Pursuant to a special order, our Tackling Violent Crime bill will be reported back to the House by Friday of next week. Other bills addressing important changes needed to make our streets and communities safer will be introduced next week.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance will continue to provide effective economic leadership, introducing legislation to implement measures from Budget 2007 and to make permanent the $60 billion in tax cuts from the Economic and Fiscal Update, which includes reducing the GST to 5%. We will begin debate on this important bill next Wednesday.
The honourable member for Vancouver East, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the Thursday question, I'd like to get an assurance from the Government House Leader that there will be adequate time for the committees to study the estimates, and the estimates will not be brought back to the House that will preclude the committees from doing that work, because there has been some suggestion that that might happen. The supply cycle goes to December the 10th, but we'd like an assurance that the committees will be able to go through the estimates before the supplementary estimates are brought back to the House.
Good question. Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the supply period is set out clearly in the standing orders. The last supply day will be sometime between December 3rd and December 10th. It's our intention to proceed sometime in accordance with the standing orders with the last supply day in that period.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the designation which the Government House Leader has just made that next week will be a resumption of their Tackling Crime initiative, and will designate the week as a week to tackle crime. I wonder if the government would consider a take-note debate at some point next week with respect to the Mulroney-Schreiber matter.
Get tough on...
Well, I think that discussions about such debates are normally held between the House leaders and done by agreement. And I'm sure the House leaders, when they have their weekly meeting, will discuss whether they want to have this kind of debate, and will settle the matter, and it doesn't need to be the subject of questions in the House, I suspect. But I haven't been to a House leaders meeting in years. I'm not an expert in this matter, but I believe those things are frequently settled there, and it's just as well. All right. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons resuming debate. Second reading of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, verification of residence.
So who's speaking? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, au Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to intervene to speak on this bill, which is designed to amend the Canada Elections Act, particularly the verification of residence. Mr. Speaker, this is the problem in a nutshell is as follows. Recently, Elections Canada revealed that many Canadians do not have a proper civic address with a civic number, street name, as provided for in the original act. You know, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, as in the case of in Canada, there are large urban centers, but there are also important number of rural communities, and rural addresses usually have post office box numbers or just the name of a rural street. For example, the name of the individual of Concession Road number 1 and new municipality. And in the rural community, the rural letter carriers who look after the distribution of mail in the post boxes that are posted at the end of the driveway or at the end of the farm, they know these addresses. In the Orleans Island, in the Charlevoix area, we have this situation, and it makes it very difficult to deliver mail. Elections Canada also realized that on Aboriginal reserves, the residential addresses often just have the name of the reserve on it. In my writing, there is a community, an Aboriginal community, which is very dynamic. Here I'm referring to the Innu, and I'd like to take this opportunity to point out the actions taken by the chief of this reserve. But in some Aboriginal communities, the address is simply the name of the reserve and the name of the person. And you can understand, Mr. Speaker, that it makes it difficult for identification purposes. And what's even worse, they, in many electoral regions, don't have the documents required to show their residential address. The problem is, if you live in a concession area and your address is just rural road number 1, well, there's a chance that people know you more in rural areas. The people who know you best are your neighbors. Then they may even be related to you. So if your sister, your brother, your sister-in-law live on the same rural road as you are, well, there's an ID problem because they have the same address, but the address isn't complete as far as Elections Canada is concerned. And so the purpose of this bill is to improve identification. According to Elections Canada, 1,200,000 people, voters, 4.4% of all voters in Canada, that don't have a proper address according to the Elections Act. So the situation is a source of concern, and I would even say that in a territory like Nunavut, Elections Canada has informed us that 80% of the residents in Nunavut don't have a personal address. In Saskatchewan, we have statistics. In Ontario, Labrador, and Quebec, 15,036 voters, 0.25 of a percentage, that is 0.25%, who may be facing the same type of a problem. So the government, through this bill that is before us right now, C-18, is amending the Elections Act in order to make the regulations more flexible and make it easier for voters to vote in their regions. They can use post office boxes or a rural route. This bill says that if the address contained in the piece is provided, but it matches other information, the residence of the elector is deemed to have been set. For example, there are provisions for rural routes, there are provisions for ID, and this person can be on the electoral list. Mr. Speaker, bill enables the returning officer to verify this information and to ask the voter to take an oath if there are some doubt on the part of election officials as to whether the person is who he or she says they are. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle underlying this act because we feel that it is necessary to rectify the legislation in order to avoid the situation where 1 million voters are not entitled to vote. And even though we have fewer people in this situation in Quebec than is in the case in other provinces, I believe that the more than 15,000 people affected in Quebec are entitled to vote, and we agree that we should modify the act so that they can then avail themselves of their democratic rights to vote. Mr. Speaker, we feel that the proposal made by the NDP, which wants to give the right to vote to any voter who takes an oath, is quite acceptable, and I can tell you that this proposal has already been rejected by the 3 other parties when C-31 was studied in the prior parliamentary session. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is reasonable to ask for an ID card with photo ID and to ensure the integrity of the electoral system. I don't want there to be any ambiguity. The NDP proposal, with all due respect, may lead to some cases of fraud, and the NDP is going against the very principles of identification for a partial or for a by-election or a general election.
We know that the NDP has denounced this bill because it feels that it will not resolve all the problems caused by C-31 last spring. You will recall the discussions that took place at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where the NDP brought forth the case of the homeless. I'll repeat what I stated at the time. It's not the fact that our party is insensitive to the case of the homeless. On the contrary, this is evidence that despite economic prosperity, despite a dollar that's reaching unprecedented heights for the past 30 years, there is a reality. There are poor people in Canada and Quebec. There are homeless people. And the homeless, and we know that they must be able to find someone to identify them and prove their identity. Adopting the NDP's position would mean that anyone could vote, and we cannot agree with a situation like that. Now, on the Liberal side, the member for Wascana, the parliamentary House leader for the official opposition, who's a Saskatchewan member, will discuss this problem. I would repeat in conclusion that the Bloc will vote in favor of this bill, especially since, to our mind, this is not a new problem. Even though it was highlighted by the media lately, as early as December 7, 2006, when Jean-Pierre Kingsley, the former Chief Electoral Officer of Canada, appeared before our committee, a standing committee on House Affairs, he had warned parliamentarians about the address problem. So I would quote what Mr. Kingsley said: the obligation to prove one's address of residence is a major challenge in Quebec. Is the only province where a voter has to provide a card before voting, only proof of identity, not resident. Chief electoral officers of the provinces and territories that I consulted, and this is Mr. Kingsley speaking, pointed out that in many northern or rural areas of Canada, notably in the West, there is no residential address on a driving license, but a postal address, unquote. So, in conclusion, we feel that this bill shall be considered in depth by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, but I repeat that the Bloc is in accordance with the principle of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Bon, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my pleasure today to get up and speak to Bill C-18, this bill that was recently introduced into the House of Commons in an effort to fix a hastily adopted bill, Bill C-31, that was from the last session of Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say hastily because I know that the committee heard from many witnesses. They heard from Elections Canada, they heard from First Nations, from students, homeless advocates, and of course the members of the committee, including the NDP member, the member from Ottawa Centre, who was the critic at the time. And I know a lot of issues were raised at that time on Bill C-31, and unfortunately, some of the flaws that were pointed out were not addressed were overruled by the members of the committee that brought them up, and here we are today trying to fix a problem that this Conservative government created. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the new stringent regulations as set out in C31 on the cards that prove one's identity ultimately will lead to the disenfranchisement of up to or over 1 million voters, as we've heard. And this was pointed out by Elections Canada after the fact. And basically that's what has forced the government to come up with this new bill to try and undo the damage. Mr. Speaker, under the new regulations of C18 that are being considered here today, voting will still be more difficult for many cross-sections of Canadians, including people with rural addresses. And that is why I'm here today to speak on this bill, because I represent a riding that is probably 50% rural members. We have a lot of small towns, and we have a couple of large centres that get home delivery, but most of our communities are getting rural mail delivery. So, Mr. Speaker, it's for them that I'm worried about. And I have to also include myself in that group of people because I live in a small town. I have a box number. Fortunately for me, my residence address is also on my driver's license as well as my box number, but if that were not the case, I may find myself on election day unable to vote or having to prove who I am. So, Mr. Speaker, in areas of Courtenay where there is rural mail delivery, we have many people living on small farms and on lots and things outside of the city limits where we don't have home delivery. These people get their mail at the side of the road in a box, and it's an RR number, and it's been like that for many years. And a lot of the people that live there have lived there for many years, including in the area of Royston, which is just south of Courtenay, where my aunt lives, and she's been in that place for over 50 years. She's just turned 80 years old. She's always lived in the same place. She may find herself at the polling station unable to vote because she doesn't drive, Mr. Speaker. She does not have a driver's license with a picture ID on it. And she probably couldn't prove who she was. And all of her neighbors and the people that she knows wouldn't be able to vouch for her because they might find themselves in the same predicament without the ability to verify who they are. Also in areas of Comox, in the outer areas of that town where they don't get home delivery up in the Lazo area, there will be many people who may be disenfranchised from their vote. In the little communities of Merville, Black Creek, and the Oyster River, again, these people do not get their mail delivered to a box in a central post office. They quite often, because of what happened with Canada Post over a number of years, we have found that our mail is delivered into small community grocery stores or gas stations or other places where people have to pick up their mail. The mail doesn't come to their residence, and so they're usually a rural mail delivery address or a box number in those places. And so a lot of people again, are going to find themselves in a problem. I spoke a little bit about the box numbers, Mr. Speaker. Again, most of the communities in my riding, including Cumberland, Gold River, Sayward, Tassus, Port McNeill, Port Hardy, and Port Ellis, Zabellis, all these communities have very small post offices. They're a long way away from Ottawa and the larger geographical centres of British Columbia. And these small towns rely on the post offices as their place to get their mail, and pretty well everyone gets their mail in a box in the post office. And a lot of people live on roads that may not even have a name or a sign on them, and their house residence address would not be listed. And the other interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, that we have is a lot of little islands. We have Hornby and Denman Island, Quadra, Cortez, Alert Bay and Sontula, all those little islands that we have to travel to and from, where people live. A lot of people there, they also get their mail in a box at the local post office, which is, again, in the local community grocery store in many instances. So these people may also find themselves disenfranchised. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of communities. In fact, most of the communities in my riding, there's only really two main communities where people would get their mail delivered to their home and their home address would be on their card. So, we're concerned about what might happen with these people. The other thing that I have to highlight is all the First Nations communities in my riding, and there's a lot of them, including places like Owakino and Kingcome Inlet and up in Samoom Sound. These places are very remote. They don't get their mail at a box or delivered to their home. Their addresses are bag number such and such in the closest town, and it is flown in to them on our small airplanes or taken up by a boat, and whenever the weather is good, and that's how they get their mail, Mr. Speaker. So if they were issued a card that said bag number whatever, obviously they don't live in a bag, they live in a beautiful community up the coast, they could find themselves disenfranchised. And Mr. Speaker, it's already hard enough for some of them in our smaller communities, and especially in First Nations, because up until recently, they didn't even have polling places on reserve. So they were feeling disenfranchised that way as well. So we are trying to find more opportunities to increase the vote among First Nations people in our communities. And so I know in the last election, we worked very hard with Elections Canada to make sure that there were polls on reserves so that people would have an opportunity to vote where they live. And I think that's so important because we take it for granted when we live in a larger center that we can just take a few minutes and go down to our polling station and vote, and whereas some people in our rural communities have to travel quite a distance to exercise their franchise. And I think we need to make sure there are more opportunities to do that, not less, Mr. Speaker. Also, some of the people that I talked about, homeless people and transient populations. Of course, my colleague from Vancouver East spoke passionately about how we would be disenfranchising many of those people from inner cities who live in shelters or are homeless. And I know there was some provisions made to identify them and to make sure that they were not left out. But, Mr. Speaker, in my community, we don't have big shelters. We have a couple of small ones, but we also have a whole lot of homeless people in my riding, and a lot of these people are couch surfing. They're living in cars. We have families who are living in campsites. We also have people who are double bunking, basically a couple of different families living together, trying to make ends meet, trying to find suitable housing. And I don't know what will happen to them if they have no address at all, and they can't prove that where they're living. It's going to be really difficult for them when it comes voting time. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that I think we should have addressed before. We also, of course, at the committee heard that students living away from home were there, and Aboriginal people, and I know that it was the Aboriginal representatives that came to the committee that brought up some of the flaws that were basically ignored at the time, and so here we are, like I said, having to speak to a bill, to fix a bill that was rushed through this House. And I'd like to also add that I know the NDP critic at the time that worked on the committee made presentations to our caucus, and we understood the problems with it, and we were the only party to vote against that Bill C-31 at the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very unfair that all these groups that I just mentioned, Aboriginal students, rural people, people who live in small towns, will have to now jump through hoops in order to carry out their democratic right and civic duty to cast a ballot. And in the new bill, Bill C-18 that we're talking about here, under paragraph 3, proof of identity, when I was reading through this, and it says here, and I've had constituents call me to say, what is going on here? They're saying that we have to provide proof of his or her identity and residence. And that's the part that I'm talking about here. If you can't prove your residence, then you may lose your franchise to vote. And that's a problem. So that's basically what brings us here today. The provisions were introduced in order to combat alleged voter fraud that was taking place in Canada. However, really no meaningful evidence has been put forth to prove that claim, that fraud was occurring in any systematic or widespread way. My colleague from Ottawa Centre, again, in his remarks, I think he mentioned candidate fraud was a bigger problem than voter fraud. What he said was, with the floor crossings that go on, a candidate gets elected representing a certain party, people commit to that candidate, work hard, make sure that person is elected, and then they get to the House of Commons and cross the floor. And Mr. Speaker, that act in itself is what turns a lot of voters off, and it's a shame that those things are allowed to happen in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I also believe that the objective of stamping out voter fraud is an honorable one, but unfortunately, it's being pursued at too high of a price under these bills, basically alienating many honest Canadians, disenfranchising them from their opportunity to vote. Is too high a price to pay for something that really isn't a huge problem in the first place. Then anyway, the fact is that easy and open access to the ballot for as many Canadians as possible is the most important thing. And one of the things that we put forward, my party, in fact, I put forward a motion on electoral reform because I want to hear from more Canadians. I think more Canadians deserve an opportunity to vote, and also that their vote should count. With the motion that we put forward, we wanted to hear from Canadians, Mr. Speaker, to find out how we could change and enhance our electoral system with proportional representations. But unfortunately, that motion was hijacked to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, basically turned into a process for the government to hear about Senate reform. I heard from people who attended the focus groups that came out of that out of that procedure, and pretty much the whole agenda was taken up with talking about Senate reform and very little talking about electoral reform. And Mr. Speaker, I find that sad because I know in the province of British Columbia, where I come from, electoral reform is something that a lot of people wanted. I know that, when we had our referendum in 2005, it didn't pass, but it didn't lose by much either, Mr. Speaker. It was over 50% that we had, and unfortunately, the way that it was set out, it had to have 60%, but 57% is more than 50% plus one. So, that's what we need to have a majority in this House. So I think a majority of British Columbians did want some sort of change in our electoral process there. But, Mr. Speaker, back to the bill at hand. Again, our now NDP critic for Democratic Reform, the member from Timmins, James Bay. He's now taking an active role at the committee, and other NDP MPs are rising in this House to ensure that the rights of all Canadians are going to be protected at the ballot box. My colleague from Timmins, James Bay, also is in jeopardy of losing his vote, and you probably saw an article a number of weeks ago in the paper about that. His driver's license has a very strange address, and that's how they do things up in his riding. It doesn't list his residence, just lists a number of a road. And he's willing, as I am, and probably others are willing to jump through the procedural hoops to make sure that we get to vote on election day, these procedural hoops that the government has placed before us. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask how many of my constituents are willing to do that. If they have to go out and find someone to come to the polling station with them to declare that they are who they say they are, seniors, people with disabilities, young people for their first time coming out to vote, are they going to show up at the ballot box without the people necessary to prove who they are and walk away? Because I think most people would say, oh, forget it. This is too much trouble. Why bother? Really, it's going to turn people away from the voting process. And I think, again, it's something that we ought not to do. We should be encouraging people to come out and vote, not making it more difficult for them. So again, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be setting up the roadblocks. We already have too low of a voter turnout. I think it hovers around 65%, and that's quite shameful. It means that we got here with the support of 65% of the population, and then the percentages of vote that we got, it makes it even smaller. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's something that we need to address in this country, and again, that could be addressed through changing our electoral system as well. So again, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that only the NDP caucus stood up in opposition to the original bill when it was being expedited through this House last spring. The Conservatives were the party to introduce this troubling legislation, and both the Bloc and the Liberals got on board on the condition that all voters' birth dates would be included in the voters' list that is provided to the political parties. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know, again, my colleague from Ottawa Centre fought hard against these provisions, but was ultimately overruled, outnumbered at the committee where these amendments were made. So, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we're here again speaking on this bill. C-18 and C-31 both really threaten the very foundation of democracy and citizens' rights that Canadians hold so dear. I know that the NDP Democratic Reform critic will do all that he can to ensure that fair amendments to this bill are adopted so that the right of all of Canadians on Election Day will be protected. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank this House for the opportunity to speak to this bill and to put our point of view forward.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out to the member, and I appreciate that not all members can attend all committees. There are so many committees. I know the Honourable Member has her own committees, but is not on the Committee for Procedure and House Affairs. I would request that she check the minutes, because absolutely at no time, Mr. Speaker, did the NDP bring up the issue of these riding addresses. In fact, the NDP brought forward a number of witnesses, a number of organizations that were concerned with, and they should have been, and the committee grappled with this at great lengths. They were concerned about how homeless people would have the right to vote. No one, the Elections Canada folks, none of the witnesses, frankly, none of the members of Parliament that were at the committee, the Senate, nobody saw the rural address issue, and here it is. Nobody from the NDP raised this issue. They missed it completely. I want to ask the member, as did everybody else, so I just want the member to be correct on her facts. Perhaps I could lend her some research assistance for the next speech. Mr. Speaker, the committee grappled with fraud and the integrity of the system. We heard stories from witnesses. The member is welcome. Again, I can help her get the research. Where people would phone in to radio stations to register their votes. We heard situations where dead people voted. We heard situations where there was 150% turnout at some of the polls. So the fact that nobody's been charged by Elections Canada does not in itself preclude that there may have been fraud. And it's the balance between the integrity of the Canadian voting system. So here we have a rural address problem that we have come up with a solution. The NDP provided no solutions to this, so I just want to point that out again. But I want to ask the member, because we did grapple very hard and for a very long time with making sure that homeless people exercise their right and have the right to do that, despite the fact, again, there was evidence that in one area where there is estimated 600 homeless people, 1,800 votes were cast by those homeless people. So clearly they voted 3 times is the suggestion. Recently we've had comments from the NDP that to add extra voting days to give Canadians more choice when they vote would ultimately increase. It suggested it would increase it moderately, questionably, but would cost a little bit of money. The NDP's comments now are that that's not worth it, that it's not worth the expense. So I want to ask the member, at what point do we balance the integrity of the system, making sure that people who have a right to vote, and nobody else, not people who are vacationing in Canada, not my in-laws who perhaps are not citizens of the country. How do we protect that? And how do you answer the question that we must do everything for the homeless, and I agree we must, but not anybody else because it's too expensive?
The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure what the honourable member was suggesting with his last comment there, but just to try and answer some of his questions, I did, in my remarks, if he had listened carefully, he would not have heard me say that the NDP brought up the issue of rural addresses. I mentioned that the Aboriginal First Nations people, from what I understand, it was them that brought that issue up at the committee. And, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't really matter in the end of the day who brought it up. I don't know why we need to play a blame game. We're raising it now. It's before this House. Suffice it to say that the NDP voted against Bill C-31. We were the only party to do so. And for a lot of reasons. Mr. Speaker, also the NDP did provide solutions. We put forward to provide a statutory declaration for voters so that they could declare themselves when voting. And with regards to his point on more voting days, I don't hear too many people asking for more days to vote. We have advanced polls that have been extended over the years, and that's great. And I do hear from a lot of Canadians, a lot of my constituents, and all across this country, through petitions and other things, that people want to make sure that their vote actually counts at the end of the day. They're looking for changes to our electoral system, and what they really want is their vote to count at the end of the day.
Questions and comments. Question de commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Island North for her intervention in the debate today and for pointing out the great irony of Bill C-31, a bill that was purportedly intended to deal with the question of voter fraud, even though there isn't a high level of voter fraud. Nobody claims that voter fraud was rampant in Canada. Again, it seemed like an issue that was not really high on the issue, although we all wanted a voting system that has integrity. The question of voter fraud really wasn't something that seemed to be rampant in Canada, and yet we had this legislation in the last session of Parliament to purportedly deal with this problem. And what, in fact, it did cause was the disenfranchisement of almost 1 million Canadians. And I really appreciate that she's taken the time to outline how that affects people, particularly in the small communities and rural communities in her riding on the north part of Vancouver Island. I know that this has been an area of something that's of particular concern to my colleague, because she's been very active on the whole question of democratic reform and proposing significant measures of democratic reform. So while I appreciate her comments directly on this legislation, I wonder if she could elaborate some of her broader concerns about democratic reform and electoral reform in Canada, those which aren't dealt with in this legislation but would be important issues for this Parliament and to deal with and to look at in the future. I wonder if she might elaborate on some of those.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Burnaby Douglas for his questions. And yes, I had the opportunity to put forward a private member's bill in the last session, and the one that I chose was electoral reform. And the reason that I chose that was because it's something that I think is fundamental to how we are elected. Mr. Speaker, many British Columbians went through a process of meetings, discussions over a period of a year. We made presentations to a committee that was struck by the provincial government to talk about electoral reform, and people began to understand that there were problems with our electoral system, and they wanted to make change. And so come election day, when the referendum was on the ballot, and after the votes were counted, we found that 57% of British Columbians wanted to change our voting system. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that the voting system that was put forward by the provincial government was not necessarily the system that everyone wanted, but because 57% of people voted for it, tells me that they want some sort of a change. And so Mr. Speaker, I think it's significant in our province that that many people would like to see a change in their voting system, and I think that translates federally as well. Unfortunately, I know Ontario just went through the same kind of process, and it wasn't passed by as much here, but I think that there was a different system. They didn't have the same kind of citizens' assembly that we had, where people got to go and learn about the changes, and sometimes that's all it takes is educating people. So in my motion that I put forward, that's exactly what I wanted to do, was ask Canadians how they would like to see their voting system changed. And I got a lot of letters and petitions sent to me from Canadians, people all across the country, agreeing that we should have some kind of a debate in this country, a citizens' assembly that would reach out into the grassroots and talk to Canadians, not, unfortunately, the sham of a process that we did have that, had one meeting in each province to basically talk about the Senate reform. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is something that I think would have changed the look of our Parliament, would have open up the doors to people, especially young people who don't vote in great numbers. That's one of the demographics that is the least represented at voting time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think if we could have some kind of a system where people felt that their vote actually counted, they might be more willing to participate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Intervention to just make a couple of points for people to consider. First of all, I'd just like to thank all the parties for working together to bring forward C-18 so quickly, verification of residence of voters. Because, particularly on behalf of people of the North, because the inappropriate wording that was an inadvertent mistake would have disenfranchised a lot of Northerners, because we have addresses like I used to have an address like RR1, Site 2, Comp 3. Other people have box numbers, so they don't have a verified street address. So I just express appreciation to all members of Parliament and all parties for getting these technical change through quickly so that everyone in rural areas of Canada in particular, and I'll speak for rural areas too, being chair of Rural Caucus, many percentage of them would have had difficult voting technically under the definitions and had to have special provisions. So these are very warranted changes. I'd just like the committee to make sure they address, and it is addressed because I'm not positive about reading the amendments here because they don't deal with some things that are in the original act. I just want to make sure that certain people are protected in their voting with these amendments. And related to residential street address, one is, of course, is the military personnel that are away. Hopefully this provision that will allow them to have, as long as they have the proper identification, that they will be able to continue to vote in the riding that they have chosen, as has occurred in the past. Similarly, in places like my riding, a number of people, especially seniors, go south for a portion of the winter and therefore end up, as of course elections are seldom in the summer, so they end up having to vote on occasion from down there. Once again, I'm assuming that if their residential address now is on the voters list the same as what their identification has, that they will have no trouble voting. But I want to make sure that the people on the committee that are investigating this in line-by-line detail make sure that those people are protected. And the final category of on the similar situations are students. Once again, in the north there are no universities, so north of 60 in the northern half of the country, so they go to universities in the south, and once again are often there on federal voting day. So once again, I'm assuming that if their identification as per this Act, C-18, if they're on their voters list and their identification matches the information on the voters list, they'll be able to vote. And I would like the committee to confirm that in its deliberations. The one other item I wanted to bring forward, and perhaps if there's a member of committee in the House, they could just answer this question from me during questions and comments and answers, and that is the number of people that a person can vouch for. In my reading of C-18, I don't see any conditions on that. There may be conditions back in the original Act that weren't amended, and I'm thinking of particularly small polls where there may be a number of people in the situation that need people to vouch for them that are in the same poll, and that may not that one may not be enough one person that's suitably identified, that has suitable identification with either a street address or matches the electors list. There may not be enough of those eligible voters to swear in those people who are not on the voters list. So I just perhaps someone could clarify for me the number of people that an eligible voter can vouch for under these new amendments. And just in conclusion, to once again thank everyone. We'll certainly be doing everything we can to get this through as quickly as possible, because everyone in Parliament agrees this is a necessary amendment so that no one is disenfranchised. Although the Chief Electoral Officer would never let that happen. He has the flexibility to make sure everyone can vote anyways. But it should be done properly, and I congratulate all members of the House for making these corrections as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank the Honourable Member. He's done a lot of work and he's been very concerned about this issue, as all of us are, and he quite rightly points out that all parties appear to be cooperating and not playing games to get this through. Perhaps I can just offer to the member that his comments about folks that do travel is a very good one, because a lot of folks in my riding too get up when the weather tends to get bad and head down to Florida, and we all often want to make sure that wherever Canadians are in the world at the time of an election, that they actually have every availability to them to express their franchise to vote. The member should know that the issues of special ballots, mail-in ballots, if folks are in a country, they can go to the Canadian Embassy and vote there, and that can be sent home as our troops do, et cetera, et cetera. So none of those are affected by this legislation. I would ask the member if he cares to comment. He may not be familiar with the most current piece of legislation whereby the government wants to ensure every opportunity that Canadians can vote and vote with integrity within the system, and that is adding an extra couple of days where Canadians can vote. That would help some of the folks in my riding who perhaps head to Florida one day, but they might be in Florida on the day of the election. They can mail in their ballots, as I've said, in a special ballot situation, but it is convenient for Canadians to have these extra voting days. So I just wonder if the member wouldn't mind commenting, if he can, if he wants to, please, his intentions to support the other legislation that I'm sure would help members, folks in his riding, too, by having an extra couple of options. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, in the members' riding, that having an extra couple of days might be a great idea, because I know your riding, the members' riding is very large, and that would help folks to have a few extra days. Would he support that legislation?
The honourable member for Yukon.
2 points. First of all, in reference to the students and people that travel south in the military, my question was, I know the special ballots and everything will be there and they'll vote in the same way. My question was that the requirement for a street address didn't negatively affect that procedure. Would they now need to have a street address where they didn't before? And hopefully that is covered by the amendments in C18. In relation to the extra voting days, because people can vote by special ballot the day the writ is dropped, I'm certainly in favor of having a system that is very flexible with good advanced polling days and people being able to vote, as I said, from when the writ is dropped, because 1 or 2 days doesn't always help my constituents. As he said, we have a huge riding, and they could easily be outside their poll and still in the riding and impossible to get there. It's 6 hours, 5 or 6 hours in 3 directions to get back to your riding, driving, and a lot of people wouldn't do that to vote, especially in minus 40 degrees. And as we discussed earlier, a lot of them travel right outside the territory. They often go south for reasons of work or visit family or other reasons, so that 1 day or 2 days isn't necessarily enough. It needs to be flexibility over the whole system. And one other problem that arises, and hopefully the committee has addressed this or will look at this, is that we had people, I was in a hospital last election day visiting people that were sick, and there were people in there that had come in from out of town a couple hours away to visit people in an emergency situation. They've been put in an emergency and they couldn't vote because you have to be in your poll to vote. And that is disenfranchising people, and hopefully that problem can be addressed in the future.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Yukon for his intervention in this debate. Mr. Speaker, the member will know that yesterday in Northern Canada, a major report on women and homelessness was released, entitled "You Just Blink and It Can Happen," and it talked about the very serious situation that faces women who are homeless in Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. And one of the problems that we know exists with the legislation that was passed in the first session of this Parliament, Bill C-31, was that it doesn't go out of its way to assist people who are homeless to register and vote in elections. Since the bill that we're currently debating tries to fix one of the glaring problems created by that previous legislation, that is the disenfranchisement of rural and rural voters, I wonder if the member might comment on how the legislation that we're debating now does nothing to make sure that people who are homeless are able to vote in federal elections. For instance, it doesn't allow for statutory declarations. It doesn't allow for someone to vouch for more than one person at a poll. For instance, if a woman finds herself in a transition shelter, it wouldn't allow the person who operates that shelter to vouch for all the women who happen to be living at that place at the time of a federal election. The voucher also has to be someone who's on the voters list in that poll as well. So it's a very limited possibility for ensuring that those people who are homeless or who are in some kind of transition at that moment are unable to vote. So I wonder if the member might comment in light of this very disturbing report on women's homelessness in the North that came out yesterday.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that question, because it's something I'd love to talk about, because it was a very distressing report. The question about homelessness, I raised that during the original debate, urging the committee to make sure that as much as possible was done there. And also the reason I just asked the question, which I haven't been answered yet, which he raised about the number of persons an eligible elector can vouch for, because it's certainly we have to make sure that people in those situations can vote, and I know that the committee is looking at that. But that report that came out, I was delighted actually to be there, having read the executive summary, to be there with the critic for women's issues from the Liberals. The two of us were two MPs that attended that release yesterday, and it was the horrific stories which, living in the North, I see all the time. And I was delighted that a number of the things that they had requested were in the Dion anti-poverty plan. For instance, poverty for children. We would make the non-refundable tax credit refundable, so that the poorest of poor could actually be helped by that tax credit. It doesn't help them at all now, because if they don't pay taxes, they can't get that credit. Also, we would expand the National Child Tax Benefit, which has been a widely acclaimed program in Canada, but make it even better and bigger. We'd also do three things to help seniors, which are part of this poverty and homelessness in the North. We would increase the old age supplement, which is a supplement that goes to the poorest of poor. We would also try and ensure that if one spouse died, that the other did not get dragged through bureaucratic reasons below the poverty line. And third of all, we try to reward people that wanted to go back to work. We'd also work with other orders of government on items like affordable housing, which is obviously a big need. And we would continue our support for homeless shelters. There are a lot of good projects in my riding. I don't know about the rest of the country, but in my riding from the Skippy program, there wasn't even any shelter there at all before. Now there is a shelter, but it's certainly not suitable, totally suitable for the needs of women, and also for, as the report said, 16 to 18-year-olds women. There's not enough services for them. There's not enough services related to substance counseling, and in particular in local areas, there's not enough legislation related to landlord-tenant acts. So I highly commend that everyone in Parliament definitely look at this report. It's very thick. It dealt with homelessness of women and poverty of women in all three territories, and the excruciating effects that they can have, and in particular effects where it's excessively cold, harsh conditions. And what happens is that, at 50 or 60 below, as the member that used to be in Dawson knows, you can't just be homeless and lie in the streets. You actually have to go somewhere, and probably somewhere where you shouldn't be, where your children could be abused, or whether you have to provide services that you would not want to, just so you can survive the night. And these are horrendous conditions in the North. And I know when we have a very wealthy country that we do, and the amounts of surpluses that we can do, I highly recommend that each party look at the recommendations and try and put those into their platform from that report.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Papineau, Argentelmy Rebelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-18. This is an act to amend the Canada Elections Act regarding the verification of residence. We have just heard a background explaining why this bill has been presented. In February 2007 at the House of Commons, we adopted Bill C-31, which amended the Elections Act to reduce possibility of fraud by strengthening requirements regarding identification of electors. And with these modifications or amendments, the Bloc Québécois wanted to ensure that everything was in keeping with the Elections Act in Quebec. So Bill C-31 will come into effect during the next election campaign, and it was in place for the last by-election in Quebec. The electors must now must present ID, photo ID, showing their photo, address, home address, for example, a driver's license. Electors who don't have photo ID have to provide 2 pieces of ID that's acceptable to establish their identity and their address of residence. The Elections Canada gave a list of acceptable ID pieces, and in Quebec, people tried to use their credit card or a variety of other different pieces of ID, telephone bills, etc., to enable them to identify the elector. However, electors who don't have 2 pieces of ID will have to take an oath that explaining that they are who they say they are, and they need a voucher. So it's very simple. If you don't have 2 pieces of photo ID, you go with someone who has already met the conditions for voting and can serve to vouch who you are at the polling booth. And this is very acceptable. However, there are always exceptions. And with respect to the recommendations of the CEO, we were told that more than 1 million Canadians don't have a proper address. In Quebec, well, I come from a very small municipality, and in small communities in Quebec in the 1980s, there were places that didn't have proper addresses, that didn't have street names, and the elections office in Quebec asked that there be proper addresses established with street names, etc. And so all the streets were named. So an effort was made in Quebec to do this, but there are still some places that have not been processed properly in Quebec, and also there are the homeless people who don't have a fixed address. So there are some 15,000 people in Quebec that were disenfranchised because they did not have a proper postal address. When we look at what happens in the other provinces, in Terre-Neuve, Labrador, there were many people who were disenfranchised. They didn't have a proper address with a street number or street name. And we talk about addresses with a civic address. That means we're referring to addresses that perhaps just have a post office box number, or they're on a rural route and there's no other number given to clarify where these addresses are. In Ontario, 51,000 people were disenfranchised. In Nunavut, well, about 80% of the population doesn't have a proper address, so it's easy to understand why we need this bill, which will help us to regularize the system. So the proposals that were put forward for C-18, well, we find them quite acceptable. This bill will amend the Canadian Elections Act to allow an elector to provide a piece of identification to not prove his or her residence, to set piece of ID to prove his or her residence, provided the address is on the piece of identification is consistent with information related to the elector voucher that appears on the list of electors. For instance, we have to have an address with a street name or information that's recorded on the registration list. If the electors list says that Mr. So-and-so lives on such and such a street at such and such a place, well, if the same address is shown on the ID, then everything is done in proper form. So, in the case of a person who is vouching for someone, because in the current legislation, a voucher is someone who has a proper civic address, who knows someone who doesn't have a proper civic address. Well, this person can vouch for this person, but you can understand that for those who don't have a proper address, people who have demonstrated, have shown an officer of Elections Canada who are responsible for carrying out the address, that the post office address is the same as the one on the ID, will now be able to vouch for this other individual, and in so doing, the elections officials will be able to ensure that these people are able to vote. Photo ID is still required, but rural routes will now be included on the registration list. So I think that that's good, that this bill will now remedy the situation whereby 15,000 people in Quebec were not able to vote previously because of previous regulations. However, we heard from colleagues from other parties in the House say that we must not go beyond the scope of the C-31, which was tabled in the previous session. That is 2 pieces of ID and vote. So we have to, the person has simply got to take an oath. Obviously what we're trying to do is to have pieces of ID which will simplify the situation. If not, we'll wind up in a situation with a bill that will do exactly opposite of what C-31 attempted to strive. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the House that for Quebecers that are listening, Bill C-31, which was adopted in February 2007, it was identical to the Quebec Elections Act, which requires that photo ID has to apply. So the federal legislation is more flexible, and we thought that this may have led to some fraud. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has always been a leader since the time of René Lévesque with his bill to update the entire election system of Quebec and the financing of political parties, etc. And that our legislation in Quebec has been in the forefront of all the other electoral legislation in Canada. So we can appreciate the decisions made in this House with respect. But you know, we're in the Bloc, we're always proud to be able to let the rest of Canada take advantage of what we've done in Quebec, because often we've done some wonderful things in Quebec, and it's always good to extend this to the rest of Canada. Quebec is always a leader, except with a Conservative government in terms of the forestry. That is posed to be a problem. And the manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, once again, if the federal government wanted to invest in economic development, if it agreed to listen to the recommendations made by the government of Quebec, the Premier Charest, you know, he's not a sovereigntist. He wants some assistance to help with the forestry and manufacturing sectors, but you read the last political announcement from the Conservative government to the effect that the mini budget that was presented we read this and there was absolutely nothing to help those affected by the forestry crisis in Quebec. So once again, C-18 and C-31, a bill to modernize the Election Act. It simply is modeled on what we already have in Quebec. So it would be good that if we could, with other assistance programs, draw some inspiration from Quebec, and the Conservative government should listen to the good advice that's proffered by the Bloc Québécois. But it's sad that there are certain Quebec colleagues who agree to sit on the opposite benches, and they don't have the interests of Quebecers at heart. So there are seats available on this side of the House for them if they want to change their minds. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to always be careful because we're here to defend the citizens. And Bill C-18 is, in our opinion, a bill is a remedy to some problems that have occurred. It will help those who had no proper civic address. So once again, the Bloc Québécois wants to defend the interests of these people, and therefore we will be supporting this government bill, and we always have to be careful when we're dealing with matters pertaining to the elections.
Often when there are requests made of them. Remember the last election campaign in Quebec during the by-elections. All parties had asked the Chief Electoral Officer not to allow veiled voting. Now you saw that the Chief Electoral Officer did not respect the decision of the elected representatives in this House, who were unanimous, who asked him to react promptly and effectively, as the Quebec Chief Electoral Officer did. And that's a message I'm sending to the Canadian Chief Electoral Officer. Through this bill, we can help him, but when all parties make recommendations to him, he must also respect that, because he is an officer of the state. He should be neutral, of course, but it is a political appointment. Sometimes we wonder. The Conservatives were very offended because he allowed veiled voting, but they're the ones who appointed him. And then they created a whole thing in this House and trying to avoid veiled voting, but sometimes the Conservatives are like that. They wanted to solve the problem of veiled voting, but they want the electoral workers to be women. Well, then that's another problem. You're creating one problem, trying to solve another. It seems to be the fate of the Conservatives to do that. And that's why they're dragging in public opinion polls. They're going to stay a minority quite long, it seems. But the fact remains that today, in order to assist those who do not have a fixed numbered address, that did happen in Quebec in the 80s, in very small communities. They didn't have street names, so no civic number because there was no street name. And now we understand that there's only about 15,000 people in Quebec out of 7 million who don't have that kind of address. But other provinces did not invest in this, and we respect that situation and help those people, while respecting the fact that one has to present identification. And C-18 says to us that even if you don't have a civic address, you must bring your ID. If it says Rural Route 1 without a civic number, and on the election list it says the same thing, Rural Route 1, well then there is concordance, and then that bill will allow these people to vote. And of course that is the objective of this bill. And of course for us, it allows us to support the bill. I can give you an example here of the ID that is required. There's a list that was set up by the Chief Electoral Officer that can be updated. That's why it's not listed directly in the bill, but for all the voters listening to us, An election could happen faster than we think. We have a minority government here. So for those listening, the identification cards that are accepted is the medical insurance card. Maybe no photo, but it has to have a photo and address. Otherwise, you need 2 other pieces of ID, which sometimes have a photo, like the Quebec Medicare card, but there's no address. It could be a Medicare card, social insurance number card, birth certificate, driver's license, Canadian passport, Aboriginal status card, citizenship card, debit card or credit card, military ID card, an employer-issued card, OAS card, transit card, student card, library card, Liquor Control Board card, HEMA Quebec or Canadian Blood Service card, fishing license, hunting license, firearms acquisition certificate, provincial or territorial ID, CLSC card. So all these pieces of identification are allowed. It would also allow original documents such as bank statement or a credit card statement, tax bill from a municipality, statement from the Revenue Canada. You know, there's no lack of identification possible here. What is easiest is photo ID, like a driver's license, but not everyone has one. We understand that. And of course, you have the list of everything that is permitted, 2 pieces of ID without a photo, and that allow you to vote. So we have to remember that for citizens of Quebec. That is the same thing for provincial elections. So, and for the others, they should know that this is aimed to ensure respect of the Elections Act, that the right people vote. It's very respectful. It avoids fraud and errors as well for election workers without falling into the trap of allowing this oath without any ID, which used to be allowed. All you did is declare that you're the correct person, and the people working at elections didn't really know. So that will no longer be tolerated. You need a sponsor if you don't have ID. Someone who has fulfilled all the condition, who had the proper ID, who was able to vote, can sponsor you because they know you. That would be allowed. So if ever there was fraud, the person who was the sponsor, who identified you, would be responsible and could be prosecuted if there was fraud. So all this to say that the Bloc is pleased to support Bill C-18 in second reading, and we hope that the recommendations will be rapid because there's a minority government here that's acting like it's a majority government, as it's very arrogant toward the other parties, that it could happen that we go into an election much faster than we think. So the Bloc is perfectly prepared to affront the Conservatives anywhere, anytime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we start with questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert, Public Safety. The Honourable Member for Malpec, Agriculture. Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I want to thank the previous Speaker for his comments. I was particularly struck by his focus on his province, and most particularly his own personal constituents, particularly those particularly those who are being disenfranchised. The member will know, of course, that the NDP voted against the original Bill 31 because of the very issue of disenfranchisement that was happening, and our concerns are that those issues still remain unresolved. There are still going to be literally thousands, if not tens of thousands, of homeless individuals who will have no means of being able to vote. And so I would ask the honourable member, in light of his concern for those constituents in his riding, how he feels about the fact that in supporting this and suggesting, I don't want to put words in the honourable member's mouth, but suggesting that this sort of makes everything okay, when, certainly from the NDP perspective, it still leaves unresolved all the key issues, in particular the matter of a statutory declaration, which we believe would go a long way to resolving that issue. But this bill, the one before us now, is not going to address that. That won't change, and it's still going to leave a number of my constituents and a number of the honourable member's constituents disenfranchised. They will not be able to participate. So I wonder if he could help close that gap for me in terms of understanding their original support for Bill 31, their support of this, his personal concern raised here today about those who will be disenfranchised, and the disenfranchisement that will still continue even after Bill C-18 is passed, which in effect amends Bill C-31. Perhaps the member would be good enough to help me understand and close that gap between the two trains of thought.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, what I want to say to my colleague is that there's no big tragedy in Quebec. We've had this legislation in place for over 10 years. There's no problem that my colleague seems to think exists. Now, in the bill before us today, it's quite clear that someone who appears, who has no address at all, who wants to vote, can do so, provided that they have an acquaintance who fulfills all the conditions and who answers for them. That has always been the case. What my colleague's trying to say is that statutory declaration made by the voter himself without an address should be allowed. Well, I'm sorry. That's what led to confusion and errors and sometimes fraud. The bill before us allows the person without an address to vote, provided they have a sponsor who fulfills all the conditions. So it doesn't change much. In Quebec, that's how it's been working. No one has lost their right to vote. You have to know someone in the polling station. You can't just show up anywhere, anytime, and say, I want to vote. Well, look, you know, even for someone who's homeless, he's in some kind of district. Somebody knows him. They're used to seeing him on the street corner, and someone accompanies them. And the person who sees them every day may answer for them. That's how it works, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't going to rise, but I have to rise after that explanation. I was at Committee Bill C-31. We heard testimony from people from First Nations, we heard from students, and we heard from advocates for the homeless. And they were very, very clear that there needed to be a process in place that would allow the people they advocated for to vote. And that if Bill C-31 went ahead the way it did, and here we are cleaning up, their government's trying to clean up their own mess, is that they wouldn't be able to. That was that committee. That was from witnesses. And what did we do? We ignored them. We didn't listen to them because apparently we knew better. Well, apparently we didn't. Apparently they knew better, because here we are trying to clean up the mess that we were told in committee what happened. So I guess I have to ask the honourable member, was he aware that at committee we heard from witnesses, from everyday Canadians, from the homeless, from those from First Nations, and from students who said, if you do this, you're going to disenfranchise, so please don't. Why, in heaven's name, did his party support that bill at the time? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows full well that the purpose of the bill before us now is to correct a situation in which thousands of voters find themselves when they don't have an address with a civic number. They're on a rural route, the P.O. box, but who are on the rolls with their P.O. box, rural route, or what have you. And when there is concordance, the bill says if there is concordance between the voters list and the ID, that's fine. What my colleague is trying to say, those who don't have ID and who absolutely no one, well, We have to open it up to them. In our mind, in Quebec, this situation has existed and we do not experience that problem. So we're not prepared to open this up and allow anyone to show up. And what our colleague is suggesting is worse. It would be far more advantageous for them never to present ID. It'd be much more simple with the MTD solution. That would be going back 10-15 years in Quebec, and we're not prepared to do that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's not with great pleasure that I stand up here today to debate this particular bill, C7. It's a time when, as a member from a northern riding, I'm standing up to debate a bill that may solve some of the issues within our riding, but don't really get at the essential nature of the change in the voting system that is going to disenfranchise many people, is going to create great confusion and hardship in voting in at least the next election, if not many other elections into the future. So when I stand up here today to speak on C7, and truly I want to speak on C31. Truly I want to speak on a bill that in its nature I can't support. In its nature will change the way Canadians view their essential political rights in this country. And to me it's a bill that I don't understand. I don't see where the direction is, and I have to go back in some ways on C31 and look at some of the reasons that's been given by our government members in putting forward this bill. If I talk about the member from Regina Lumpton Lake Centre who spoke on this bill on the 18th of June, said, "What are we trying to do by presenting a bill that will give increased and expanded voting opportunities for all Canada is attempt to raise the level of voter turnout." Mr. Speaker, that's so patently absurd to say that by creating these types of conditions that have to be in place for the voter to vote, we are actually going to increase the voter turnout in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is, by any stretch of the imagination is something that is just patently absurd. And he went on to say, and this is, I think, something more personal, I think there's no greater fraud that could be perpetrated on Canadians than that of an individual voting in a federal provincial elections who pretends to be someone that he or he is not. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is quite a significant fraud, but we've seen greater fraud in this House over the past 2 years with the member perhaps from Vancouver Kingsway who didn't even take the time for the House to open up before he jumped across the floor and demonstrated his utter contempt for the voters that elected him. And, Mr. Speaker, that to me is a greater fraud by far than a single voter who may misinterpret where he's supposed to vote or may make a mistake in the location of his polling station. At the same time, the minister responsible for democratic reform spoke. As I've mentioned on other occasions, this bill makes a number of changes to the electoral process that will reduce the opportunity for electoral fraud, improve the accuracy of the national registry and the list of electors, and facilitate communication with the electorate, and improve the administration of elections. We're going to look at some of those statements. Improve the accuracy of the national registry. Where in any of the discussions that we've had over the past while do we see a better enumeration system? Clearly, that's one thing that we need in this country. And many of the problems we have in the voting system in Canada come from this government's and the previous government's attempts to reduce the work and the effort that is put into the enumeration system across this country. That is one of the serious
problems that we have with voting in this country. This bill, the C-31, they're not going to change that. They're not going to make the system more complete. They're not going to ensure that people are carefully enumerated, that we have the kind of system that our parents and grandparents built up over the many years. Will it facilitate communication with the electorate? Well, I don't see how that's going to happen with these two bills. What we're going to see is a situation where many people are going to find, for one reason or the other, they don't have the proper identification, they don't have the proper address on, their address doesn't match up, they're going to be turned off from voting. That's going to happen with a lot of very young voters. That's going to happen with voters that are in disadvantaged situations across this country, homeless, poor, people that have to work long hours, that don't have the opportunities that others do. I know if you're a federal employee, you have consecutive hours off of work in order to go out and vote. For the people that are less advantaged across this country, they're going to find it more difficult to vote. They're going to have to ensure that on voting days that they carry their identification, that they make even more effort than they're accustomed to in many cases to make that, to carry out with their fundamental democratic right in this country. And then to improve the administration of elections. Mr. Speaker, this bill is going to turn this next election day into a fiasco. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people standing up in polling stations around this country, millions of people that don't understand the rules, that don't have the proper identification, that don't have everything lined up. They're used to voting one way, and they're going to come in and they're going to find that the rules have completely changed on them, and they're not going to be. So the administration of elections in this next period is going to be a mess, and it's going to reflect badly on this country and on the voting process to many, many citizens. So I find these reasons to be bogus at best. You know, Mr. Speaker, if we looked at what's going on here, we're taking the time now to bring a bill forward that's going to assist C-31 in some of the errors that were made in C-31 in terms of the layout. The Conservative governments, I heard the comments today, well, the opposition didn't pick up on these mistakes in committee, therefore it's their fault that this bill is not correct. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is responsible for the bills they bring forward, for the accuracy and the scrutiny that should go into every piece of legislation, as important as this, as important as legislation that goes to the very fundamental nature of our democratic system, that the right to vote, the ability to vote, and the surety that a voter has when he goes into the voting booth. So the government has completely failed here. They brought forward another piece of legislation that they're attempting to fix their mistakes, yet not go far enough. And we say, if you want to fix the mistakes in C-31, go back to what we said previously. What we proposed previously was to allow the voter to swear that they are who they say they are in the voting, in the polling station, so that we are, if we're in doubt about the nature of the voter, that they put forward sworn testimony that they are who they are and they have the eligibility to vote in that riding. That's trust in Canadians, and Canadians deserve our trust. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 elections where probably there were in excess of 60 million votes cast, we've had 4 cases of voter fraud. All this work that we've been doing in Parliament here is taking a big sledgehammer and knocking down a little tiny gnat. That's voter fraud in Canada. This is what this is, a huge sledgehammer. So what are we doing this for? I mean, the most cynical bone in my body says that this is a social conditioning exercise. and it will be followed by other social conditioning exercises to ensure that Canadians slowly give up their individual freedoms, slowly find that they have to, at every step of the way in this country, show identification for whatever they're doing. I don't like that. I still feel that Canadians are trustworthy and that we should encourage trust among Canadians, this concept that we're going to be continually asking Canadians for their identification at every possible opportunity is the wrong road to go down. So anyhow, that's dealing with those issues. If I can move on now to issues that, in terms of my riding, and Mr. Speaker, last month I had the opportunity to visit Paulatuck, a community high on the Arctic coast. Now, we had a community meeting there, and we talked about photo ID and identification. In Paulatuck, there is no place to get identification. In Paulatuck, the residents have to go to Inuvik. Well, that requires a plane flight to go to Inuvik to get any kind of identification made up. So, quite obviously, many of them don't have current identification. They don't need it in Paulatuck. Everybody in Paulatuck knows who everybody else is. On election day, when people in Paulatuck go into the polls, the returning officer is going to have to ask verification for all kinds of people because they won't have the identification required. They don't have the opportunity to go to Inuvik. They don't have the opportunity to get that set up. When that happens, that's making a travesty out of a community's life. People that have known each other throughout their whole lives will have to show identification to each other to judge who each other is. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a difficulty, I think. That's a fundamental problem within this legislation. It doesn't deal with the honest and trustworthy nature of Canadians. It doesn't consider that. This legislation says that unless you prove that who you are, you must be not who you are. And that is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, even if you have identification, even if you bring it forward, if it's not quite the way it's wanted, then, despite, as I say under Section 3.2, the poll clerk, deputy returning officer, or candidate's representative has reasonable doubts concerning the residence of an elector appearing in front of them, may request that that elector take the prescribed oath. So, we're putting it in the hands of all those people to decide whether the trustworthy of that Canadian. But we're not allowing the Canadian himself to say, I'm trustworthy, here's my oath. Here's my oath that I am a citizen, I am legally within this jurisdiction, and I have the right to vote. To me, that's the solution here. That's the solution we should be going forward with. You know, Mr. Speaker, the changes that are going to be made with C-31, with this bill, which will help a problem that's been created by the other bill, but doesn't help the problems that are inherent within the other bill, will discourage voters, will discourage Canadians from voting, will reduce our pathetic voter turnout in this country, and probably will reduce it among those who should most vote, those that are disenfranchised from the system, those that need to express the opinions on the politicians and the people that run this country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult situation for anyone that didn't support C-31 when you're asking us to repair some damage that bill caused, not all damage, not nearly all damage. You're still going to leave this electoral system in chaos in the next election, and you're still not providing decent rationale for the actions that you're taking. You're not coming clean with Canadians about what you're trying to accomplish here. And to me, Mr. Speaker, this bill is totally inappropriate because it doesn't go far enough to fix the problems that you've created with the other bill. Until you do, until you realize the mistakes you've made, the fundamental mistakes you've made in the previous legislation, how are you going to fix it through this patchwork here? How are you going to make those changes that are going to make this work for Canadians in the next election and elections in the future? You're not. And that is the problem. So we can send this bill to committee. We can try to work with the other parties in Parliament to fix errors in a bill that's not appropriate. But that's not good enough. I think for Canadians, one of the only hopes we have now is what's happening with the Charter Challenge on Bill C-31, where it's being challenged in front of our courts for its unreasonable nature in terms of our fundamental rights as Canadian citizens. This is something that we'll have to wait and see. Perhaps this problem will be solved for us by the courts, but that's a crying shame when we look at what's happened here in Parliament with this kind of legislation, with this direction that this government's taken. It is a real shame, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed in it. I'm disappointed for my constituents. I don't want any of my constituents not to be able to vote, whether they're students traveling from one community to the other, whether they're transient people that have changed their address and haven't changed it on their identification. Whatever the problem is, we'll see problems with this bill that will be hard to judge today. They're going to be hard to judge today, but they'll show up definitely on Election Day. And it'll cast the whole system into some considerable doubt. And it'll create a lot of pressure for change after this next election. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we were doing when we brought forward C-31, what the thinking was there. But as a Canadian, as someone who prizes my right to vote and prizes the right of every other citizen to vote comfortably and cleanly without any conditions put on that right, I'm not happy with this. I don't think this is appropriate, and I certainly hope that the courts will adjudge the same. This will solve the problem for us. This will bring it back into the reality of our electoral system, our voting system, which has worked well for us. If there were examples of large-scale fraud that came before our courts, we might have a case to say that we needed to be more vigilant here. We might have it. We should have opened up the whole act and looked at how to review that to ensure that deputy returning officers, polling clerks, all had the proper authority to deal with the issues that come in front of them. Instead, we took this course. Is it a course that's going to work for us? I don't think so. I think we've taken the wrong course, and we need to right it. If this Parliament doesn't do it, perhaps the courts will. But certainly the voters, and I hope the voters realize when you go into the voting booth in the next election and realize which parties caused the problems that you see in front of you, the lineups, the people that are being rejected from voting. Think about it when you're going in to vote and cast your vote accordingly. Realize what people have done to the system that was working well, that was in place, that needed more work on the enumeration side, that needed the Electoral Act to be looked at in certain ways to ensure that the performance of the officers that are involved in conducting the elections are proper in this day and age. Those are the things we should have looked at, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we can attempt to fix this in a small fashion with this bill. We can fix the problems we've created with C-31, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough, Mr. Speaker, and it shouldn't be taking place in this Parliament. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to my friend Gloomy and Doomy down there about social engineering, and I want to assure him there are no black helicopters circling his riding or anybody else's taking away Canadians' human rights. I mean, you thought the sky had fallen because all parties in this House made an honest error when this, Bill C-31 came through in the first place. That's been acknowledged by everyone except apparently the NDP. They voted against C-31 for entirely different reasons. To suggest that they saw this, of course, is completely false and disingenuous. Credit should go to all parties who have said, look, we need to fix this right away. The government responded. We've got C-18 that will fix the problem of rural voters right away. That's what was asked to be done. That is being done. So, Mr. Speaker, the gloom and doom from down the way is just, frankly, silly. The government has taken action, and I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a simple question. Is he going to support this bill or not? Because all parties, including his, asked for action to be taken. It is being taken. Is he supporting it or not?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. This is not the only problem that we've seen with C-31. We just had another C-6. Well, I can assure my honourable colleague through the Speaker that through this process I've always said that this photo ID requirement for voting is wrong. I have never changed my position on that. Now, I voted against C-31. I didn't even want to look at the provisions within it because I felt it was wrong from the beginning. Now, when it comes to fixing C-31, and that's what we're doing now. We're fixing a bill that was only in front of us 6 months ago. We're fixing it. We've got 2 bills in front of this Parliament right now trying to fix C-31. What a mess we have. And who is responsible for that mess? Who is responsible for that mess? Is it the opposition parties? Is it the government that brought it forward? I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, it's the government's responsibility to bring forward bills that they have scrutinized, that they understand the implications of these bills, that they're not put forward in such a quick fashion that they don't understand how they're going to affect hundreds of thousands and millions of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is that saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown, and I will go this far with my honourable friend from the Western Arctic in saying that the government has the responsibility to bring forward legislation in various areas, including, in this case, democratic reform. And they've missed the boat substantially. They did not take heed of loopholes or gaps in the legislation as it was reviewed by the Senate. And now they play the game that, well, it's for everybody to blame. It seems to me they're still stuck in the opposition ways. And Lord knows, Mr. Speaker, they were there so long it may be a form that they can't get out of, and let's hope they get back into it soon. But where I am differing from my friend from the Western Arctic is, and I deeply respect his comments because he represents a riding that is most affected, not the most affected, but among the most affected ridings due to the deficiency in C-31 as it relates, if we could just focus on the actual issue, which is as it relates to the civic address on the list of electors versus the address or domicile that one presents through identification at the polling booth. And I just ask him, I respect his philosophical point of view, but will he not himself and his party be blamed if thousands, in fact we know it's millions in the affected ridings, but thousands of people in his riding show up and cannot vote because his party did not act to do the Band-Aid approach, which is what this is, but will nevertheless put more voters back on the list by pushing it along and improving it at committee and bringing up the concerns that are the deficiencies in C-31 that my friend brings up. Will he not agree that at least moving this along to committee and putting this Band-Aid on it, which is all this government can do is Band-Aid, we know that, and we agree with that, but will he not push it to committee to enfranchise or franchise or put in back into the voting list the people that in his riding will be most affected?
Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way. And you know, I recognize the dilemma that we're in Parliament here. I recognize the dilemma we're in. We have proposed a solution that would deal with the issue. We have proposed that voters would be permitted to make an oath as to their legitimacy in voting in a particular riding in a particular poll. That's what we proposed. It's a simple solution. Why is it not adequate for this government? Why is it not adequate for the very small number of voter fraud cases that we have in this country? Why is it not adequate? Why are we creating this convoluted mess in this country? Why aren't we taking the simple solution? And to me, if this bill goes forward to committee, you know, we're still going to be asking for a simple solution to this. I don't know whether it's possible. I don't know whether that amendment would be possible at this point in time. If we have to go ahead with an amended bill that is not amended in a simple fashion but in a more complex fashion, then we will be talking about it when the voters go to the polls. And we'll be talking about the failure of these parties in dealing with the voters' rights.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, occasionally in here when we are debating any piece of legislation or private member's bill or whatever the case may be, there are oftentimes some very silly statements made. Most of the time those are forgivable. And I have a very simple question for the member from the NDP. You seem to think that there is no requirement, or the member seems to think that there is no requirement for identification to vote. It's one of the things he's raised several times. I'm wondering if the member from the NDP has ever taken out a video from a video store. You have to produce identification with a photograph on it to take out a video. How could taking out of a video be more important than the basic democratic right in this country to vote? I'd like to have an answer to that question.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, and I thank her for that question. And in fact, in my life in video stores, I've very rarely had to, in the Northwest Territories, produce photo ID to get a video. But you know, I think there's fundamentally that's sort of a conservative problem, mixing the rights in a public government with that of business opportunities and businesses that are conducted in a private fashion. These are two totally different things. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think there is something here that has to be said about the sanctity of voting in Canada. And I'm really hoping that if we can't do it here, that the courts will do it, that the courts will come up with an answer for us about that sanctity and that responsibility of all of us to ensure that everyone has an opportunity, the best possible opportunity to cast their vote in an election. That's what I want, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm standing here today. That's why I'm taking the position that I have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby, Douglas, has 1 minute for both the question and the answer.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll try and be quick. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the report "You Just Blink and It Can Happen" about women's homelessness in the Canadian North was released, and I wonder if the member might comment. Since often people think that homelessness is an urban issue, I know this is an issue in his riding, and how does this legislation, the failure of this legislation to allow people who are homeless to register to vote, how is that an issue in his riding of Western Arctic?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, in a lot of cases, homelessness in the Northwest Territories, people are centralized there. They may be in their small communities, they move to the larger centres, issues occur, they become homeless. I'm going to see that those people, even if they have identification, in many cases will be, a driver's license, which is a 5-year document in the Northwest Territories, a 5-year document that you pay $80 for. Nobody changes their driver's license without reason.
Debate. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we go again, as I'll start my comments off with. Here we go again, trying to deal with the problems of Bill C-31. And I know that might not be the kind of comment that the government wants to hear, but it has to look reality in the face. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, the only reason we have this bill in front of us is because of what I've called from the beginning, Bill C-31 was a solution looking for a problem. And we found a couple to date. We have Bill C-18. We have in front of us, we're debating today, we have Bill C-6. And I suppose we'll have a couple more bills before it's all over, Mr. Speaker. What the bill proposes, if you look at, when you go through the bill, we have a clause that talks about, and I'll quote, says that, or paraphrase, sorry, says that when swearing an oath to prove your identity, the person who vouches for you doesn't necessarily need a civic address on their ID if the information on the voters list matches up with the information on their ID. Mr. Speaker, in committee, we heard from groups of advocates, people representing the homeless, people representing Aboriginal people, and people who are representing students. People who are representing Aboriginal people were very clear on this issue of civic address. And in fact, all of the members of the committee heard this. And they said, you will have problems identifying voters because of their address, that they do not have a civic address. In fact, check the Blues, Mr. Speaker, and I invite all members of the House, including members who might have been on the committee, to look at the Blues and see the witness comments where they, in fact, invited us to look at this concern. And what they were saying is, go ahead and do this, and you're going to disenfranchise people. And boy, did we disenfranchise people, Mr. Speaker. We disenfranchised not a couple hundred, not a couple of thousand. We indeed probably disenfranchised millions of people. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, because the House, in its infinite wisdom, passed a bill that wasn't sufficient. It wasn't sufficient because the committee, I would submit, didn't do its homework. I asked that committee to hear from witnesses beyond the list that we had in front of us for more time, was told in the instance of the Privacy Commissioner, no, it's okay, we've already heard from her. I had to take it upon myself to write to her and get a response from her about the whole issue of privacy and birth date information, which she readily supplied me with an opinion of the bill contrary to what members of the committee had believed, and that was that there was concerns about privacy in the bill. So I'd submit, Mr. Speaker, that we have in front of us, again, a bill that is trying to mop up the mess that was created by a bill of government. In fact, I'd like to know from anyone, perhaps during questions and comments, or certainly seek me out after, is to provide me with an explanation or an instance where Parliament has passed a bill and within months of it coming into force has had to come up with further bills to deal with the problems of that initial bill. We're now up to 2 bills and counting. We're up to 2 bills based on the flaws and the problems of Bill C-31. And I know there will be members of the government who said, well, you didn't bring up these problems in committee. You didn't have the wisdom of knowing that these things will come up. Well, I would actually suggest that I didn't foresee all of the problems, but certainly saw the problem. The problem was the way this bill was crafted, Bill C-31, that is, Mr. Speaker. The way the bill was crafted, it was taken from a committee report, and this is out of what seems to be the Conservative Party playbook, is you use committees to put forward your agenda. There was a fairly lengthy report to the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. There was a government response, and within a week a bill was in front of us called Bill C-31. And Bill C-31, Mr. Speaker, said that there was a concern about potential, and I triple underline, potential voter fraud. Now, when this is put in front of parliamentarians, they say, oh, well, voter fraud. We have to deal with this. We have to get right on it and clean it up. And in fact, that's what Parliament or the committee went ahead and did by way of hearing from a limited, in my opinion, number of witnesses. And when they heard from witnesses like the Chief Electoral Officer, who when asked, is voter fraud a major problem, they all heard quite clearly that it wasn't. That in fact, there had been about, you're ready for this, Mr. Speaker, approximately 4 cases of potential voter fraud in the last 3 elections. And we spent this amount of time, we're spending more time on it now, trying to deal with this outrageous problem of voter fraud. But the government, I have to give them credit, was clear to say it was potential voter fraud. I have to submit to you, Mr. Speaker, the concerns of my constituents around cleaning up politics and ethics and politics and integrity in the system is much more concern around candidate fraud, around when candidates say they're with one party one day and wake up the next day and lo and behold, they're not a Liberal candidate anymore, they're a Conservative cabinet minister. They're more concerned about that, and how do we deal with that kind of integrity or lack of integrity? How do we deal with the fact that people can run for a party, cross the floor, and jump into the government or to the cabinet virtually within minutes, it seems? Or how about going from the back room of the Conservative Party into the Senate and then vaulted into cabinet? Those are the concerns that my constituents have around the integrity of our electoral system. They're not concerned about potential voter fraud other than not to make matters worse. And what we've done, we excluding my party, I should say, Parliament has done is passed a bill that disenfranchised so many people. And this is, in committee we talk about this often, is that the unintended consequences of legislation. Always, always be vigilant for unintended consequences. We all know this. The surprising fact is, Mr. Speaker, is that when we were at committee, when we heard from people who are advocates of the homeless, when we heard from people who are advocates of Aboriginal people, who are mostly the people there who are representing Aboriginal people at committee, we're talking about people who are living in rural situations, and identified what we have now in front of us as a concern about actual addresses. When we heard from people who are representing students, they told us quite clearly that this would be a problem. What did we do? Well, we kind of went, but it's not that big a problem, and it will all be fine because we know better. Well, we didn't know better, and here we are with a bill to prove it. It's called C-18. So what we didn't do is consult. And I've said this before, Mr. Speaker, our job is to consult, and after you've consulted, consult some more until you're absolutely sure you've done your homework. That's not the case in the instance of Bill C-31. We had, in fact, worse than that, Mr. Speaker, not unintended consequences, but some intended consequences with birth date information. And it bears repeating, Mr. Speaker. In Bill C-31, there was, in the bill, and we didn't hear this in committee at all, the need to have birth date from witnesses from everyday people, to have your date of birth on the voters list as an oversight requirement. But what was really strange and quite disturbing is that we had intended consequences at committee when not only was that in the bill to have your birth date information on the voters list, but that this would be shared with political parties, Mr. Speaker. So in this instance, it wasn't unintended consequences, it was very intentional. It was intentional. Our friends from the Bloc brought forward a motion at committee supported by the Liberals initially. The government joined me in opposing this amendment, but lo and behold, by the time it got to the House for third reading, they lost their courage to fight for the privacy of Canadians, and they collapsed. As my friend from Winnipeg Centre said the other day, they folded like a cheap suit. They just said, for the interest of getting this bill through, we need to ensure that we let this amendment go through. Well, my goodness, Mr. Speaker, if you have the Privacy Commissioner of Canada in a letter that I gave to the committee say that the following. Is the problem of voter fraud so serious and sufficiently widespread to require the use of additional personal information, birth dates? If this is a serious problem, is it necessary to provide polling clerks with the date of birth? She was clear in saying, no, we shouldn't. But, again, we had the government, the opposition parties say, no, it's okay, birth date information, we'll let it go through, and we'll share it with political parties. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, information, and this kind of information, is analogous to giving, people who would like to use this information for fraud purposes a little kit. I was calling it a government-sponsored identity theft kit is what we're giving people, because you know, Mr. Speaker, there's been recent reports about concerns about credit card theft, people who are able to access bank accounts. What do they need? They need the date of birth, they need an address, and a lot of harm can be done. And we were going to give this not only to poll clerks, which, you know, with all due respect to them, that information might get lost, but also give it to political parties. And I know for the Liberal Party it was something they wanted because they need to do a little bit more in terms of fundraising. For the Bloc, they said they wanted to do it because that's how they do it. They had done it before in Quebec. And for the government, I have no idea what they were going to do with it. And I guess one day they'll tell me, or it'll be written in one of their memoirs. But the meantime, what we have is a privacy problem in this bill. Then we have a problem with, oh, by the way, we've left numerous hundreds of thousands of people off the voters list, and now we have C-18 in front of us. What I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, is not only did the government not get the job done, is that they didn't do their homework on this bill, that we also opened it up to intended consequences to invade people's privacy, to really, you have to question at a time when people, all politicians, all parties say we want more people to vote, we want to get young people interested in politics. We put up these barriers. We put up barriers. I have to give you the example of in Ontario, where they made some changes to the requirements to vote. Didn't do a very good job at all in telling people that when they go to the voters, to the voting stations now, they have to provide some ID. They have to tell the poll clerks their name, their postal code, etc. And I know, having taken part in the most recent provincial election, of a senior in my riding who, when I knocked on her door to ask her if she was going to vote, said, I tried to vote, but they wouldn't let me. And that's exactly what's going to happen in the next election, and I'm not sure that this bill is going to solve that problem. And the reason she said that, Mr. Speaker, is she didn't have the required ID, and she had no one to vouch for her. I can guarantee you that will be the situation for hundreds, thousands, if not more Canadians, if we don't change the law. The law needs to be changed so that people who do not have the requisite identification, in this case a senior who had lived in this particular domicile for more than a decade and didn't have the requisite ID, that you are going to see people disenfranchised like never before. In fact, what we'll see, Mr. Speaker, unless we change the law so that we can have something like a statutory declaration, that we're going to have people who are disenfranchised in the rural areas, in the north, in urban areas, for people who are homeless, who are transient. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to take a good look at this bill and say, okay, what are the poison pills in this bill? We saw the poison pills in C-31, and are there ones here? I would submit there are a couple. And I'd say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I just ask the government to do a very simple thing. Look at enumeration. Why in heaven's name aren't they going to engage in universal enumeration at every election for the universal suffrage of all of our citizens that we so obviously respect? But the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that not only to have universal enumeration and spend money there, but to make sure we train people properly. Those are nuts and bolts things, common sense things that we put forward at committee. The statutory declaration was another thing. And finally, the voting cards that everyone is so concerned about, and I'm one of them, that are ubiquitous in some of these lobbies, is to put them in envelopes, for goodness sakes, address it to the voter, and if their voter is not present at that domicile, will be returned. Presently, these cards are left around and open to potential voter fraud. I agree. But for goodness sakes, use that, this terrific new technology called an envelope, address it to the elector, and if it doesn't if the person doesn't live there anymore, it will be returned to sender, in this case to Elections Canada. That's yet another way we can improve the system. It's another suggestion the NDP had. Clean up the voters list, make sure you have actual human beings going door to door to clean it up. You put the voters' cards in envelopes, and you ensure that there's a safety gap with the statutory declaration. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that some of the comments about statutory declarations are absolutely, the critiques about statutory declarations are ridiculous, and it actually suggests to me that there's a mistrust among some members of everyday people and of citizens of Canada. And as I said, there should be more scrutiny over people who cross the floor than citizens who are trying to engage in their franchise. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, if we look at this bill, I guess we'll have to go to committee and try and fix yet another bill of the government's, a mess that was made with the melange of the three parties to ensure that Canadians aren't going to be left out. Because, Mr. Speaker, and again, read the blues of the committee, we were told by the Chief Electoral Officer, the way the bill was written in C-31 and the way it is now, and goodness knows the way if this bill was put through without us trying to fix it later, is that people will show up the polling station, will be sent away, and you know what? They're not going to return. Because what happens at 5 to 8 or 5 to 9 just before the poll closes, and they have to go get more ID because they don't have sufficient ID or find another person to vouch, I can guarantee you, people who have been voting all their lives, particularly seniors like the senior I referenced in the Ontario election, who had voted all their life, will just plain give up. And that's pathetic, Mr. Speaker. It says that we haven't done our job here. I'm not willing to do that, Mr. Speaker, to allow our government to provide legislation that will disenfranchise. My party won't. I won't. We'll make sure that this bill, from our perspective, is going to make sure that Canadians, everyday people, aren't going to be disenfranchised, and that, in fact, we'll have some semblance of common sense in our electoral system. I sincerely hope that the government will engage us this time on some of the ideas that I put forward, 3 straightforward ideas that I just brought forward, that they'll take a look at it with honesty and sincerity and look at it and say, you know what, maybe this isn't a bad idea. Because when we're talking about our democracy, Mr. Speaker, or the foundation, the franchise, people fought for it, as we just celebrated with Remembrance Day, and to just let it fray away, to watch it be torn apart because of either ill-conceived notions or worse, as I said before, conceived notions, is not something we'll stand by in this party and see happen. I guess I'll just wrap up, Mr. Speaker, with a couple of comments about what can be done to ensure through witnesses at committee that we don't have this fiasco and this mess that we have with Bill C-31 yet again. What I would ask, Mr. Speaker, is that parliamentarians go to their ridings, and I've done this already, and talk to people about the proposition of not only Bill C-31, but further to Bill C-31, Bill C-6, and C-18. I'm not sure as many people were engaged with Bill C-31. I think there's been a wake-up call, clearly, because of the mess of Bill C-31, the fact that we've disenfranchised in a blink hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Canadians. But to go to their constituencies, talk to everyday people and say, what would happen tomorrow if you had to follow the requirements of the present legislation in front of us? Would you be able to vote? Would you have a problem finding someone to vouch for you? Would you have the requisite ID? And go to a senior's residence, go to a homeless shelter, talk to some students, and then find out from them if there's problems, because that's the business of consultation. And that's what I did last week in vis-a-vis Bill C-6, for instance, Mr. Speaker. Heard a lot of concerns. So I would plead, almost beg, members of Parliament to go back and talk to their constituents on this bill, because we didn't consult enough last time. And let that not happen again, Mr. Speaker, and let us engage our citizens on this. It is their right. We're making up the rules here for them. And we made a mess of it with Bill C-31. We need not do that again. And so please go to your constituents and talk to them, and then bring witnesses forward to committee through your respective representatives on committee so we can hear from everyday people about how this would affect them. Because that didn't happen last time, Mr. Speaker, enough. And I think the people who did come forward warned us that there would be problems. Sadly, we didn't listen to them. I believe our party did. That's why we voted against C31. We have 2 bills now trying to clean up C31. 2 bills after. I'm not sure if this is a record. I'll have to look it up. But we need to clean it up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
For Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to the member's point of view. I realize that he's a veteran of the C31 committee, and I respect that. I'll take him at his word that his Cassandra-like calls for the problem that is attempting to be solved by C18 were, in fact, made, and that they weren't just the remarks of Mr. Mayrand with respect to attestation for the people in the homeless shelters and the student foyers and the seniors' homes, because that's what I saw on the record so far as the Cassandra calls. But if my friend says that he brought up the exact problem that is being faced or being addressed in C18, I'll take him at his word. I do recognize that he, like I, probably hasn't been faced with a lot of problems in his writing regarding this very aspect. This is primarily a rural issue with respect to addresses not being civic addresses as mandated by the Act. I realize he has a philosophy and he has a point of view. I respect that. I don't agree with it necessarily. But I'm wondering, this is C18. I agree, it's a big government band-aid from a government that doesn't seem to care about the details that it should as a government. I agree with him on that. But would he agree with me, Mr. Speaker, when I asked very quickly, is this not a very partial solution to a problem affecting 1 million rural voters in this country who we owe a duty to before the next election to give them the right to vote? Is that not what we're trying to do by sending this to committee and showing that government that they have a duty and a responsibility to be more responsible in the field of democratic reform?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'll Cassandra comments aside, please. I would like to point out to the member that I don't think this was ideological at all. This was about getting the job done and making sure we do our homework. That's why I was underlining the point that at committee, we heard from people who said there will be a problem with civic addresses for people in rural areas. In fact, look at the Blues. At committee, it was very clear that this would be a problem, and we were warned. So I'm not sure what his party was doing at committee and why they decided to support this bill and amend the bill with the bloc so that our privacy would be up for sale with the birth date information. That's not ideological. Well, maybe it is ideological. It's about what I thought was a liberal value, John Stuart Mill, perhaps you might want to reference, on the protection of privacy, and look at why we would have birth date information on the voters list and with political parties. And that's what his party voted for, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. So, no, I didn't want to get into an ideological discourse here, but simply put, of course we'll try and clean it up. My point was, how did we get here? And we got here because it was an ill-conceived bill, and when we brought amendments forward from my party that was based on witness testimony, wasn't listened to. So I was simply pointing out, this time, members, go talk to your constituents about this. Make sure we have proper witnesses in front of committee, and make sure, for goodness sakes, that we listen to them this time.
The honourable member for Victoria should know that at 5:30 I will be interrupt the House, so there's 2 minutes left for the question and the answer.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we of course want the electoral system that is as impeccable as possible, and my colleague here has explained very clearly why we so strongly objected to Bill 31 in the first place that now has to be cleaned up. It seemed that this government was wanting to fix a non-problem when there are so many real problems like prosperity gap, the environment, an Americanized foreign policy. But no, they chose to fixate on a non-problem, thereby creating real problems that my colleague has pointed out, that both the Liberals and the Conservatives supported. And now they're agreeing there are perhaps some problems that we pointed out. I'm wondering, though, going back to some of the solutions my colleague pointed out, why not have a clearer, stronger enumeration process that would give us real lists? Why not accept a statutory declaration that would address some of these problems? I'm wondering if he can explain what this government might have been thinking in choosing such an obtuse solution, whereas we could be dealing with very clear and simpler solutions.
It being 5:30, the honourable member will have to explain at another time. There will be 5 minutes left when Bill C-18 returns to the House, and the honourable member for Ottawa Centre could respond to those comments. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, third reading of Bill C-287, National Peacekeepers Day Act, standing in the name of Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. Saint-Denis, seconded by Mr. Boschkoff, moves that Bill C-287, an act respecting the National Peacekeepers Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not often that a member is honoured by his colleagues and to get a bill to third reading. And we got here because this bill at report stage received unanimous consent of the House. So I want to first off thank this chamber and all of my colleagues here for that support. And it's a bill, and I'll just kind of repeat what the Speaker said. It's a bill which will honor our peacekeepers, Canadian peacekeepers, but certainly it honors all peacekeepers around the world. And especially as we have just finished, all of us, helping our legions and our communities celebrate Remembrance Week and Remembrance Day, I think it's very appropriate that the House return its attention to a proposal in this bill to create August 9th of each year as Peacekeepers Day in Canada. I would like to underline, thank you colleagues, I'd like to underline that it's not a holiday, but a day of commemoration, of celebration, indeed, of what our peacekeepers have done in the past and what peacekeepers do today and will do in the future. On that day, our citizens will have a chance to be reminded about what Canada has done in the world, pardon me, and what we can do. On that day, the bill proposes that the Peace Tower flag be at half-mast. And I think it's quite appropriate that it is the Peace Tower flag that will be lowered at half-mast to recognize peacekeepers who have been lost in action throughout our 50 years, and plus even, of peacekeeper participation around the world. And I'd also like to point out to my colleagues that my riding, now called Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, contains the riding of Algoma and Algoma East as it was then held by the late Right Honourable Lester B. Pearson. So it is a special honour for me to bring forward a bill to honour our peacekeepers. And in fact, this year, 2007, is the 50th anniversary year, where 50 years from when Mr. Pearson won the Nobel Peace Prize for his initiative at the UN. So why in the first place remember our peacekeepers and honor them? Well, and the date, why that date? Well, on August 9th, 1974, 9 peacekeepers working in the Middle East for Canada, deployed in the Middle East for Canada, were killed on a routine supply flight from Beirut to Damascus. The airplane was shot down by ground-fired missiles, and 9 soldiers, Canadian UN peacekeepers, were lost, along with the crew of the airplane. And while we could have picked many dates, some suggested, and with great respect, there's a day, May 29th in each year is celebrated as International Peacekeepers Day. But this is a day that's very much a Canadian day, and it reflects the most significant single loss in one day of Canadian peacekeepers. So on that day, I'm inviting Canadians, if the House continues its willingness to support this bill, I'm inviting Canadians, and especially school students, who will be in August not in school but preparing hopefully for school, to take some time to reflect on what is peacekeeping all about. And we recognize here certainly, and Canadians who think about these things recognize that peacekeeping today is not like it was 50 years ago or 40 years ago or 30 years ago. Peacekeeping evolves with the nature of conflict. It evolves with the changing regions wherein conflicts are taking place. The reasons for local conflict change, demographics change, the types of warfare and conflict change, so peacekeeping has to change. So we do have to change with the times. But I am convinced, and I'm sure my colleagues are convinced, that ultimately peacekeeping and its related peacemaking are the ultimate, albeit altruistic sometimes, but the ultimate goal of our military and, in fact, of our Parliament and of our own individual work in life. If it isn't about finding, making, and keeping peace, really, what is it all about, Mr. Speaker? I'd like to take a moment and mention a constituent of mine, Robert Manuel of Elliott Lake, who inspired me with this idea. He helped promote the idea in Ontario, and Ontario has celebrated August 9th as Peacekeepers Day for a number of years now. So with his encouragement and support, we gathered the support of legions across the land, and now have the support of the Royal Canadian Legion Dominion Command for the proclamation of August 9th as Peacekeeper Day. I would like to reference speeches made just over a year ago in this place by colleagues, and speeches which I reread recently, and with which at the time and again when I reread them I was very, very, very impressed. I refer to the speech of the Parliamentary Secretary, and she made an excellent speech in support of the bill, and I will just quote, and she raised some very good points, but she reminded us that a day of recognition for peacekeepers, as is noted in the resolution by the Royal Canadian Legion this past June, that would have been last year, is warranted. It is warranted because the government respects the views of Canadians on either side of the issue. And she was right to say that there is a concern, and I recognize it, and I think we deal with it head on. When we have a day separate from November 11th to recognize some aspect of our military history, some aspect of our legacy, does that take anything away from November 11th? And I think the Royal Canadian Legion, Dominion Command, and local legions everywhere have recognized no. There we go, Mr. Speaker. You're a member of the Legion. Excellent. So am I. And so is my colleague here. Thank you. You too. And over here, my goodness. Honorary President over here. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you. And the Parliament Secretary was quite right in raising the question. And the response is, and I think she agrees with this, is that any day that we can establish as a day of recognition of our current soldiers, men and women serving in any capacity around the world, and we're focusing on peacekeeping, but in a way all soldiers are peacekeepers, regardless of the nature of a conflict, that enhances the spirit of remembrance in this country. And I'm not sure if my colleagues will agree, but I know in my own riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, the spirit of remembrance is getting stronger. The number of people coming out to events is larger and larger every year. And that is because the remembrance brand, a brand promoted effectively and with great strength by the Legions and the Dominion Command, that brand has spread out throughout the year. And we not only, and hence the movement to Remembrance Week. I'm not suggesting a Remembrance Year, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's very important that we dot throughout the year other occasions where people be reminded. And that helps focus attention even more so on November 11th. So I appreciated the Parliamentary Secretary's comments in that regard. And I was most impressed with the remarks of my colleague from Rivière des Mille-Îles. And I will quote, and he referring to our peacekeepers. First, they are a key component of multilateralism, a conflict resolution principle very dear to the hearts of Quebecers. UN peacekeeping missions represent an impartial and very widely accepted way to share the burden and to act effectively. In fact, I recommend all these speeches to my colleagues in their complete version. I'm only able to quote a little bit. My colleague from Victoria, who spent time, I believe, in the military. If I didn't, yes, she did. And I quote from her speech: "We cannot stress enough the importance of the work of those who serve in the armed forces, who put themselves in harm's way for Canada. There is no word to describe the magnitude of their sacrifice, nor my feeling," and I think we share that with her, our feeling gratitude, which all Canadians share. And I go on to my colleague from West Nova, who is fortunate to have in his riding the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre. And he spoke eloquently in support of this bill. And I quote from his remarks: "Peacekeeping is a dynamic concept that responds to changes in the international environment in order to create security for those affected by conflict. Traditionally, peacekeeping took place between two states in order to monitor a peace treaty upon which all parties had agreed. These early missions were traditionally military in nature." And he makes a very important point here, and a point that I wish to expand on. "The role of peacekeeping has expanded to include the delivery of humanitarian aid, supervision of elections, repatriation of refugees, disarming of war factions, and the clearing of landmines." And I point out to my colleagues that the bill contains in clause in the whereas section, we specifically include, along with members of Canadian forces, we include the police services, diplomats, and civilians. Yes, we're recognizing on August 9th the loss of 9 soldiers in 1974 in the Middle East, because the beginning of this was focused on military. And I mentioned we are evolving. And now we engage Canadians in a broad range of professions and skill sets to assist, whether they're members of the NGO community, whether they're municipal policemen from a city, pick a city, or a policeman who volunteered to go and help, whether they are ambulance workers or first aid workers, any Canadian, military or not, that is supporting Canada's efforts to bring peace, to keep peace, to make peace, is a peacekeeper. I deliberately, in this bill, did not define a peacekeeper, Mr. Speaker, because each person who thinks about these things can define peacekeeper in his or own unique way. It is comprehensive, and that actually is what the Dominion Canada Legion, their view. They have an expanded view of peacekeeper, and I laud them for that. Somebody else might have a restricted view of peacekeeper. Doesn't matter. As long as what we're recognizing is the spirit of what peacekeeping is all about. So I invite this place from time to time, whenever we have debates on military matters and peace matters, and I invite Canadians every August 9th in particular to take a few moments to reflect on our legacy and where we're going as a nation of peacekeepers. I mean, imagine being called peacekeepers. It's not the same thing as avoiding conflict. You know, I would include in peacekeeping the need be strong, to root out the enemy where necessary. It isn't simply sitting back all the time and letting local combatants fight things out. Each situation requires its own solution. So I think it's important that we don't limit ourselves by a specific definition. And I want to underline too that this is not about what we're doing in Afghanistan whatsoever. I mean, that's a whole separate debate. And I went to a rally on November 2nd in my riding, a Support the Troops rally, and I was glad to be there. And I'm sure many of my colleagues were at rallies in their ridings. And it was a non-political event. It didn't matter if you were there and wanted to be in Afghanistan for years, or whether, like so many of us, want to come out of combat role in February 2009, or whether they wanted to come out of Afghanistan tomorrow. That is not the debate. When you support your troops, you support your troops. They are doing a job for us. They are there with a mandate. And you know what? While they're there in our name, we support them. So I want to actually pay tribute to Sandy Finnemore and Bob Tardif of Elliott Lake, who sponsored that rally, and commend them for the excellent work that they did. So, and I want to point out that this bill at report stage had a few very minor amendments. I mentioned it was made very clear that in Quebec, les casques bleus is the standard terminology for a peacekeeper. So we made sure that there's no misunderstanding between gardien de la paix and casque bleu. We make it very clear that this is not a holiday. It's simply some might say it's not a day of heritage. It's a day of recognition, of commemoration, a day to take time to understand what our peacekeepers throughout history, in the present, and in the future will do. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I look forward and I hope the Chamber will continue its support of this bill when it comes to a final vote, I hope in the not-too-distant future. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much. I listened with interest, and I commend my colleague on his effort and commitment to this cause. I have to say that August 9th, that day, has a special meaning for me. I was driving down the Autobahn in Germany between Baden and Lahr, heard the news on the radio of that incident, and in fact, the pilot of that airplane was a friend of mine named Keith Merrow. He and I had been flying instructors together in years previous. I do have to admonish my honourable colleague just a little bit. Keith would bristle at being called a soldier. He was an airman, but I know there was no intent there. I just want to, not so much a question, but just to reinforce something my colleague said, and that's the fact that everything, in my view, everything that every single member of the Canadian Forces does every single day is about peace in one way or another. Peacekeeping, peacemaking, bringing peace, as my colleague said. And I would just like people to, as he mentioned, to broaden their definition of peacekeepers. The folks in uniform that we have, and the folks out of uniform that he mentioned, contribute incredibly to peace around the world in one way or another. Obviously, we owe them our thanks, and August 9th is a great day to do that, to just pause and reflect. So, again, really not a question, just a comment that he may wish to respond to or not, but congratulations on a good effort.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I'll be brief in case other members want to jump in, Mr. Speaker, but basically, I thank him for his comments. I agree. Let's leave the definition open so that each person in his or her own way can interpret it, and I agree with your interpretation, my colleague's interpretation, Mr. Speaker, that all of our military men and women, in one way or another, are involved in peacekeeping.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and wanted to also commend the Honourable Member for his efforts in this bill, and the entire Veterans Affairs Committee was in agreement with this bill, and we worked together on it to make sure that it was something that we were entirely 100% in agreement with. And one of the aspects was, and I may have heard the member wrong when he was giving his initial address, but one of the aspects that we were in agreement upon was that on November 11th was a time where the Peace Tower flag comes down, to recognize all veterans equally, to make sure that all veterans are remembered on that day. And that was one of the agreements we had, and that I just wanted to have the member clarify what he meant in his words earlier.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, I certainly didn't intend to cause any confusion. If I did, absolutely support. November 11th is the day of remembrance in Canada. Additional days, such as April 9th, the Vimy Ridge Day, August 9th, if it passes, Peacekeepers Day, are days in support of November 11th. The flag would be at half-mast on August 9th to recognize those who have specifically given their lives in the cause of peacekeeping, however peacekeeping is defined in your mind, and those are military personnel and civilians, and police forces, firemen, NGO workers who have worked in the cause of peace.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to join my colleagues in support of Bill 267, an act respecting a National Peacekeepers Day. Let me begin by commending the members of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs who worked together in a spirit of cooperation. And as a result, this legislation has the unanimous support of all parties. We were able to make amendments to address several issues and to improve the bill. And Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, I myself am very proud to have been part of a committee who kept the language very simple. It states in fullness, throughout Canada, in each and every year, the 9th day of August shall be known as National Peacekeepers Day. For greater certainty, National Peacekeepers Day is not a legal holiday or a non-judicial day. Now, we were able to amend the language to make sure that we are being as inclusive as possible. For instance, we changed peace support missions to peace support operations and added the words diplomats and civilians after Canadian Police Services. I would like to thank the representatives of the Canadian Associations of Veterans in United Nations Peacekeeping, the Army, Navy, and Air Force veterans in Canada, the Canadian Peacekeeping Veterans Association, and the Royal Canadian Legion, who came to the committee and shared their insights with us. They provided the committee with a very detailed history of the movement of the Canadian Peacekeepers Day and the significance of August 9th. If I may, I would like to offer a special thanks to Colonel Don Ethel, the Honorary President of the Canadian Associations of Veterans in United Nations Peacekeeping, for his tireless work in this initiative. During his 38-year career in the Canadian military, Colonel Ethel served on 14 peacekeeping tours and other secondments to United Nations agencies. At his retirement, Don has continued to serve his country and his fellow veterans with great energy and passion. He made an outstanding contribution to the development of the new Veterans Charter, and today he sits as chair of the Operational Stress Injuries Social Support Advisory Committee. I know that Don would prefer to give the credit to others, but today I want to thank him for really making a difference. I can say that Canada is a better place for people like Don Ethel. Mr. Speaker, as you will know, the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs is a relatively new committee of the House, but I am proud to say that all members were united in working on behalf of our veterans. We are all inspired by their service and sacrifice. I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Manitoulin, Algoma, Kapuskasing for bringing Bill 287 forward to the House. We all share his desire to recognize the tens of thousands of Canadian men and women who have served our country and made a significant contribution to international peace and security. I can assure all members of this House that this government, more than any other in recent history, is committed to giving every possible support to members of the Canadian Forces. We are also committed to ensuring that Canadian veterans are treated with the dignity and respect they have earned and deserve. They have brought honour to Canada, and we will honour them. Mr. Speaker, since 1919, Canadians from coast to coast to coast have paused each year on November 11th to remember their brave countrymen and women who have given their all in the service of Canada. Through this national act of remembrance, we honour all veterans. We honour those who served in war and those who served in peace. We honour those who served in all theatres of war. We honour those who have served in Canada, helping our communities respond to and recover from natural disasters. We honour those who continue to stand for peace and freedom in operations all over the world, and most recently in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, this legislation constitutes a specific recognition of Canada's peacekeepers, who have so selflessly contributed to international peace and security. The concept of peacekeeping was a Canadian innovation. Our sterling reputation for peacekeeping is well earned and based on a long tradition, indeed one that spans over 5 decades. In 1956, Canada played a leading role in the first United Nations emergency force that was established to secure and supervise and end the hostilities in the Suez Crisis. That operation distinguished our country and earned us the Nobel Prize for Peace. Our effectiveness in upholding peace was recognized once again in 1988, when Canada shared in a second Nobel Peace Prize as part of a United Nations peacekeeping mission. Our peacekeepers, all peacekeepers in fact, continue to be recognized internationally on the International Day of the United Nations Peacekeepers, May 29th. It has been suggested that we should adopt this day as Canada's Peacekeepers' Day. But as we all know, it is August 9th that resonates nationally for us as a day of recognition for peacekeepers. For it was on August 9th, 1974, that 9 Canadian peacekeepers serving with the United Nations Emergency Force in Egypt and Israel were in a Canadian Forces Buffalo transport aircraft that was shot down as it prepared to land at Damascus on a regular resupply mission. On that day, there were no survivors. This represents the greatest loss of Canadian lives in a single day on a peacekeeping mission. As we also know, 9 provinces have now designated August 9th as Peacekeepers' Day. Ceremonies are held in communities across the country in honor of our peacekeepers. And now, with legislation, we will have a National Peacekeepers' Day. Bill 287 complements the other initiatives that have been taken to recognize and commemorate Canadian peacekeepers. Their contribution is commemorated in a very prominent way not far from this chamber. Reconciliation, the peacekeeping monument that sits on Sussex Drive, is still, I believe, the only monument of its kind in the world. Our peacekeepers are also recognized by the Canadian Peacekeeping Service Medal. This award was created in 1997. It honors Canadians primarily, members of the Canadian Forces and members of Canadian Police Services who have served as peacekeepers. The Peacekeeping Service Medal is in keeping with Canada's traditional expressions of honour to members of the forces for their service. Tens of thousands of veterans of Canada's peacekeeping and peace support operations wear this medal with pride. It is treasured by the families of those brave Canadians who have made the supreme sacrifice in the cause of peace. The names of these brave men and women who have died in the service of Canada can be found in the 7th Book of Remembrance. This sacred book, along with the 6 other books of remembrance, is found in the Memorial Chamber here in the Peace Tower. It is a special place of commemoration and reflection. The 7th Book of Remembrance is a testament to the often very difficult and dangerous circumstances in which our peacekeepers have served. On many deployments, there has been very little peace to keep, and unlike in times of war, the rules of engagement have been much less clear, if defined at all. No matter what the circumstances, Canada's peacekeepers have strived to demonstrate exemplary discipline and professionalism. Often they must leave their families and homes behind, just as our veterans of the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, and the Gulf War did. With each deployment, they know that their mission may require that they put their lives at risk. Canada's peacekeepers have courageously and selflessly served the cause of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. They have prevented wars, saved lives, and they have contributed to international peace and security. Through Bill C-287, we will honor their steadfast service, recognize their noble contribution, and remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. It was Winston Churchill who said, "Courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees all others." That is the legacy of Canada's peacekeepers. For more than 50 years, our peacekeepers have gone to the far corners of the world to help preserve peace. Their courage has given Canada a well-deserved reputation for standing up for the values of freedom, tolerance, respect, dignity, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, we can only imagine the gratitude of those whose lives have been saved by the intervention of Canada's peacekeepers. Veterans Affairs Canada has a special mandate to tell the story of those who have served our nation both in times of war and peace, and to keep alive the memory of those who have made the supreme sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by thanking my colleagues on the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs for their support for this legislation. I would encourage all my honourable colleagues to help tell the story of our peacekeepers so that more Canadians, especially our youth, will better understand the significance of August 9th, National Peacekeepers Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, et je reconnais maintenant l'honorable.
I now recognize the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to speak today on Bill C-287, an act respecting a National Peacekeepers Day.
The Bloc Québécois is in favour of this bill. The positive points of the bill are as follows: to recognize the important role played by peacekeepers and to underscore it here in the House. The Bloc Québécois agrees with multilateralism. This is a way to resolve diplomatic issues. The peacekeepers who have been killed during UN missions deserve recognition. This bill will give us an opportunity to point out to the Prime Minister that the peaceful use of democracy is always the best way. August 9th is the date chosen. This is not our choice. We would have preferred May 29th, a date that's already recognized internationally as being Peacekeepers' Day. There are many reasons, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to the peacekeepers. They are pivotal to multilateralism to resolve conflict, something that is very dear to the hearts of Quebecers. Peacekeeping, as authorized by the Security Council of the United Nations, is a legitimate tool used to intervene and in conflicts in international communities. However, peacekeeping operations are not the only tool to be used for every situation. They must be accompanied by a peace. The UN are an impartial way and very acceptable way of sharing the burden for acting effectively. Mr. Speaker, the peacekeepers are throughout the world. The 18 operations that come under the peacekeeping operations at the UN, which are carried out on 4 continents in 10 time zones, employ more than 10,000 people and have direct influence on the life of hundreds of thousands of people. Right now, there are many military people and observers involved in peacekeeping missions. There are also police members. The operations for peacekeeping employ staff, civilian staff, more than 11,300 civilians recruited locally, and about 107 volunteers from the UN. 108
countries provide military and police personnel to peacekeeping missions for the UN. The UN has contributed significantly to stabilize world conflicts. Only the United States has a military staff that is greater than that of the UN. There is much work to be done so that multilateralism can be the most frequently used tool for resolving conflicts. In 2000, the UN peacekeeping operations sent many military and police members to various theaters of operation and transported much cargo to people who in great need of the peacekeepers are generally effective in their operations. Since 1987, the peacekeepers for the UN have conducted many missions, 172 conflict resolutions to put an end to crises in regions and enabled the local people from more than 48 countries to participate in free elections and fair elections. In 2005, the UN peacekeeping operations concluded successfully peacekeeping operations in Sierra Leone and East Timor, and helped to set up national institutions to create a civil society that will last. The mining operations administered by the United Nations that come under the peacekeeping operations mandate facilitate the deployment of soldiers to Burundi, Eritrea, Lebanon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Sudan. As far as security is concerned, the recent peacekeeping endeavors are very difficult under the current climate. These operations provide practical assistance on the ground and help people who are extremely vulnerable and populations that are extremely fragile. Peacekeeping missions are deployed where others cannot or do not want to go. They play an essential role showing the way to stabilization and sustainable development. There is a clear correlation between the number of civil wars and peacekeeping missions. The number of operations conducted by the UN has quadrupled since the end of the Cold War. There is greater activism on the ground, and there is also a greater number of the number of genocides have started to decline as a result of their actions. The peacekeepers not only keep the peace, these services are now used to help reform legal services, police services, and to disarm former combatants. For instance, under the disarmament program, the UN mission in Sierra Leone destroyed thousands and thousands of weapons and more than 100 million rockets. These combatants were disarmed and many child soldiers were helped. They provided the means to help reintegrate these child soldiers. The UN mission in East Timor created a group created women's groups which would help women get into the civil service and ensure that women can
can have their voices heard in the new government and in civil society. Today, women represent more than 25% of the MPs in the country. This is one of the highest participation rates of women in the world. Peacekeeping missions also are very cost-effective. An investigation conducted by Oxford University established that a military intervention under the Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, that is, threats against peace, is the most effective way of reducing the risk of conflict in societies that are just trying to get out of a conflict situation. The budget of the peacekeeping operations under the UN for the period from June 2005 to 2006 was about $5 billion, which is, this amount represents 0.7% of military expenditures in the world. A study conducted by the Government Accountability Office in the United States estimated that it would cost the United States about twice as much to conduct similar peacekeeping operations when compared to the UN peacekeeping operations in order to stabilize Haiti. Mr. Speaker, I have provided these statistics to show that recognizing peacekeepers is a necessity, and the Bloc Québécois would be very proud to do this. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Gatineau.
Centre.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too rise with great honor to support this initiative, this bill. And I want to thank the mover for following this initiative, which is, from time to time in this place we have initiatives that everyone can agree on, and I think we all welcome those opportunities. And I have to say this is one that I certainly fully support, and will believe that everyone in this House supports this day to honor peacekeepers as one that is in step with what we all came here to do, and that is to certainly represent our constituents, but to also represent what makes our country distinctive, what we can be proud of as Canadians. And Canadians from time to time are noted for being modest. I think that's a good thing. But, there are times where we need to celebrate our history, our institutions, and what makes us so different and what makes us so unique. Mr. Speaker, was the former Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson who came up with the idea, and if he were here and living, he would certainly say that he had a lot of help with the idea, but clearly was the person who was able to capture the imagination at the right time to come up with a different way of solving conflict. And you'll know your history in 1956 when there was clearly a problem in terms of how to deal with the conflict at the time in the Suez. How do you have proper troop withdrawal at the time? The French, British, and the Israeli troops removing themselves, extricating themselves from the Suez. And the idea, the brilliant idea of the peacekeepers came forward. And, I honestly hope that this day, notwithstanding that it's in August, that we figure out a way that this can be brought into our curriculums in our schools right across the country. Because at the time, we were suffering from a lack of imagination about how to deal with conflicts. It was the post-World War II era. There were, quite frankly, conflicts similar to what's going on in the world now. And we didn't have the capacity and the ideas and the institutions around to deal with the conflicts in a creative way. And so it was in 1956 that the idea of what is really the first modern peacekeeping initiative took place. And of course, Lester B. Pearson was given the Nobel Peace Prize after that. I might add, Mr. Speaker, if you have the chance, travel down Highway 7, not far from Tweed. There's the Pearson Peace Park, and there's the Pearson Peace Award that's given out every year. These are extremely important ideas and touchstones for our country. The Peace Park, the Peace Award that's given out, the Pearson Peacekeeping Center, important well to draw from, particularly now. And I think it's important to note that there are people, there's veterans who are working to support this. In fact, the Veterans Association, there's the Canadian Peace Veterans Association, who will be more than delighted to see this initiative, who happen to have their own motto. Their motto is to be strong and leading advocates for all veterans, to create and nurture a form of comradeship for veterans, and to govern the Canadian Peace Veterans Association democratically and effectively on behalf of all its members. And they do that because they want to ensure that the idea of peacekeeping isn't seen as something that is just thrown to the history books, that it's something that stays with us, that important historical concept not only is referenced but is something that we employ. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, presently we are at a crossroads where we do need to invigorate our commitment to peacekeeping. And we see that now, and we know that Canada has, in terms of peacekeeping commitments, has fallen behind. And I won't get into a long discourse about that, but I think this initiative and this idea of honoring peacekeepers might invigorate the debate in this country about Canada's role in the world. No question peacekeeping has changed. Things change and evolve. But the idea of having those blue helmets throughout the world, really resolving conflict, dealing with human security, is an important one. Mr. Speaker, I want to reference an initiative that actually falls in line with honoring peacekeepers, and it's something that was presented to the previous government, and an initiative that still has merit, and that's the idea of the United Nations Emergency Peace Service. And it's a proposal that I think is in keeping with our tradition of peacekeeping. And the proposal is straightforward. It's the following, is that when we see humanitarian crises, we have genocides that are happening, we have massive human rights abuses, that we have a United Nations Emergency Peace Service, a rapid response, if you will, to do the following: to take action to prevent war and dire threats to human security and human rights. Number two, to offer secure emergency services to meet critical human needs, to maintain or reinstate law, order, penal and judicial processes with high professionalism and fairness, to initiate peace-building processes with focused incentives to restore hope for local people and their society and economy, and so that they may have a promising future. The UN Emergency Peace Service proposed is designed to provide a rapid response to these needs. It would possess 5 unique strengths. It would be permanent, based at UN-designated sites, including mobile field headquarters, and be able to act immediately to cope with an emergency. And it goes on to talk about all the other things it can do. And what this is, Mr. Speaker, this proposal of having a United Nations Emergency Peace Service, is to take the idea, the concept that is a Canadian one of peacekeeping, and see it evolve. It needs to be resourced. It needs to be given a little more permanence and structure. But it's something that I think would honor the history and the veterans of our peacekeepers. And this is an idea that is being discussed, has been discussed. I know that Dr. Peter Langell, who's presently with an organization called Global Common Security, and happens to be right here in Ontario, has promoted this idea. He's worked with other stakeholders. And it would be, I think, interesting to take this opportunity for Peacekeeping Day to have a conference on this idea of a United Nations Emergency Peace Service, to see if we can engage not only our government, but other stakeholders in the possibility of doing that. So, Mr. Speaker, in sum, I think it's a terrific idea. I hope that it's one that we can use to leverage more support for the idea of peacekeeping so that it does not become a footnote in our history books, but it becomes a very robust and important institution that we have for our present day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Ottawa Centre. I now recognize the honourable member for Kenora Rainy River and Thunder Bay Rainy River, and he should know that he'll be interrupted at 25 after 6 for the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers, colleagues, and all those members here who indicated that they were had membership in the Royal Canadian Legion in some form or another. So I'm very pleased to second this bill to establish a National Peacekeepers Day on August 9th of every year. Indeed, 120,000 Canadians have been killed in conflicts since World War I. This includes several hundred peacekeepers who have been killed serving Canada and the world in this capacity. So I congratulate the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for recognizing our Canadian peacekeepers who have earned the respect and admiration of the international community. His speech was as erudite and articulate as ever, and this confirms that this bill is a continuation of our strong support for veterans across our country. I was honored to speak at the Thunder Bay South Cenotaph ceremony, and then I visited 5 other legions across my riding. For those of you who may not be aware, that's about a 1,000-kilometer round trip. And that is why it is especially appropriate, as we discuss Canada's role in Afghanistan, to remind ourselves that peacekeeping is an honourable aspiration for us and brings us to the point of our current role in the world. That we support our combat troops in Afghanistan is unequivocal. Their end goal, as mentioned, is peace. So is there an expanded role for Canada's military in this troubled world? Recently, I was one of 2 Canadian members of Parliament who were part of the team to ratify the compact with Iraq in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Besides the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Prime Minister of Iraq, Condoleezza Rice of the United States, there were many other presidents and heads of states representing 80 countries. And Canada is very fortunate to have a capable team in their Foreign Affairs Department, and thus most of the hard negotiations had already occurred. What Canada has done is contribute $300 million to assist in 5 areas, including security forms such as training police, governance in electoral processes, humanitarian assistance such as landmine removal, and basic social and economic needs such as safe water and new classrooms, and democratic development such as building a free press. Though our participation in Iraq is minor, it was a chance for us to reaffirm our role as independent peacemakers. Several diplomats told me, off the record, that Canada's role has been diminished by our doing whatever the President of the United States tells us to do. Canada has a way to go to restore the damage that this has inflicted on our reputation. These meetings set in motion a process to help rebuild Iraq into a free and democratic nation. As with all peacekeeping, there can be no illusions about how difficult and lengthy this process can be. But this is a model that can serve to restore freedom to other oppressed countries. We have examples such as the reconstruction of Europe, Japan, and more recently Croatia, to give us examples of what can be achieved through sincere international cooperation. Clearly, what has troubled us, as I discussed our role in the world, was the loss of our neutrality by snuggling up too closely to the United States. This has caused us some measure of position as a peacemaker in the world. And some say that they agree that with this, and that might sound acceptable, except I truly believe that the world needs more negotiators, arbitrators, and neutral referees to settle these conflicts. Our loss of status by becoming a mini-clone can only be overcome by asserting ourselves as a nation that knows its own mind as a sovereign country. We used to be the country the rest of the world trusted because we were independent thinkers. We do not need to be in lockstep with the United States. In fact, we are undermining our own foreign service by becoming essential parrots of American foreign policy. We do value our relationship with the United States, but if we do not make our policies as independent free nation, we lose the respect of the rest of the world. Americans are our best friends and great neighbors, but I believe they also want to respect our sovereignty. The representatives at Sharm el-Sheikh described the importance of these conferences at finding stability in Iraq is the key to world peace. And many leaders of the national delegations stated frequently that these were historic meetings that can only come about as a result of people who do peacekeeping. Yet Canada did not even send a senior minister, and my job as an observer was to study and report. I returned to Canada quite troubled by the loss of reputation, and people representing other countries asked me, what has happened to Canada? Time to wrap up. A National Peacekeepers Day will be part of the process of restoring our national pride as we honor those who died in the cause of peace and those who continue to strive to make our world a safer place. Thank you very much.
We will now go to the right of reply to the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who I see is in his seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues who spoke this evening. They all spoke eloquently, and I appreciate they spoke in favor of this private member's bill. And I'd like to use my concluding few moments to thank, as I've thanked all the members of this House, thank the Veterans Affairs Committee for its support. It took its responsibilities seriously when this bill was on its agenda. We had a good discussion. Some very helpful changes were made, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank the member for Thunder Bay, Fort Francis, who was a seconder at third reading. And I want to underline that this is another way to say we support our troops. It's a way of saying that Canada's role in the world, while not easy in terms of its military presence, is not easy to define. But if we start from the premise that we are at our core peacemakers and peacekeepers, and however we define what a peacekeeper is, if we start out from that philosophical premise, from that spirit, then we will ultimately do the right thing. And I would just like to conclude by saying that our veterans, and I wish to pay homage to the veterans in my own riding, the ridings of all of my colleagues, and especially my Aboriginal veterans who have often been the unsung heroes in Canadian military history. And I just want to remind this House that our jobs are to not only try and represent everybody, not just those who voted for us, but between elections, everybody in our ridings. And we have people on all sides of the spectrum. But if there's one thing we can agree on, that as our country moves forward, as our quality of life improves, it's incumbent upon us to do what we can to share that, to share our values, share our wealth, to share our vision. And if we can, through our peacekeeping efforts, whether they are importantly through the military or whether they are through our NGO communities, our police forces, our diplomatic corps, in all ways we are serving our children and our grandchildren, indeed future generations who will depend upon how we conduct our business at this point in the history of the country. So thank you very much, colleagues, and I look forward to a very good vote in the near future.
It being 6:30, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Monsieur Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Denis, seconded by Mr. Boshkoff, moves that Bill C-287, an act respecting a National Peacekeepers Day, be now read a third time and do pass.
To adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
Those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 21st, 2007, at the beginning of private members' business. À ce moment-ci,
at this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Jeanne Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To complement the question that I had put to the Parliamentary Secretary 2 weeks ago, since it was the Friday before the break week, I was saddened to see that when my colleague from Macorel-Fortin put a similar question on the problem of contraband cigarettes in Canada, the Parliamentary Secretary was not in a position to respond and demonstrate that he understood the problem fully when we were speaking to him. It's surprising given that he'd had almost 2 weeks to do his homework and examine the issue and put forward a substantive answer. Since he knew today that we would be discussing this, I guess he had a few minutes to get a briefing from his staff and that he will be able to respond to our question. I said that the Parliamentary Secretary did not seem to understand the issue we were discussing, and yet there are tobacco companies, people who are trying to prevent tobacco use, representatives of all kinds who are lobbying significantly about this problem. The essential problem of illegal tobacco is that it's a domestic problem. In both answers, his answer to me and the answer to my colleague from Macorel-Fortin, the Parliamentary Secretary insisted on talking about customs services or seizures at the border. The problem is it's not at the border that we have contraband. That's not the essential part of the problem. These are cigarettes manufactured in Canadian territory. They're meant to be distributed within reserves for Aboriginals who are allowed to consume them, but that are purchased illegally and consumed and distributed outside the reserves. Of course we won't catch them at the border. They're not at the border. They are within the borders of Canada. So the suggestion made by the Parliamentary Secretary is a rather strange one. It's like this cop who's on the sidewalk with his arms crossed in front of a bank saying everything's fine, everything's under control, whereas in his back there are people robbing the bank. So we have to take action here. And I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary will give me an answer in 2 minutes that will show us that we're not talking about the borders, but within Canadian territory. The other thing that surprised me is when I suggested this possibility of seizing vehicles belonging to people involved in this illegal contraband, he said that was prohibited. But the 2001 Seizure Act does provide for seizure when police have reason to believe that contraband is taking place. And what we're talking about is contraband that is done in the public eye. It's very easy for a police officer to know or presume that someone has contraband products for illegal sale in his or her vehicle. So the government has the means to act. Will it do so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I do thank my colleague, the member for Jeanne Lebert, for his intervention on this subject, and I will respond.
To the question, and I may not be the correct parliamentary secretary, but I'll have to do. I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that this government does recognize the impact of illicit tobacco manufacturing sales have on Canada's economic security and on the health of Canadians. Tackling crime and ensuring Canadians' health is a high priority for our government. We are committed to keeping Canadians safe, including safe from illegal activity such as the tobacco trade. While many people fail to recognize the sale of contraband tobacco as a serious crime, it can have a significant impact on economic security and public safety, including public health. Mr. Speaker, we have taken several measures to help address the issues of contraband tobacco. At the border, and I know it's not just the border, we've begun arming border services officers and hiring an additional 400 border service guards. We've invested $19.5 million in the RCMP integrated border enforcement teams strategically located along the border to disrupt cross-border smuggling. There's also activity with local police services in the communities. In fact, with the funding from the 2006 budget, the RCMP is adding another 70 customs and excise members between now and 2010. These new RCMP members will be strategically deployed to enhance enforcement of cross-border crime, including tobacco smuggling and illegal tobacco operations elsewhere. We've also increased audits of tobacco manufacturers and growers. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP conducts a wide array of enforcement activities to combat contraband tobacco, in close cooperation with First Nations police services, where a lot of the problem resides, the Canadian Border Services agencies, as well as other domestic and U.S. law enforcement agencies, not just at the border. Canadian law enforcement agencies are working hard to combat the trade in illicit tobacco by reducing both their supply and demand. In addition, under the Federal Tobacco Control Strategy, the RCMP, CBSA have dedicated intelligence analysts and officers to closely monitor the illicit tobacco market. This information helps develop a complete picture of the illicit tobacco trade and helps identify the highest priority targets. As you may know, demand for illegal cigarettes remains strong despite the health and safety risks of such products. The RCMP is aware that illicit trade in tobacco products in Canada stems from a variety of sources and closely monitors emerging trends in the manufacture and sale of illicit cigarettes. They're working in close collaboration with law enforcement agencies on both sides of the border and in the local communities to combat the illicit tobacco trade and related crimes. As a result, seizure levels are currently at their highest levels since the early 1990s and are a direct result of successful operations conducted across the country. In 2006, more than 500,000 cartons of illicit tobacco products were seized, along with vehicles, goods, and money. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP strategy outlines concrete actions that are being undertaken over the next 3 years. These include collaborating with domestic and U.S. partners to interdict key criminals and seize their proceeds of crime through innovative cooperative law enforcement models, heightening awareness about public safety and health consequences of the illicit tobacco trade, cross-border and in the local communities. Mr. Speaker, these collaborative measures taken by the RCMP, CBSA, and domestic and U.S. partners are concrete actions to reduce the availability and the demand for contraband tobacco products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, if the question was put to this parliamentary secretary, it's because he had answered it. I'm pleased to see that part of the homework has been done. The parliamentary secretary has just said that there have been car seizures, but what I'd like to know is, does the government intend to do this more systematically by going to the very places where this illegal trafficking is going on in the public eye? There are little stores where people just stop by the side of the road and fill up their cars. It's easy to identify these people. Does the government intend to act in a concrete way? Because the effects are significant. We're talking about a loss of revenue of $1.6 billion for the government. A lot of things could be done with that kind of money. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the illegal tobacco trade is an important issue for the government, and I agree with my honourable colleague that it is a difficult problem for police forces, whether it's at the border, the RCMP, local forces, to catch some of the folks that are doing it in these local areas. All police forces, the RCMP, local forces, are stretched quite badly with respect to resources. That's why resources meaning people primarily. That's why we've increased the capacity of cross-border agencies. We've increased the capacity of the RCMP. It's going to take a little bit of time to do that. The size of the force has been allowed to degrade over a number of years. We are building that back up. There's going to be a lot of cooperation, as there is today, and that will improve as forces have more resources, local and RCMP, to combat these kind of activities, and that will only improve as time goes on.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, on November 2nd, I raised a very serious question with the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food on why the new government is failing to respond to the income crisis facing beef producers and cow-calf operators across this country. Farmers in the beef industry are taking historic income losses, with prices at the farm gate absolutely tumbling into negative levels for the last several months. Many are faced with no choice but to attempt to refinance or even close down their farm operations, and many are taking that option, which is very serious, Mr. Speaker. These farmers are watching in fear and frustration as their life's work disintegrates before their very eyes, and the government does nothing. After the question, Mr. Speaker, the response I received from the Secretary of State for Agriculture was nothing short of idiotic. The Secretary of State showed absolute disrespect on the government's part for struggling farmers, farmers losing their life's work because of events beyond their control, farmers who put high-quality food on Canadian tables, farmers who are the key generators of wealth for all others in the food chain, and farmers who contribute to export dollars and Canada's positive balance of trade. I would hope the Parliamentary Secretary tonight, on behalf of the government, has some positive program and financial dollars to announce for suffering beef and hog farmers in this country. How serious is the crisis, Mr. Speaker? As one producer in my riding told me, he has been for several months now losing $20,000 in equity every week as the dollar goes up in value. Another sold cattle for $1,400 per animal in April and October for $900. Now, you certainly haven't seen prices come down on consumer shelves, Mr. Speaker. Fed steer prices in Alberta fell by 13% in the last 8 months, while costs rapidly escalated. It's been noted that 40% of the cow-calf herd operators in Alberta could be out of business by Christmas. Bred cows are being sold at disaster prices, if they can sell at all, at between $300 and $700. This is a nationwide disaster, Mr. Speaker, and the government has a responsibility to act. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just numbers. This is people. This is farmers. This is people who live in communities that are in serious financial trouble while the Government of Canada sits on huge surpluses. In fact, many are saying that this income crisis is worse than that caused by the closing of the border when we were struck by BSE. However, during the BSE crisis, cattle producers had the support and understanding of the Canadian public. It's not the same today. And a huge difference in this town in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. During BSE, they had a government that cared and acted, while the new government seems struck by inaction at best and incompetence at worst. Just to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, how governments can respond, let me draw a comparison when BSE happened. The previous government acted. Yes, there was case, but it was inadequate to do the job, and instead of using safety nets as a crutch for inaction, as the new government is doing, the Minister of the day, Andy Mitchell, acted with the following: $520 million BSE recovery program, $200 million cull animal program, $680 million transitional industry support program, and 10 others.
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, and for the Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario.
Mr. Speaker, agriculture is a big job, and the Minister comes to it with a bedrock principle. In making every decision on every policy, he's fully committed to putting farmers first. In fact, since taking office, this government has announced a number of programs that will benefit farmers and processors. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we have spent $3.9 million in support of packing plants. Our government is contributing $2.3 million for the disposal of specific risk material. This government has also eased labour shortages in processing plants. We gave $51 million to improve the temporary foreign workers program. What's more, Mr. Speaker, our government, along with the provincial governments, is providing $130 million to minimize the cost of Canada's enhanced feed ban. We are working with industry to come up with solutions that will meet their needs. The National Beef Value Chain Roundtable continues to work hard to address the various competitive challenges. Because we put farmers first, Mr. Speaker, targeted advance payments are starting to flow. This will give farmers much-needed cash. In January, $600 million for NISA-type programs will come into play. You know, Mr. Speaker, farmers have requested this type of payment since the previous Liberal government scrapped NISA. The federal government is providing carefully planned and strategically implemented support to the beef industry. Support must be provided based on a viable plan to ensure a sustainable future. Discussions are continuing with provincial governments to consider ways in which the federal and provincial governments can work with the industry to support viability and prosperity. Our record, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. We put farmers first and we provide results. However, Mr. Speaker, that member has some serious explaining to do. Let me just remind the House of the record of the member from Malpeque. In 2001, he voted against the $400 million for farm family emergency aid. In 2002, he was too afraid to stand up to American protectionist policies. In 2004, he voted against providing help for farmers hard hit by BSE. And, Mr. Speaker, in 2006, he voted against accountability at the Wheat Board. Mr. Speaker, under what authorities does that member stand up in this House to lecture this government? Clearly, this government has the interests of farmers in mind. Mr. Speaker, we put farmers first. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government can attack me if they like, but the fact of the matter is they're failing the beef industry in this country, and the Parliamentary Secretary knows it. With huge surpluses, beef producers need an immediate cash payment, and they need it now. I would suggest, you know, the little list that he went through is absolutely a pittance in terms of what this industry needs, Mr. Speaker. This industry is in disaster, and the government is failing the industry. The Canadian Cattlemen's Association had a number of suggestions, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying, number one, we need an ad hoc payment, and we need it today. The Canadian Cattlemen's Association talked about you need to lower the Bank of Canada interest rates, and you need to do that. They said there needs to be changes to CASE to ensure national uniformity and greater responsiveness to rapid change in currency values. That needs to be done. You need to decouple the cash advances from CASE. That needs to be done. You need
Honourable the member for Stormont, Dundas and South Glengarry.
You know, Mr. Speaker, that old adage, the truth hurts, comes to mind. This government is working with industry for results that meet their needs, Mr. Speaker. We have listened to farmers, and we are acting, unlike the previous Liberals. The throne speech gave more to farmers than Liberals ever have. We are working with the Beef Roundtable for concrete solutions, Mr. Speaker. We are also working with the provincial governments. In fact, the minister is on his way to meet the provincial ministers of agriculture as we speak. We have eased labour shortage in packing plants. Mr. Speaker, in summary, let me reiterate again, we, this government, puts farmers first. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to be adopted.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.